Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai saw their shy sister holding hands with Hong Xian, and their expressions changed. Hong Xian, feeling a bit proud, greeted Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai. Second brother, third brother. My name is Hong Xian. I'm Yuan's boyfriend. We came back to discuss marriage with the family. Qin Qinghe looked at his sister and frowned, asking, You haven't come back all night? Were you with this man? Qin Yuan shyly stomped her foot. Second brother, Mom already agreed to my marriage with Xian. Once we settle the wedding today, I will go home with him. Hong Xian looked around their house and clearly saw the packed belongings. He asked in surprise, Are you moving? Qin Qinghe looked at Hong Xian with a teasing smile. Didn't my sister tell you? My family. Before Qin Qinghe could finish, Qin Yuan interrupted him. Second brother, we're here to discuss marriage. Where's Mom? She felt guilty. She didn't dare tell Hong Xian about her family's situation. She liked Hong Xian and knew he attracted women. She looked average, and the only thing she could be proud of was that her mother was an employee and they had a house in the town. Without these, she was afraid Hong Xian wouldn't want her. Qin Qinghe, though not good at studying, was smart. Seeing Qin Yuan's expression, he understood what was going on. He scoffed lightly. Mom went to Big Brother's house. Something's happening at my place today. You'd better have your boyfriend go back first. Hearing this, Qin Yuan understood his warning. She knew her mom was unemployed and that the house might be taken back soon. She hadn't expected it so quickly. She had hoped to settle the marriage before the house was taken, so after they married, she could go with Hong Xian. When his family found out later, there would be nothing they could do. Hong Xian looked at the family situation and asked quietly, Yuan, is the family moving? Qin Yuan tugged at him. Yes, we have a lot of family members. Both brothers are getting married. Mom bought a big house. We're moving today. Something's happening at home. You should go back first. I've arranged with my family, and I'll let you visit later. When Hong Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. Nowadays, not many people in the town bought houses. Most got allocated by their workplaces. Because Zhang Chunqin spoiled her, Qin Yuan's living expenses were considered high among her peers, so Hong Xian thought her family was somewhat well off. He believed that since her family could afford a house, there was no problem with her promise of a bicycle, a 3-piece set, and a dowry. Moreover, he had already been with her. So he didn't hesitate. After greeting her two brothers, he left. After Hong Xian walked away, Qin Yuan's face turned pale as she said, Second brother, third brother, I don't want Hong Xian to know that Mom lost her job. Please help me keep it a secret. Also, go help me find Mom and bring her back. Let's settle my marriage with Hong Xian first. Qin Qinghe looked at Qin Yuan with a foolish look and said, Hong's family is so poor that it's ringing. Why are you pretending in front of him? Does he really dislike you? Qin Yuan blushed and said, Women want to have status in their husband's family, so they need a strong family background. You. Before she could finish her romantic declaration, Qin Qinghe interrupted. Enough. The house will be taken back today. Just take your things and leave. Don't say your second brother doesn't care about you, little sister. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Qin Yuan always said her family favored her brothers. But in fact, her 3 brothers loved her very much before they got married. Qin Qinghe was worried she couldn't carry her things, so he said this. At that moment, Qin Yuan finally realized she had nowhere to stay. She froze for a moment and asked, Second brother, third brother, where are you going? Qin Dahai replied, My brother and I are going to stay with our grandparents, at least for now. We'll see after Mom rents a place. She's been upset these days. This comforted Qin Yuan. Her mother had suffered so much with her grandparents. She definitely wouldn't go back to live with them. Then I'll go to my eldest brother's house. Grandpa and Grandma always say I'm a burden, so I won't go to the countryside, Qin Yuan muttered. Qin Qinghe nodded. All right, I'll help you carry your things to the downstairs of the elder brother's courtyard. You go by yourself. He didn't say much more. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. On the way, she asked her brothers nervously, Second brother, Third brother, did mom have some kind of shock? I feel like she's not the same as before. Does she really not want to take care of us anymore? Qin Shenghe snorted softly, but didn't say anything. Since he had gone hungry for a few days, he had come to accept reality. As for the third and fourth brothers, they would understand after experiencing hunger a few times. Qin Dahai shook his head. No way. Mom loves us the most. She always says she's suffered too much and wants to give us a better life. See? The children knew how hard Zhang Chunqin had worked. They just didn't feel sorry for her. Anyway, since they weren't the ones suffering, they didn't care. Qin Yuanyuan nodded. Then my dowry should be fine too. Qin Shenghe had heard about Qin Yuanyuan's requirements for her dowry. He didn't bother to speak, only sneered silently. Dream on, there's everything in dreams. He left Qin Yuanyuan's belongings downstairs at Qin Wentao's family courtyard. My third brother and I are going back to the countryside first. We don't have bikes, so we have to walk back. It will take most of the day. We won't go upstairs. After dropping off Qin Yuanyuan's things, Qin Shenghe pulled his third brother away. He didn't dare go upstairs. The house was full of people, and Qin Yuanyuan was still joining the crowd. He shook his head, thinking, my eldest brother's life will be more exciting from now on. He also felt a faint sense of hope. Qin Yuanyuan felt a little nervous too. Mom really is too much, coming to Big Brother's house without waiting for me. She muttered to herself in frustration. When she reached Qin Wentao's door, Qin Yuanyuan took several deep breaths before knocking. The person who opened the door was Zhang Zhaodi. When she saw Qin Yuanyuan, she noticed her belongings. Before Qin Yuanyuan could speak, she closed the door directly. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned, knocking on the door. Big sister-in-law, what are you doing? Zhang Zhaodi coldly said to Qin Yuanyuan, our house can't fit so many people. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't believe Zhang Zhaodi would just shut her out. She shouted inside, Mom, where are you? I'm looking for Mom. She already came over. Zhang Zhaodi snorted coldly. Your mom didn't come. She's not as shameless as you. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned, surprised. Mom didn't come? Impossible, second brother said. She came to Big Brother's house. Inside, Zhang Zhaodi ignored her. In the house, Zhang Zhaodi's parents gritted their teeth and said, this time, we absolutely can't let the Qin family move in. This house belongs to your younger brother. Zhang Zhaodi snorted coldly. My little sister-in-law is really shameless. Our mother-in-law didn't come, but she came alone. Qin Yuanyuan sank to the ground in disappointment. If she had anywhere else to go, with her pride, she would have already packed her bags and left. But now, she had no choice but to sit at the door and wait. Zhang Chunqin left the big courtyard, not heading directly to Qin Wentao's house, but carrying her luggage to the match factory. Why would she voluntarily go there to cause trouble for herself? Qin Wentao was her son after all. Now, she was homeless and relying on her son. So she carried her bags and came to find Qin Wentao. The security guard had a very clear impression of Zhang Chunqin. The security guard saw her and asked, Comrade, are you here to see Qin Wentao again? Yesterday, Zhang Chunqin had already decided to come to Qin Wentao's factory gate, so today she wore her patched-up clothes. She looked tired and worn out, which made people feel a bit sad. Should I go call Qin Wentao, or do you want to wait for him to come out for lunch? The guard glanced at the packages around Zhang Chunqin. She hesitated for a moment and asked, would I be bothering him at work if I come like this? The guard immediately shook his head. Of course not. You brought things to see someone, so it must be something important. Zhang Chunqin nodded sadly. Yes. I want to stay at my eldest son's house for a few days. Although I bought that house, my daughter-in-law doesn't want to live with me. The house I used to live in was taken back by the unit, and I don't know if I'm bothering them. In the 1970s, mothers-in-law often made things difficult for their daughters-in-law. Hearing Zhang Chunqin's humble words, the guard got angry. You're his mother, and you bought the house. How could you be bothering them? He said as he went to call Qin Wentao. I'll go call Comrade Qin Wentao. The guard went off angrily to find Qin Wentao. When Qin Wentao heard that his mother was here to see him, his head suddenly felt tight, and his heart skipped a beat. Why was his mother here? He thought that if she was going to move in with him, she would go straight to his house. So she had specifically told Zhang Zhaodi not to let her in. When he reached the gate, he saw a pile of things outside. Qin Wentao's mind went blank. Seeing this, he immediately understood what his mother was planning. She wanted to use moral pressure to make him bring her into his home. At that moment, he felt extremely annoyed with his mother, Zhang Chunqin. No wonder his father wanted to live separately with his younger sister. With a mother like hers, any man would dislike her. He walked up to Zhang Chunqin and asked coldly, "Mom, what exactly do you want to do?" Zhang Chunqin looked at her son with a sad expression and softly said, "Wentao, the unit took back my house, and I have nowhere to go. I want to stay at your place for a couple of days. Once I find a job and save enough money, I'll move out." Before Qin Wentao could finish speaking, the security guard behind him angrily said, "Comrade Qin, this is your mother. I heard she bought the house when you got married. How can you say such things?" Qin Wentao looked at the security guard with a grim face. He knew he was about to lose face at the factory. He took a deep breath and said to the guard, "Old Hu, this is my family matter. Go and watch your gate." Old Hu, the security guard, immediately became annoyed. He snorted and turned to leave. In this state-run company, no one was without connections. Qin Wentao didn't know yet that Old Hu was the father-in-law of the factory director. Right now, Qin Wentao didn't have time to care about the guard. He just wanted to get Zhang Chunqin to leave quickly.
Mom, you don't have a job now.
Are you trying to get me fired too? Do you want our whole family to live in hardship? Qin Wentao pressed hard. Zhang Chunqin raised an eyebrow and asked, "You don't even give me your salary. Whether I have a job or not, what does that matter to you? I only know I have nowhere to live now. I want a place to stay." Qin Wentao looked at her and said through clenched teeth, "Mom, you should go live in the countryside. You and Dad haven't seen each other much these years. You should spend more time together. If you don't strengthen your relationship, Dad will really dislike you. If he doesn't want you anymore, what can you do at your age?" From Qin Wentao's point of view, he was just trying to kindly remind his mother. He was hinting at his own father. Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Wentao as if she could see through everything. Seeing her gaze, Qin Wentao felt guilty. He lowered his voice and said, "I borrowed 300 yuan from you to pay debts. I don't have much money now. If you really don't want to live with the grandparents, rent a place first. Take 20 yuan and rent a house." Qin Wentao took out 20 yuan and handed it to Zhang Chunqin. Compared to before, when he was stingy, Qin Wentao was now quite generous. Hearing Qin Wentao's shameless words, Zhang Chunqin sneered with anger. "You borrowed it from me? Then tell me, why did I lend you those 300 yuan in the first place?" Hearing this, Qin Wentao's expression stiffened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, you never used to add pressure on your children. Why are you like this now? How far are you going to push me? Do you want to force me to live at your house? Didn't you say you wanted me to take care of the children? Moving in would be perfect for taking care of them." When Qin Wentao heard this, he shouted angrily, "You have no job now, and Zhaodi can't replace your work. Who needs you to take care of the children? You know my parents live right at my place, yet you still insist on moving there." Zhang Chunqin looked at her lonely child and suddenly asked, "Where did you get so much money all at once? Since you saved so much and life at home is so hard, why don't you share it?" Qin Wentao's face stiffened when he heard this, and he warned, "Mom, this is money Zhaodi and I saved ourselves." "What do you mean? Are you even thinking about our money now?" Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Wentao and slowly said, "I bought the house myself. If you don't want to live there, then give me the money I used to buy it. Otherwise, why shouldn't I stay there?" She continued, "If you don't want me to stay, I will come to your workplace every day. As long as you don't feel ashamed, I will tell your colleagues about your affairs every day." Zhang Chunqin didn't want to push Qin Wentao to this point. But after learning about Qin Guohua, she remained indifferent and even helped him deceive her. So, what is there to care about in him? Qin Wentao's eyes turned red as he looked at Zhang Chunqin. Mom, am I your enemy? Is this how you treat me? Because of your constant fighting, I can't even lift my head at work. If you keep this up, I might lose my job. Zhang Chunqin showed no emotion, only calmly stared at Qin Wentao. They looked at each other for a moment. Qin Wentao gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to live at my place, fine. I'll take you there.
But
Tell Dad to take Grandpa and Grandma to the police station to get Yaozu out," Qin Wentao demanded, staring at Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin chuckled softly. He went in, so he'll come out the same way. What does that have to do with me? She narrowed her eyes and said, "Qin Wentao, I want to live in my son's house, but I have to agree to many of your demands. It seems I really raised you for nothing." She looked toward the door, then stepped in front of Qin Wentao, grabbing his hand. "Wentao, I won't live with you."
how could you hit me?
Zhang Chunqin had already chosen her angle, so the security guard couldn't see her holding Qin Wentao's hand. He could only see Qin Wentao pushing Zhang Chunqin to the ground. The security guard, being a father himself, immediately stepped in when he saw how Zhang Chunqin was being treated. He ran over and grabbed Qin Wentao, saying, "Qin Wentao, what are you doing? How can you hit your mom?" Qin Wentao was still trying to push Zhang Chunqin. "I didn't." Qin Wentao shook his head. Zhang Chunqin was crying on the ground. Seeing her, Qin Wentao angrily said, "Mom, stop pretending. I didn't push you." The security guard pointed at Qin Wentao and said, "Qin Wentao, I'm going to call the director. You better not hit your mom again." He turned and ran back inside. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Chunqin on the ground and clenched his teeth, saying, "Mom, what exactly do you want?" Zhang Chunqin coldly replied, "Since you don't want me to live with you, then give me the money I used to buy the house. As long as you give me that money, we will cut all ties." Qin Wentao was so angry, he almost laughed. "Isn't it your duty as my mother to buy me a house when I get married? How dare you ask me for money?" Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. "Duty? Did I owe you and your family in my past life? Everything should be expected?" She already knew Qin Wentao wouldn't agree to her moving in. On the way here, she had already decided that if she moved in, she would ask Qin Wentao for the remaining money from the house purchase. If he refused, she wouldn't hold back. She planned to take back the money she used for Qin Wentao's wedding and the bride price she paid to Zhang Zhaodi. Qin Wentao had no idea that his mother had such plans. He was furious and just wanted to drive her away. Soon, the security guard called the director out. He pointed at Qin Wentao and said, "You need to control yourself. Who is this person hitting his own mother? Do you really think someone with such character should stay in the factory?" The factory director nodded immediately after hearing the father-in-law's words.
All right.
"You watch the gate. I'll handle this." Old Hu then reminded his daughter-in-law, the factory director, "Handle this properly. Qin Wentao is no good. Ask around the factory about what he's done. I've never seen someone so shameless." The factory director nodded and said, "All right, I understand."
You can go inside now.
When Qin Wentao saw that the director really came, he became anxious. He pushed Zhang Chunqin and said, "Mom, hurry and go. If you want to stay at my place, you can.
Just go directly."
Zhaodi is at home." However, Zhang Chunqin replied calmly, "No. Since there's no room at your place, I won't go. You can pay me some advance wages, including the money I gave you for the wedding and the house, and then I'll leave." Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Chunqin in shock, with disbelief on his face. "Mom, I am your son. Why are you asking me for this money?" Zhang Chunqin's expression was cold. "I have no job now and nowhere to live. I don't expect you to support me. You support your wife, and I just want the money for my wedding. After that, we will cut ties." Zhang Chunqin looked at her eldest son, as if she was seeing a stranger. Qin Wentao met her gaze and suddenly felt nervous. "Mom, do you have some problem with me?" He had never really listened to what Zhang Chunqin said before, but her recent look made him realize her words weren't just out of anger. "What's going on?" The factory director, worried about his father-in-law's face, had to come over. Normally, he wouldn't interfere in such trivial matters. Qin Wentao quickly explained when the director asked, "Director, it's nothing. My mom and I just had a small disagreement. I can handle it myself." Before he finished, the security guard, who was watching, angrily said, "Disagreeing and hitting your mom? That's not good. I saw everything." Then, the security guard pointed at his son-in-law and said, "If you don't handle this properly, I will make my daughter divorce you." At that moment, Qin Wentao realized that the security guard was actually the factory director's father-in-law. His face changed several times. "I didn't do that. I just pushed her a little," Qin Wentao said helplessly, feeling like he couldn't defend himself. The factory director looked at Zhang Chunqin and asked, "Comrade, what happened?"
Tell me.
"If I can't solve the problem, my family will have issues too." With the father-in-law's threat hanging over him, he could only force himself to explain. Zhang Chunqin spoke up, "I have nowhere to stay now. I want to stay at my eldest son's house. His wife doesn't agree. I bought the house, and since they won't let me stay, I want them to give me the money. Now, my son lives with his wife and his in-laws. Since he wants to be respectful to his wife's family, he should also use the money I gave him for his wedding. I don't want to interfere anymore." The factory director is able to be a good leader because he understands things better than others. He quickly focused on what Zhang Chunqin said. First, she has no place to live. Her eldest son doesn't want to support her, so she has no home. Second, she bought her house, but now her daughter-in-law's family lives there, so she isn't allowed to go. He looked at Qin Wentao with surprise and asked, "Comrade Qin Wentao, did your mother buy this house for you? Did she arrange your wedding?" Qin Wentao nodded helplessly. He didn't dare to lie in front of his mother. The director nodded and said, "Your mother raised you. Now you are taking care of your father-in-law's family? Doesn't your father-in-law have a son?" Qin Wentao, under the director's gaze, felt embarrassed and hot. "Yes, he does." Hearing this, the director looked upset. "So, the house you're living in, did they pay for it?" Qin Wentao shook his head again.
No.
"And your salary?" Qin Wentao's face turned even redder.
My salary.
"I give it to my wife." He wanted to keep his dignity, but the director's questions made it hard to deny or explain. At this point, even the factory manager, who had come and got angry. "Your parents raised you, bought you a house for your wedding, and now you give your salary to your wife and let her family live in your house, while your mother is kept outside. It's like she owes you something from a past life." Qin Wentao quickly explained, "Director, that's not true. My grandparents still have a house back home. I just want my mom to go back there. She isn't homeless. It's her choice to get involved in our lives." Zhang Chunqin softly said, "Director, I was originally an administrator at the county library. My father wanted me to give my job to my younger brother, but it backfired, and I lost my job. The house was taken back. Now I have nowhere to go. With all this trouble, how can I live with them?" Qin Wentao glared angrily at Zhang Chunqin. His mother was revealing everything now. "Mom, this is our family matter. Why are you telling the director all this?" Qin Wentao whispered, trying to hold back his anger. The director, being smart, listened to Zhang Chunqin and then asked directly, "Comrade, what do you need?" Zhang Chunqin glanced at Qin Wentao and said coldly, "I have no more demands on him. Just give me 800 yuan, and I will consider this son of mine as gone. I know you don't care about our family matters. You can advance his salary to him." Qin Wentao suddenly looked up at Zhang Chunqin, wanting to speak and stop her, but seeing her cold, indifferent expression, he suddenly dared not say anything. At this moment, his fear and anxiety were greater than his anger. He had been raised by his mother for so many years, and he knew her personality well. She was proud, cared about her reputation, and would swallow any hardship.
But now,
He realized that his mother had completely given up. "Mom, let's talk about this at home," Qin Wentao said in a pleading tone, knowing he couldn't be harsh anymore. He didn't feel guilty about his mother. He just felt that his mother's influence affected him, and he still wanted to keep her close to continue taking from her. Zhang Chunqin remained unmoved and told the factory director, "I don't want to bother the factory about this. But after all these years, I've done so much for my son. raising such a person. I just want to get my money back. The factory director wasn't willing to get involved in their family issues and was thinking about how to refuse. His father-in-law had already spoken, advanced the money to him. I've made the decision and agreed. The factory director looked at his father-in-law, wanting to refuse, but when he met his father-in-law's gaze, he pursed his lips and said nothing. He looked deeply at Zhang Chunqin, then said to Qin Wentao, "Comrade Qin, let's go. We'll talk in my office. It's almost lunch break, and it wouldn't be good if this gets out." Under his father-in-law's authority, the factory director took them to his office to discuss slowly. Zhang Chunqin didn't really plan to live with them. The Zhang family was eyeing that house greedily and would never let her move in. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Once she moved in, it would be difficult for her to leave. Her goal was to get her money back and then deal with Qin Guohua. Qin Wentao also didn't want to cause trouble at the door. Hearing the factory director's words, he nodded and agreed, okay. Zhang Chunqin's belongings were left at the guard station, and she went inside with them. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai walked back home. By the time they reached Qin's village, it was already past mealtime. They were so hungry that their stomachs pressed against their backs. When they arrived at the Qin family's door, Qin Baoxiang was affectionately holding hands with Qin Guohua and talking. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai stood at the door, seeing this scene. They looked at each other. Little sister-in-law, is it really okay to hold his dad like that? Both of them had this thought at the same time. Dad. Qin Qinghe couldn't hold back and called out. Hearing the voice, Qin Guohua suddenly pulled his hand back and pushed Qin Baoxiang away. His actions clearly showed he was feeling guilty. Qin Qinghe was more alert than Qin Dahai. He looked suspiciously at the two and went inside with the things. Dad, Mom's house was taken back. Big brother and I are moving back home. Qin Guohua, feeling guilty, immediately turned pale. He suddenly got angry. There's no room at home. You don't need to go to school anymore. Why come back here? Qin Qinghe frowned and said, Dad, Mom's work was messed up by little sister-in-law and grandpa. Even if we wanted to rent a house, we don't have time. Mom and my younger sister are staying at Big Brother's house first. You know how big Big Brother's place is. It's not convenient for two grown men and sister-in-law to live together. We have to go home first. Qin Dahai nodded. Yeah. Why are you causing trouble for no reason? We were counting on Mom's salary. Now what do we do? Mom has no money, and she already withdrew us from school. Qin Guohua was surprised to hear Qin Dahai say that. Zhang Chunqin withdrew you from school? Qin Dahai looked sad. Yes. She told us to find jobs. The family can't support us anymore. Qin Guohua hesitated for a moment and then said to them, Let's go inside first. When he heard that Zhang Chunqin had withdrawn the children from school, he knew she really couldn't go on. He knew how much Zhang Chunqin cared about her children's education. Now that she had withdrawn them, it clearly meant she was out of money. He sneered inwardly. He had already made the eldest son drive her out. Zhang Chunqin, you have no money, no job, and no place to stay. I want to see how you will survive. Qin Guohua was convinced that Zhang Chunqin couldn't manage on her own. He completely forgot that over the years, he had only given her 5 yuan, making it seem like he had contributed a lot to the family. Qin Baoxiang saw that Zhang Chunqin's 2 sons had also moved back home and looked unhappy. She said, Aren't you city folks? Moving back and not feeling ashamed? Let me tell you, everything in this house is a national treasure. You'd better find a place and move out quickly. Qin Qinghe frowned and glanced at Qin Baoxiang, then scolded little aunt, If you hadn't led Dad to cause trouble at my mom's workplace, would we need to do this? Qin Baoxiang gritted her teeth and replied, You think it's okay for your mom to have affairs and not be criticized? Qin Qinghe sneered, My mom wouldn't have affairs. She has endured so much over the years. If she wanted to have affairs, she would have done it long ago. After speaking, he looked coldly at Qin Guohua and said, Dad, I've seen people who flatter themselves, but I've never seen someone insist on being a green turtle. Qin Guohua's face turned pale. He raised his hand, ready to hit Qin Qinghe. Qin Qinghe stared at them with a strange look and said coldly, Dad, just now we saw you holding hands with little aunt. What were you two doing? Why hasn't little aunt married all these years? Hearing this, Qin Guohua's raised hand froze. He immediately felt guilty and nervous. When did you come back? Qin Guohua asked uncertainly. He had just been secretly kissing Qin Baoxiang. He didn't know where Qin Baoxiang had learned it recently, but she not only learned to move on top, but also kept wanting to kiss him all the time. As a man, Qin Guohua couldn't stand this. In the past 2 days, he had been exhausted by Qin Baoxiang's teasing. Hearing Qin Xinghe's words, he suddenly felt guilty and nervous. Could they have seen everything? Dad, what are you two doing? Qin Xinghe looked sharply at Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua, feeling guilty, shouted at Qin Xinghe, "She's your little aunt. What can we do?" Then he pointed inside the house and said, "Put the stuff inside. You came back without telling us in advance." Qin Dahai sighed softly. "You know we have nowhere to go. We can't all stay at the older brother's house." Qin Guohua finally felt guilty and hurried his 2 sons to go inside. Next to him, Qin Baoxiang gave Qin Guohua a look. Qin Guohua glared at her, signaling her to behave. Qin Baoxiang stomped her foot in annoyance. As she was leaving, she leaned close to Qin Guohua and asked, "Will you come to my room tonight? I learned a new move today." When Qin Guohua heard this, he felt weak in the knees. He clenched his teeth and glared at Qin Baoxiang, then ignored her and quickly went inside. At his age, his body couldn't handle such stress anymore. He was already exhausted. As for Ah Xiang, he didn't know where she learned these things, but she was making him so tired he could hardly get out of bed. She was acting very boldly. When Qin Xinghe entered the house, he looked back at Qin Guohua and his younger aunt. He was more observant than Qin Dahai and had already noticed something was off with his younger aunt and his father. But he didn't think much about it. He just assumed they might be planning something against his mother. After Qin Xinghe and Qin Dahai went inside, the older couple from the Qin family looked at the two with unhappy faces. Sun Ermiai didn't like Zhang Chunqin and her children, especially Qin Dahai. Qin Dahai was the least successful of the 3 children. Seeing her 2 grandsons actually move back home, her face darkened. "Are you two planning to move back?"
she asked.
Qin Xinghe looked at Sun Ermiai's annoyed expression and frowned. "Grandma, once we find a house, we will move out," he said. But Sun Ermiai didn't listen and replied, "You're not young anymore. Your grandfather and I have already discussed it. Your father is also getting old. This time, he won't be going back to work on the boat. You both need to find jobs." Before she finished, Qin Dahai angrily interrupted, "Grandma, I still need to go to school." Sun Ermiai sneered, "Go to school? Do you even understand that? Your second brother didn't get into university, and with your grades, what do you think you can achieve? I'm making this clear today. If you want to stay at home, you have to pay rent." Qin Xinghe knew his grandparents favored some over others, so he didn't argue much. He quietly asked Grandma, "How much should Dahai and I pay each month?" Sun Ermiai's eyes flicked around and said, 5 yuan each. Qin Xinghe sneered, "Grandma, you really dare to ask for that?" Sun Ermiai crossed her arms and said, "Take it or leave it. If you don't want to pay, then just leave." Hearing this, Qin Dahai got anxious. In Qin village, everyone relied on farming to support their families. A family only earned about 10 or so yuan a month. His grandma was asking for way too much. Qin Xinghe pulled on Qin Dahai's arm. Qin Dahai looked at his second brother and exchanged a glance, understanding his meaning. His second brother told him to agree first and settle down before discussing further. Disappointed, Qin Dahai responded, "Money is fine. But if you ask us for so much money, you must give each of us a room. We can't sleep on the floor like before. My brother and I will give 10 yuan in total." Sun Ermiai thought for a moment and pointed to the empty small house outside. "Then you two sleep in the small house. The big house is for the national treasure and your father." Qin Xinghe didn't mind and nodded in agreement. After discussing with the elderly couple of the Qin family, they carried their belongings to the small house. Qin Dahai pulled Qin Xinghe aside and said anxiously, "Second brother, are you crazy? We don't have that much money." Grandpa and Grandma only earned so much in their whole lives, and now they want 5 yuan from us each month. Qin Shinghe raised an eyebrow and said, "Just agree for now. They want money, but we need to find jobs first. If we don't have jobs, we can't give them money." Hearing his second brother's excuse, Qin Dahai frowned. "You know Grandpa and Grandma's temper. If you agree now and can't pay later, they might just throw our things out." Qin Shinghe looked at the third brother and said, "Aren't you good at comforting Mom? Use your skills to please Grandpa and Grandma. Just coax them when the time comes." Qin Dahai muttered, "I can only comfort Mom because she cares about me. Grandpa and Grandma don't love me, so I can't coax them." Qin Shinghe sneered, "So you know Mom cares about you." Qin Dahai was unhappy and said, "It's like Mom doesn't love you." Qin Shinghe sneered, "Mom loves you the most. I'm not as spoiled as you." Qin Dahai frowned. "Mom loves Big Brother the most. What does that have to do with me? Mom's love depends on how much I cry and make trouble. Big Brother gets the most." While the two brothers argued about who was more favored, Qin Baoxiang reluctantly came in, throwing a broom to the brothers.
Clean up yourselves.
Qin Shinghe looked at his little aunt and focused on her floral dress. If he remembered correctly, her mother had a similar floral dress when she was young. When Qin Baoxiang turned to leave, she looked up and saw Qin Shinghe staring at her. She suddenly asked proudly, "Annie looks better in this dress than your mom, doesn't she? Your mother is now both thin and dark, and she can't even wear a dress properly." Before Qin Shinghe could speak, Qin Dahai snorted, "Aunt, you may be fat, but you look like a flower pig in that dress." Qin Baoxiang had seen Zhang Chunqin wear a dress before, and she was very jealous at the time. She will never forget how beautiful Zhang Chunqin looked in her floral dress. Because of that, for many years, she was obsessed with wearing floral dresses. Qin Baoxiang has had a good life in the Qin family these years. She has gained some weight, but her foundation isn't good. The floral dress looks strange on her. Still, she loves this floral dress and wears it every day to show off in the village. She doesn't realize that many women in the village say she's ugly and that her dress makes her look silly. When Qin Baoxiang heard Qin Dahai say she looked like a flower pig, her face darkened. "Qin Dahai, believe it or not, I can make you leave with just one word." Qin Dahai was already unhappy, and hearing her say that, his temper flared. "Go ahead and say it. As if you're the boss of this family. And if you had any real ability, you wouldn't be almost 40 and still unmarried. All day long, you dress like a flower pig and attract bees and butterflies." Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang was instantly upset. She charged at Qin Dahai like crazy. "You little, I'll tear your mouth apart. The dog, raised by Zhang Chunqin, is really no good." She rushed forward and slapped Qin Dahai hard. In the factory director's office, Qin Wentao wanted to coax his mother to go back quickly and stop causing trouble. Yes, even now, Qin Wentao still thought he could coax his mother into being good. Over the years, he had always managed to calm her down this way. When the family couldn't pay for his wedding, he coaxed and begged her, and she agreed. Usually, he made things difficult for his mother, but as long as he said some soft words, she would agree. He knew his mother was different from before, but he still thought a little effort could fix things. But Zhang Chunqin didn't give him a chance to speak. She directly told the factory director, "Director, just give Qin Wentao his wages in advance. I don't want to waste your time." The director frowned and was about to speak when his father-in-law came in again. "Approve it for her." The factory director wanted to quickly send away his old father-in-law. Seeing his father-in-law's gloomy face, he had no choice but to ask Qin Wentao, "Comrade Qin Wentao, if we don't resolve this issue, it will affect the factory badly. What do you plan to do?" Qin Wentao looked at his own mother and reached out to hold her. Zhang Chunqin, expressionless, said, "Did your grandparents tell you? They almost forced me to the point of death. That day, I tried to jump off a building. Luckily, I survived. Do you want to push me to that point again today?" Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face turned pale. He stared at his mother and asked, "Mom, what exactly are you trying to do?" He had actually heard about this on the day he was returning his grandfather. But at the time, He thought his mother was just scaring them and didn't take it seriously. Mom, don't scare me. Zhang Chunxin sneered. I've suffered so much over the years, ending up homeless and fired from my job. Do you think I'm just trying to scare you? Others don't know how hard I've had it. Don't you realize? She chuckled mockingly. When I lived with your grandparents, I told myself to be patient and wait until the kids grew up. But 10 years passed, and I really couldn't go on like this. I finally found a job in the county town. I thought my hard days were over. But it was only the beginning. Your father only gave 5 yuan a month for children in the family, and the older kids ate us out of house and home. We couldn't even eat enough with 5 yuan, and you still had to go to school. I had to scavenge trash, chased by red armbands, and couldn't find anything good. I had to carry heavy loads at the dock for a few yuan, working late into the night. I told myself if I could just endure until the kids finished school, it would be okay. I knew education could change our fate, so no matter how hard or tiring, I forced you to go to school. I told myself to endure until you finished. I waited and waited until you got a job. I thought I had finally made it and we could start a better life together. But then you wanted to get married. I borrowed a lot of money for your wedding. I thought you understood my suffering. But after you married, you wanted my job, asked me to take care of the children, and used my salary to support your parents and the whole family. I lost all hope for a good life. She spoke each word coldly, her tone numb by the end. Qin Wentao listened and felt a deep sense of guilt. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell Zhang Chunxin to leave quickly, but he couldn't say it in the end. The factory director, watching the thin and weak Zhang Chunxin, couldn't bear it anymore. He said, I'll ask the accountant to advance you a year's salary from Qin Wentao's wages. No more than that. Comrade, go with Lao, who to get the money from the accountant. Lao, who is his father-in-law. Comrade, let's go. The security guard Lao, who called out to Zhang Chunxin, then glared fiercely at Qin Wentao as he left. Qin Wentao wanted to stand up and follow, but the factory director stopped him. Comrade Qin Wentao, our factory also cares about workers' morals. Your attitude towards your mother really makes me feel sad. Don't come to work this afternoon. Go home and think it over. Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face turned pale. He knew he probably had no hope left at the matchstick factory. His guilt was replaced by anger. His guilt lasted less than 3 minutes, then he started to resent Zhang Chunxin. He was used to asking for things and didn't think he had any problems. So after leaving the factory director's office, he went straight to wait at the factory gate. The factory director had approved a year's wages. Zhang Chunxin, upon receiving the money, didn't want to bother with her eldest son anymore. The money she had earned raising him over the years was not enough, but she no longer expected much from this ungrateful child. Any amount she got was good. She decided she wouldn't take care of her children anymore. Their good or bad had nothing to do with her. She put the money away and left the matchstick factory. At the gate, Qin Wentao saw Zhang Chunxin come out and rushed over. Mom, do you know how much impact your fuss today had on me? I was one of the few high school graduates in the factory and was about to be promoted to class monitor, and now. Before he could finish, Zhang Chunxin said expressionlessly, Qin Wentao, don't worry. I won't appear in front of you anymore. You can pretend I'm not your mother. Qin Wentao grabbed her. Mom, I have a family to support. What am I supposed to do with this advance? No, you can't leave. You have to take the money. He softened his tone. Mom, I'll go back with you. You're my mother, and my home is your home. I can't just leave you. Hearing this, Zhang Chunxin looked at her eldest son with sarcasm. Oh, your home is my home? Can you kick out your father-in-law and mother-in-law's family? Qin Wentao's face changed as he heard this. No, I can't. Zhang Chunxin continued. Then, will you give me half of your salary to manage? Qin Wentao became more upset. No, I won't. Zhang Chunxin's eyes showed more mockery. Our house only has 2 rooms. If I move in, where will I stay? Qin Wentao replied naturally. You can sleep on the floor. Squeeze in and then. Zhang Chunxin sneered. Enough. Don't say any more. I won't have you as my son anymore. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin grabbed her things and walked away without looking back. Qin Wentao wanted to follow her, but was stopped by the security guard. Comrade Qin Wentao, are you planning to hit your mother again? I tell you, as long as I am here, I won't let you do that. If you dare to disrespect your mother again, I will have your son-in-law fire you, Grandpa Hu said through clenched teeth. Grandpa Hu truly empathized deeply. He had been through similar experiences, but his children were all good and very filial. However, Zhang Chuanqin's words about enduring year after year, Grandpa Hu understood. He and his wife also endured like that. Now that Qin Wentao knew Grandpa Hu's identity, he dared not argue with him. An elder who even the factory director wouldn't dare offend. If he offended him, the factory director might find a reason to fire him, and he would really lose his job. In the end, Qin Wentao watched helplessly as Zhang Chunqin walked farther and farther away, feeling anxious. But in his heart, he thought, his mother had nowhere to go. She probably went back to her hometown. He needed to visit his hometown. This money was his. He had to get it back. Qin Wentao returned home and saw Qin Yuanyuan sitting at the door. His face darkened as he asked, "Fourth brother, why are you here?" Qin Yuanyuan looked up sadly and cried out, "Big brother, your wife won't let me in. She locked me outside." Qin Wentao stared at Qin Yuanyuan for a moment, frowned, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin Yuanyuan pointed to her luggage and said, "I'm here to stay at your place. Where's Mom?" Qin Wentao looked at her for a moment. Mom didn't come. He then looked at her uncertainly, sizing her up, and said through clenched teeth, "You don't want to stay here, do you? Our house only has 2 rooms, and there's no space for you." Qin Yuanyuan didn't expect Qin Wentao to say that either. She angrily said, "Big brother, this is just a temporary situation. Do you have to be so harsh? This house was bought by Mom. Why can't I go in? Why are you locking me outside?" Then she pounded on the door loudly. "Zhang Zhaodi, open the door for me. Is this your house? Why are you letting our parents stay here? Why can't I live here?" She looked at Qin Wentao with red eyes and shouted, "Big brother, do you see us as your family? Your wife and her family are family. Why can her family stay in the house we bought, but we are kept outside?" She cried and yelled at the same time. She already felt that her mother favored her older brother. Now she was locked outside, feeling very wronged. Qin Wentao was also annoyed because Zhang Chunqin caused trouble at his factory. He looked at Qin Yuanyuan impatiently and said, "Qin Yuanyuan, this is my home. I can let whoever I want stay here. So many people in the family, but you are the only one moving in. The others didn't come. What about the second and third brothers? Why do they have a place to stay?" Qin Wentao knew the second and third brothers had probably gone back to the countryside. Qin Yuanyuan was even angrier and gritted her teeth as she said, "Go away. I want to find my mom. This house was bought by my mom, so she has the right to say whether I can stay or not." Qin Wentao's anger, which had nowhere to go, turned into a cold smile when he heard her words. "Mom already advanced me a year's salary. The money I earned from getting married and buying this house has all been paid back to her. This house has nothing to do with her. Do you think I have the right?" Before Qin Wentao finished speaking, Zhang Zhaodi opened the door. She was excited and questioned Qin Wentao. "Qin Wentao, what did you say?"
Say it again.
Hearing his wife's words, Qin Wentao felt a bit guilty and said, "Today, my mom went to my factory to cause trouble. She even complained to the factory director. The director advanced her a year's salary." Zhang Zhaodi screamed loudly, "What? What does your mom want to do? Is she trying to push us to the limit?" Then she looked at Qin Yuanyuan with resentment. "No one is moving in today." She pointed at Qin Wentao and said, "Qin Wentao, listen to me. Go and get the money back from her. Otherwise, we won't be able to live like this anymore. Your mom took a year's salary from you.
How are we supposed to get by?"
After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut. Qin Wentao was also very annoyed. Qin Yuanyuan heard Qin Wentao say that her mother had advanced her older brother a year's salary. Her heart immediately started to tremble with excitement. Her older brother earns over 20 yuan a month, So a year's salary is about 300 yuan. Her mother must be doing this for her dowry. She was sure her mother would agree. So, Qin Yuan didn't want to move in anymore. She asked Qin Wentao, "Big brother, has my mom gone back to the countryside? Since you don't want us to stay, I'll leave." She said this while carrying her luggage and was about to leave. Qin Wentao was also eager to ask Zhang Chunqin for money. Seeing Qin Yuan wanting to go back to the countryside, he walked over and said, "I want to find mom too. I'll go back with you." Qin Yuan thought quickly and was planning how to ask her mother for money. Since her mother went to her older brother's factory today to ask for money, she probably wouldn't give any more. On the way, the siblings each had their own thoughts. Qin Wentao was determined to find a way to get the money back from Zhang Chunqin. He also planned to use his younger sister's situation to threaten his grandparents and ask for some money. He was tired of people constantly coming to stay at his house. Once he got the money, he planned to change the house the next day. He wanted to prove that no one could say his mother bought the house. Qin Yuan was thinking about how to get Zhang Chunqin's money to use as her dowry. Both siblings, being close, were scheming to get their mother to give money to outsiders. They arrived at Qin's village. A group of aunties and older women were sitting at the village entrance, cooling off. Everyone already knew that Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai had moved back. Now that they saw Qin Wentao and Qin Yuan returning with luggage, some mocked. "Oh, aren't these the children of Qin Guohua, that city wife? You guys can't make it in the city anymore, so you're all moving back today?" Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu were quite rude in the village. They liked to brag and show off, so the villagers didn't like their family. Now that they saw their grandchildren moving back from the city, everyone was pleased to see it. Qin Wentao grinned and said to them, "Our family is changing houses, so we're moving back temporarily." Qin Yuan, hearing her brother's boastful words, gave him a disdainful look. Her brother was even more pretentious than her. The two of them arrived at Qin's house together. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai just finished packing up and came out. They saw Qin Wentao and Qin Yuan also arrived and asked surprised, "Big brother, why is the fourth brother here too?" Qin Dahai still had the mark from Qin Baoxiang's slap on his face. Qin Baoxiang had scratched his face and the corner of his mouth until it was bleeding. As the younger sister-in-law, Qin Dahai couldn't fight back, no matter how angry he was. Qin Wentao ignored them and asked directly, "Where is mom?" Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai looked at each other and frowned, saying, "Didn't mom go to your place early this morning? Did you two go the wrong way?" Qin Dahai nodded. "Mom said yesterday she would move to your place to live and bring you the kids." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's face turned very serious. "Mom came to my factory this morning. She took an advance on my year's salary and left. She didn't go to my house." Qin Yuan immediately nodded. "I've been locked outside by my sister-in-law. I sat outside all morning and mom didn't come." The four children looked at each other. If mom didn't come back, where could she have gone? Qin Wentao felt anxious and annoyed. Mom has nowhere to go. She will come back. Maybe she's slower than us. Let's wait a little longer. Qin Qinghe heard this and asked Qin Wentao, "Why did your little sister come back too? Didn't you tell her to stay at your place?" Qin Wentao's face darkened. "We only have 2 rooms at home. My wife, the kids, and I share one room. My sister-in-law and her husband share another. My in-laws sleep on the floor in the hall. Where could she stay?" Qin Qinghe chuckled softly. "Who says daughters are just a burden? Having a daughter, like my sister-in-law, is a big gain. If we have more children, one daughter can help us get a house, and the family will get rich." Hearing this, Qin Wentao's anger flared. "Second brother, if you can't talk properly, just shut up. This house is mine. I can let anyone live there I want. Do you have any say?" Qin Qinghe refused to give up and snorted coldly. "The house you bought with your own money is your house. Did you buy it with your own money? Using family money to buy a house and not letting us stay? That's too much. Qin Qinghe, shut up for me." Qin Wentao, furious and embarrassed, rushed forward and started fighting with Qin Qinghe again. Zhang Chunqin left Qin Wentao's factory and went back to her own courtyard house. She put her things inside, checked what was missing, and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a few more items. Even if she bought this courtyard house, she still had a lot of money left. She looked at her own yard, and the feeling of frustration finally disappeared completely. In her past life, she lived for her younger brother when she was young, for her husband after marriage, and later for her children. In this life, she just wanted to live for herself. She was never afraid of anything. She had 2 hands. In her previous life, life was very hard, but she supported 4 children with her own hands. Even if they were not filial, they were still her children she raised. So even now that she was alone, she was not afraid. After tidying up her home, she saw it was getting late. She made some meat buns and dumplings. She gave 2 meat buns and a bowl of dumplings to each neighbor. From now on, she planned to stay here often. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives, and good neighborly relationships matter. Nowadays, life was not very wealthy. 2 meat buns and a bowl of dumplings were quite a feast. Soon everyone knew that Zhang Chunqin had moved in. After delivering the buns, Zhang Chunqin ate 5 buns and a bowl of dumplings all at once, then comfortably rubbed her belly and lay down. She had lived 2 lives and had never eaten a whole meat bun before. When she was with her family, her younger brother ate the buns. After marrying Qin Guohua, the buns and dumplings were for her husband and children. Later, when Qin Guohua was gone and they had more children, there wasn't enough food. During New Year, she would make some dumplings. After all the busy work, everyone finished eating, but she was left hungry and couldn't even have the soup from the dumplings. Unbeknownst to her, her children were waiting for her to return to Qin's village. They believed Zhang Chunqin had nowhere to go and would eventually have to go back there. But Zhang Chunqin felt more comfortable and peaceful without children. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Chunqin went to Panjiayuan. She needed to find a job first, and then deal with matters related to Qin Guohua. At Panjiayuan, old Zhang saw her and was very happy. "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, I was just looking for you. When will you start working with Fu? When can you come here?" Zhang Chunqin smiled and told old Zhang, "I'm no longer working. I can come here often now. I can also go to work with Comrade Fu. Please inform him that I am available at any time now." Old Zhang knew that Zhang Chunqin had a job, so he didn't rush her. "I moved 2 days ago. I've moved into the courtyard house I bought before. If you need anything, come find me there," Zhang Chunqin told old Zhang. Seeing Zhang Chunqin looking refreshed and energetic, old Zhang smiled and said, "You look good. The first time I saw you, you were hunched over, completely weighed down by life." Zhang Chunqin smiled and replied, "Of course. Now I can eat well myself, and my whole family is not hungry. In the past, I had to serve the ancestors of the family and ask for money. Life is definitely better now." Old Zhang nodded and smiled. "Comrade Zhang, from now on, we will work together at the shop." Zhang Chunqin nodded happily. "Okay." Qin Wentao waited all night in the countryside but didn't see Zhang Chunqin. The next day, he had to go to work, so he left early in the morning. Qin Guohua and the 2 elders of the Qin family knew that Zhang Chunqin hadn't come back. They didn't even go out to look for her. Everyone thought that if Zhang Chunqin didn't come home, she had nowhere to go. "Dad, go to the big courtyard today and check if Mom is back. She has nowhere to go." No one is asking about her little sisters. Qin Wentao was most worried about his money. Before going to work, he told Qin Guohua this. Qin Guohua sneered when he heard this. She's probably still in the big courtyard. She wouldn't go to her little sister's house. She's the most concerned about her reputation and wouldn't drag her sister down. She has no money, so where could she go? Qin Guohua spoke confidently and proudly. After more than 20 years of marriage, he knew exactly what kind of person Zhang Chunqin was. She had no one to rely on, and Qin Guohua knew very well her family situation. Qin Wentao frowned and wanted to say more, but Qin Baoxiang spoke first. "Wentao, you should stop meddling in your parents' affairs." She then added sarcastically, "Only Zhang Chunqin could have children like you. No place to stay, yet she can still be driven away. All these years, I've really wasted my efforts raising you. If it were me, I'd just jump into the river." She looked down on Zhang Chuanqin's children and thought they were not as good as her son Gubao. Gubao didn't have the same conditions as Zhang Chuanqin's children. If he went to the city, he would have already made a name for himself and been filial to his parents. When Qin Wentao heard Qin Baoxiang's words, his face changed slightly. Little sister-in-law, you should mind your own business. After saying that, he hurried off to work. Qin Baoxiang looked at Qin Wentao's back and sneered mockingly. Big brother, look at your eldest son. Oh, he's really unkind. I've never seen someone so shameless. Qin Guohua glared fiercely at Qin Baoxiang and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Don't say another word, or you'll regret it. Qin Baoxiang huffed impatiently and walked away hesitantly. Qin Qinghe watched the interaction between his father and sister-in-law, feeling more and more uneasy. He also has a sister, but he wouldn't behave like this with his younger brother. He pulled Qin Dahai aside. Third brother, do you think something's wrong with sister-in-law? Qin Dahai didn't react immediately and looked at Qin Qinghe with confusion. Second brother, what's wrong? Are you saying grandma and grandpa are supporting her financially? He touched his face as he spoke. She hasn't married in all these years, so grandma and grandpa must have been helping her. Then he gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't know how mom has tolerated her all these years. Qin Qinghe saw that his third brother didn't notice anything unusual, so he didn't say more. Some things just felt strange to him, but he couldn't quite explain what. Second brother, where do you think mom has gone? Why isn't she home? Qin Dahai suddenly asked. Qin Qinghe was silent for a moment. Mom will come back. Big brother's side doesn't allow her to stay, and she even quarreled with big brother. She has no choice but to return. Qin Dahai nodded. Big brother, do you think mom prepaid a year's salary to big brother? Will she ask for it back? Before they finished talking, the yard suddenly rang with Sun Ermiai's angry voice. You little brat, I told you to do some work, but you can't do anything. Qin Yuanyuan, I tell you, our Qin family doesn't support idlers. Hurry up and work. Immediately, Qin Yuanyuan's crying and wailing could be heard. Hearing this, the two brothers exchanged a look and ran outside. When Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai ran out to see, Qin Yuanyuan was being chased and beaten by Sun Ermiai with a broom. Qin Yuanyuan was crying loudly and dodging frantically. Now she is 17 years old. She has grown up under Zhang Chuanqin's care. Zhang Chuanqin, because her family valued boys over girls, tried to make up for her own childhood deficiencies through her daughter. Honestly, Qin Yuanyuan has never experienced hardship. Girls like Qin Yuanyuan usually drop out of school early and get married in Qin village. Girls her age already have children, do laundry, cook, take care of kids, feed pigs, and farm. There's nothing they can't do. But Qin Yuanyuan can't even sweep the floor properly. Qin Yuanyuan, you useless girl. I asked you to make breakfast and you broke 3 eggs. I asked you to feed the pigs and you threw all the pig feed into the wrong place. You can't even sweep the floor. Are you trying to stay at home and eat free rice? Sun Ermiai looked down on Qin Yuanyuan and acted like a wealthy young lady. Second brother, third brother, help me. Qin Yuanyuan ran behind Qin Qinghe and shouted. Sun Ermiai pointed at Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan, listen to me. You better leave tomorrow. Your 2 brothers live here, and they have to pay rent. You, a useless girl, either pay 10 yuan a month or get out. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan was shocked. Grandma, if I had 10 yuan of income, why would I still live here? Sun Ermiai sneered. Then get out. You're just a lazy girl who eats but can't do anything. I'm not Zhang Chuanqin. No one in Qin village would want a useless person like you. Qin Yuanyuan's face turned red with anger. Grandma, when my mom comes back, I will get married. Don't worry, I won't stay here for long. I already have someone. Sun Ermiai's eyes lit up. You have someone? How much bride price did your mom ask for? Qin Yuanyuan smirked proudly. We don't want bride price. My mom even prepared a dowry for me. Sun Ermiai was suspicious. What did you say? Qin Qinghe, standing nearby, saw his sister risking trouble and hurried to pull her back. Qin Yuanyuan, stop being stupid. But Qin Yuanyuan ignored him. She confidently told Sun Ermei, my mom agreed. She's going to prepare the dowry for me. She doesn't want bride price for my fiancé's family. When my mom comes back, I'll have my fiancé come over to talk about marriage. Sun Ermei looked at Qin Yuanyuan as if she were a fool. Qin Yuanyuan, you're not only stupid, but you're also desperate to marry cheaply. Who marries without bride price, and even gives dowry. If Zhang Chunqin were still my daughter-in-law, I wouldn't let her do such foolish things. After saying this, Sun Ermei threw the broom on the ground and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she turned back and pointed at Qin Yuanyuan's nose, scolding her. Qin Yuanyuan, clean the floor properly and feed the pigs well, or I'll get rid of you. After Sister Sun left, Qin Yuanyuan looked unhappy and said, Second brother, third brother, please help me. Grandma just doesn't like that I am a girl. Qin Xinghe looked at Qin Yuanyuan and said calmly, Old 3 and I are going to find work. We earn 5 yuan a month. If we can't pay, we might be kicked out. Qin Yuanyuan stomped her foot, crying as she said, Just go, all of you. Go away. She had already made up her mind. She knew she couldn't stay in the countryside forever. When her mother returned, she planned to secretly take her advance salary and go to find Hong Xian. She didn't want to deal with these people who looked down on her. After the second and third brothers left, Qin Guohua came out and saw Qin Yuanyuan reluctantly sweeping the ground. Qin Yuanyuan, how did your mother raise you all these years? You can't even sweep the floor, he said unhappily, looking at his youngest daughter. He didn't think much of his little daughter either, but since he already had 3 sons, he didn't show obvious favoritism. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan pouted and pretended to be sweet, saying, Dad, I have a boyfriend now. When I get married, how much dowry are you willing to give? Qin Guohua looked at her and said, Your mother asked how much bridal money they wanted. This money can be used for Guobao's wedding. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan's face stiffened. Dad, my partner and I truly love each other. I've promised him. Our family doesn't take bridal money. Qin Guohua suddenly slapped her and said, We raised you all these years, and your mother even sent you to school. No bridal money? Are you crazy? Or is Zhang Chunqin crazy? He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I think Zhang Chunqin is really out of her mind. She's always causing trouble. Qin Yuanyuan always thought her father loved her very much. Hearing Qin Guohua say this, she was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Dad, I am your only daughter.
How can you say that?
Didn't you say you loved me the most? Qin Guohua left when Qin Yuanyuan was born. Now she was 17, and she only saw Qin Guohua during the New Year. Because they didn't meet often, Qin Guohua was usually gentle with her. During these rare meetings, she felt that her father loved her more than her mother. Qin Guohua sneered at her and said, Qin Yuanyuan, daughters are meant to get married. Your mother wants to support you, and I haven't forced you to marry, so that's good. Look at the girls in Qin village. None of them are like you. I wanted to throw you in the toilet and drown you when you were born, but your mother didn't want that. Now, Qin Guohua had a falling out with Zhang Chunqin and didn't want to pretend anymore with his children. Qin Yuanyuan heard her father say these words for the first time. All along, Qin Guohua had been pretending to be a good person. For example, during the New Year, if Qin Yuanyuan went out to play and came home late, Zhang Chunqin would scold her, but Qin Guohua would defend her. She's grown up now, why are you so strict? Because of a few words, Qin Yuanyuan believed her father loved her more. Dad, so you also favor boys over girls? Qin Yuanyuan finally saw the truth clearly. Qin Guohua coldly said, You're just a burden. You should marry early. If it weren't for your mother insisting you go to school, our family wouldn't be so poor. When Qin Yuanyuan was 15, Qin Guohua asked Zhang Chunqin to withdraw her from school so she could marry early. He wanted her to find a good man while she's young, so she could help her 3 brothers get married and go to school. At that time, Zhang Chunqin almost fought with Qin Guohua because she refused. But Zhang Chunqin wanted to keep her daughter's illusion of her father and didn't want her to know he looked down on her. Dad, you can forget about selling me for money. Qin Yuanyuan shouted angrily. My mom wouldn't agree. Qin Guohua sneered. Your mom used to be an employee and could support you. She wanted you to study, so I let you. Now she has nothing, and I want to see how tough she still is." Qin Yuan looked into her father's cold eyes and swallowed her words. She turned to run but was pulled back by Qin Guohua. "No freeloaders at home. Go work." Zhang Chunqin went to old Zhang's antique shop the day after moving into the courtyard. Old Zhang had wanted her to come and look around before, but now that she was working there, he smiled and said, "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, you're here in the shop now. It'll make my work much easier." Old Zhang's eye for antiques wasn't very good. He often misjudged things. Fortunately, this shop also has a part of his collection, or he would have been fired already. Old Zhang could tell from watching Zhang Chunqin repair ancient paintings that she was quite skilled. When the shop was quiet, Zhang Chunqin shared some of her experience in appraising antiques. She wasn't a professional, relying instead on her past life of scavenging for treasures. After giving her work to her daughter-in-law, Zhang Zhaodi, in her previous life, her family started spending more money. She didn't just scavenge, she also began collecting scrap materials. In this era, many families had old antiques. Some were poor, but their ancestors had notable backgrounds. So, when collecting scrap, she often found valuable items. Once she had some money, she teamed up with others in Beijing who collected trash, and they even bought and sold the antiques they found. After experiencing many setbacks in her past life, Zhang Chunqin learned a lot. That afternoon, old Zhang felt he had become very knowledgeable after listening to Zhang Chunqin. He thought he could recognize anything now. Seeing his confidence, Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, "Old Zhang, the most important thing when looking at antiques is not to be overconfident. Even if you recognize something at first glance, you must be careful, or you might get tricked." Back then, the antique world wasn't very big. In later years, some people would forge items to make money, selling something worth 30 or 50 yuan for hundreds of thousands. The antique market was very tricky. If you got scammed, it was a big loss. That evening, old Zhang told Zhang Chunqin, "Comrade Chunqin, I've spoken with Comrade Fu. He will send a driver to pick you up later. He lives alone, so you can only go there tonight." Zhang Chunqin was surprised. Comrade Fu doesn't seem like someone who lives alone. Old Zhang chuckled. He isn't alone, but those things belong to his ancestors. He doesn't want the housekeeper to see them. He wants to watch you repair the items himself. His words were vague, but Zhang Chunqin understood the hint. Fu Jianya had asked her to verify the authenticity of some items before. She suspected someone had replaced his genuine items with fake ones. He was worried about being deceived again. Zhang Chunqin was smart. Hearing old Zhang, she didn't ask more questions. That night, Fu Jianya arranged for security to come and pick him up. This time, Luo Jiaming, the security guard, came to pick up Zhang Chunqin. After getting into the car, Zhang Chunqin apologized to him. Luo Jiaming smiled and said, "It's good that Comrade Zhang doesn't blame me. I had the police station detain your mother-in-law and your husband for 3 days. I was worried you might hold a grudge." Zhang Chunqin shook her head. "No, I don't. They deserved it." Luo Jiaming asked again, "Comrade Zhang, are you no longer working as a librarian?" Zhang Chunqin nodded. "Yes, I can't do it anymore. I'm doing well with old Zhang. I want to divorce my husband. His family are troublemakers, and if I stay at the library, they will definitely come to bother me often to control me." She didn't hide anything. Getting a divorce is very shameful now. But Zhang Chunqin was very calm about it. She had lived an extra lifetime, so she didn't care about her reputation anymore. Reputation is the least valuable thing. In her past life, when she collected scrap, she understood that people who have no shame are invincible. Luo Jiaming took Zhang Chunqin to Fu Jianya's courtyard house. Fu Jianya's house was a military officer's family compound. Zhang Chunqin knew this place would become the most valuable area in Beijing. People who owned houses here were important and influential. "Comrade Zhang, you can go inside by yourself. My husband is already waiting for you inside," Luo Jiaming said before leaving in his car. They never called Fu Jianya a leader in front of Zhang Chunqin. She only knew Fu Jianya was a military officer, probably with a high rank, but she didn't know his exact position. When she entered, she saw the house was quiet. She hesitated and knocked on the door. No one answered, so she went in by herself. As soon as she entered, Fu Jianya was tending to flowers and plants. Hearing the noise, Fu Jianya turned around. "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, you're here. Put your things on the table and start working. You don't need to finish everything at once. Take your time with the embroidery. The painting you are repairing for me is a gift from my father to my mother. He's not in good health now, and I want to give it to him soon." Zhang Chunqin didn't say much. She just greeted Fu Jianya and went over to start repairing the painting. The painting showed a woman in a cheongsam, looking like a noblewoman from old Shanghai, bright and beautiful, with a fashionable hairstyle, and her features somewhat resembling Fu Jianya. Zhang Chunqin lowered her head and began working on her task. Fu Jianya was also tending to the flowers and plants. He was busy with work every day, often working until late at night, sleeping only a few hours, then returning to work again. Because his wife and son were immigrating, he had some free time at home recently. Zhang Chunqin was busy working with her head down and lost track of time. 3 hours passed quickly. Fu Jianya didn't disturb Zhang Chunqin and let her work peacefully. Later, he saw that it was already past 8 o'clock, so he went downstairs to see Zhang Chunqin and said, "Comrade Zhang, it's getting late. I'll have someone take you home." Zhang Chunqin finally looked up at the time. Seeing it was late, she nodded and asked, "Okay. Will I come at the usual time tomorrow?"
Fu Jianya nodded.
"Yes. I might not be home tomorrow, but I will make arrangements." Zhang Chunqin agreed and nodded. She packed up her things, said goodbye to Fu Jianya, and was about to leave. Just as she was about to go, a red figure suddenly rushed in. Before Zhang Chunqin could react, she was pushed down, hitting her back directly on the corner of the table. "Fu Jianya, I told you. Why do you insist on divorcing me? Turns out you've found another woman. We haven't even divorced yet, and you've already brought someone home." The woman stormed in and slapped Fu Jianya in the face. Fu Jianya was middle-aged, handsome, and elegant, with a proper build and charming demeanor. He didn't dodge and endured the woman's slap. Zhang Chunqin's back hit the table corner, and she felt pain, sweating on her forehead. She held her lower back and looked at the woman. The woman was very graceful, wearing a cheongsam, with a flirtatious look. Even when angry, she was still quite striking. Fu Jianya ignored the woman who rushed in and turned to help Zhang Chunqin. "Comrade Zhang, are you okay?" The woman saw that Fu Jianya paid no attention to her and tried to hit Zhang Chunqin again. "You shameless woman." Zhang Chunqin was not his wife. When the woman swung her hand, she blocked her. "Comrade, you can't judge others by yourself and lash out at everyone." "I am just working for Fu Jianya," Zhang Chunqin said as she stood up, holding her lower back. Fu Jianya's face was also grim, and his voice was cold. "Shui Fu, have you had enough trouble? The one who wants a divorce is you, and the one immigrating is also you. Why are you causing trouble here?" The woman named Shui Fu heard Fu Jianya's words and angrily pointed at him with her finger. "Fu Jianya, do you think I don't know why I want a divorce? All these years, you spend all your time on official duties, never once accompanying me and the kids." She looked at Zhang Chunqin and observed her. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin was thin and tired-looking, she didn't bother to hide her disdain. She knew very well that Fu Jianya would never be interested in someone like her. Fu Jianya ignored her and said to Zhang Chunqin, "Comrade Zhang Chunqin, did you bump into anything? I'll have the driver take you to the hospital." At that moment, the driver hurried in. Fu Jianya instructed him, "Take Comrade Zhang to the hospital for a checkup." The driver helped Zhang Chunqin leave. But the woman seemed to have nowhere to vent her anger and suddenly grabbed Zhang Chunqin. "You can't leave. If you don't clear things up with me today, don't even think about walking away." Fu Jianya, seeing her unreasonable behavior, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at her coldly and said, "Water Fu, you know very well what you've done. I only didn't confront you openly because I didn't want the kids to be embarrassed. Do I need to spell it out for you?" Water Fu sneered. Fu Jianya, are you feeling guilty? Every time you act guilty, you raise your voice at me. You and this woman are clearly involved. If you don't clarify things with her today, I will report you. Fu Jianya gave a cold laugh, his tone icy. Water Fu, you're shameless. Think about your father and your brother. Water Fu looked completely unashamed. Fu Jianya, I haven't done anything wrong to you. What's there to be afraid of? It's you who has an improper relationship with another woman. Fu Jianya sneered again, then turned and took a stack of photos from a drawer. He threw the photos directly at Water Fu's face. Someone sent me these photos. Take a look for yourself. Water Fu saw the photos and her face turned pale. After a moment, she confidently said, I was just having a meal with someone. Why are you making such a fuss? Before she finished, a close-up photo of her with another man fell out. Fu Jianya called the driver. Take Comrade Zhang to the hospital. Zhang Chunqin, who didn't enjoy spying on others' lives, supported her waist and left. As Zhang Chunqin stepped out of the courtyard, she heard the woman's screams and shouts behind her. She turned her head and sighed softly. Indeed, every family has its own problems. It turns out that even someone like Mr. Fu has many worries. Because his 3 children suddenly moved back home, Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang found many things inconvenient. Before, they all slept in the same room. Qin Guobao was also called the second master of the Qin family. Now, their titles had to be changed, and Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang could no longer sleep in the same room. Qin Guohua used to come home only twice a year. Once was a secret visit to see Qin Baoxiang and Qin Baobao. The other was during the New Year, when he went back with Zhang Chunqin. So, over the years, Qin Guohua didn't spend much time at home. When Qin Baoxiang was young, she was not very pretty, and during the 10 years Zhang Chunqin lived in the old house, Qin Guohua avoided any close relationship with her. In recent years, Qin Guohua had become a bit closer to Qin Baoxiang. In the past, Qin Guohua only stayed home for 3 or 5 days. This time, he stayed longer. Qin Baoxiang, like an old mischievous spirit, wished she could stay close to Qin Guohua all the time. Because of the children, Qin Guohua didn't even want to exchange glances with Qin Baoxiang. After Zhang Chunqin's children left the house, Qin Baoxiang suddenly rushed into Qin Guohua's room. Qin Guohua was startled when he saw her rush in. Ah Xiang, what are you doing here? Be careful. The 3 children are at home. What are you planning? Today, Qin Baoxiang was wearing a colorful dress, still red and green. She was dressed in a floral dress, with 2 braids, her dark skin, and she even painted lipstick on her beak-like mouth, which looked strange and unsettling. Her outfit was inspired by how Zhang Chunqin used to dress when she was young. But this style made her look like a poor imitation. Qin Guohua looked up and saw Qin Baoxiang blinking her triangular eyes at him. He was so startled, he jumped up from his stool.
How?
How did you end up like this? Qin Baoxiang, unaware of her own ugliness, thought Qin Guohua was amazed by her. She deliberately swung her hips and said, Guohua, am I pretty? You like me in this floral dress, right? You haven't been with me at night these days. I feel lonely and sad. As she spoke, she swayed her waist. Guohua, I learned some new moves yesterday. I can make you feel good. She said this and then swung her hips as she walked closer to Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua wanted to tell her to go on, but Qin Baoxiang directly reached out and touched something private. Already exhausted and weak in the legs, Qin Guohua was once again teased and couldn't resist. He pulled at Qin Baoxiang's floral dress and said, Don't wear this dress anymore. His real thought was that Qin Baoxiang's dress was just too ugly. But Qin Baoxiang didn't understand and chuckled shyly. Guohua, as long as you like it, I will wear it for you every day. While they were talking, they had already fallen together. Even though Qin Guohua was drained, he couldn't resist Qin Baoxiang's new tricks. Soon, they were completely entangled together. Outside, Qin Yuan, who was forced to go up the mountain to cut pig grass, returned carrying a basket of pig grass. She was red-faced from the heat. She muttered, Why isn't my mom back yet? How long will she keep this temper? Even though they moved back to Qin's village the next day, Zhang Chunqin hadn't returned. They weren't worried and believed she would come back. Everyone thought she had nowhere to go. She placed the pig grass behind the small house and went inside to drink water. As soon as she entered, she heard rustling sounds. Her heart sank. Could there be a thief? She tiptoed toward her father's room. She leaned her head against the door and listened. The sounds inside grew louder. Qin Yuan was scared but still quietly moved to the window. She thought to herself that she wasn't well liked here, and if her grandparents caught a thief, maybe they would treat her a little better. Gathering her courage, she went to the window, took a stick used for hanging clothes, and quickly pushed open the window. She jabbed the stick toward the room. Immediately, a loud and harsh cry came from inside. Hearing the agonized screams inside, Qin Yuan was excited and eager to see what was happening. There really is a thief. She couldn't see clearly inside from the window, so she used the clothesline pole to poke. Although she didn't know what was happening inside, it was clear she had dealt with the intruder with her stick. At this moment, Sun Ermiai pushed Qin Laotu back home. Qin Yuan's face was full of excitement. "Grandpa, Grandma, there's a thief in the house, right in my dad's room. I'm going to lock the door." When Sun Ermiai heard this, she was first stunned, then suddenly understood. She slapped her thigh and said excitedly, "Qin Yuan, don't move." Old Qin also shouted tremblingly, "Hurry up, don't let anything happen." In Qin Guohua's room, they already knew what had happened. Seeing her grandparents return, Qin Yuan's mind went blank. She kicked the door open directly and shouted, "You little thief." The moment she kicked open the door, she saw a shocking scene. On the ground, a man and a woman were lying down without clothes, both leaning on the floor. Their bodies were exposed and tangled together. Qin Guohua, who was underneath, had fainted, while Qin Baoxiang, with a red face, was holding the position. Although Qin Yuan had been intimate with Hong Xian before, she was still a 17-year-old girl. Seeing this scene, she let out a scream and ran out quickly. At this moment, Sun Ermiai also stopped caring about Qin Yuan and angrily scolded Qin Baoxiang, "Shameless girl, what are you doing? Are you afraid others will find out what you're doing? Why are you still lying on Guohua?" Qin Baoxiang's face was red, and she was sweating heavily in pain. "Mom and Dad, it's not what you think." Qin Yuan suddenly hit Guohua with a stick and knocked him out.
He.
She clearly found it hard to speak. Finally, old Qin pushed his wheelchair over. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt dizzy, his body trembled, and he lost control of his bladder. Sun Ermiai saw this and didn't dare to call anyone. If anyone in the village found out even a little, they would never be able to stay in Qin's village again. She was so angry her head was buzzing. She reached out to pull Qin Baoxiang. "You little troublemaker, get up for me." But as soon as she touched her, Qin Baoxiang grimaced in pain. "Mom, stop pulling. Please stop. We're stuck. If you do it again, Guohua will really get into trouble." Sun Ermiai trembled with anger. "What is going on?" Old Qin was also stimulated and calmed down. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Sun Ermiai, "Quick, cover them with clothes and see if Guohua is okay. Wife, go after Qin Yuan. Don't let this get out of hand." Old Qin was calmer than Sun Ermiai. After the initial anger and fear, Sun Ermiai also calmed down. "First, I will check Qin Guohua's situation." Qin Baoxiang hurriedly said, "Just now, Qin Yuan, that little troublemaker, knocked Guohua out with a stick. He's fine now." It was during the most excited moment that she was hit unconscious, which caused the situation. Qin Baoxiang had already cursed Qin Yuan countless times in her mind. That girl must have done it on purpose, at a critical moment. Sun Ermiai looked at the two of them lying together and couldn't hold back her anger. She slapped Qin Baoxiang twice across the face. "You, Zhang Chuanqin's children are all here. What are you up to? Are you bored and looking for trouble? It's broad daylight, everyone is around, and you're sneaking into a man's bed." Sun Ermiai was furious. She was ugly, yet so flirtatious. With men nearby, she was doing this in broad daylight. Old Qin looked at his wife scolding uncontrollably, clenched his teeth, and urged, "Hurry up and find Qin Yuan. Stop her. Guobao's work is not settled yet. The house in the city isn't secured either. If this gets out in Qinjia village, Guobao will be a lifelong bachelor." Sun Ermiai finally reacted and ran out quickly. Qin Baoxiang felt ashamed and embarrassed. She whispered to old Qin, "Dad, what should we do now? We can't keep going like this." Old Qin pointed at Qin Baoxiang and said, "Aren't you flirtatious? Then keep it. Then he looked at her with resentment and said, "If Guobao's reputation gets ruined because of you, don't blame me for being harsh." Qin Baoxiang shrank back at old Qin's fierce gaze. Qin Guohua rarely came back, and only for 2 or 3 days. This time, she just wanted to keep him, hoping to persuade Qin Guohua to divorce. That's why she put in some effort. She was angry inside. She couldn't even look at those books, even though the pictures on them showed exactly this. To make Qin Guohua divorce her, she had worked this for years. She couldn't read, so she went to dark alleys in the city to get those books. She couldn't recognize the words, but she recognized the pictures. She learned to imitate the actions in the pictures and did them to Qin Guohua. Sure enough, men liked that kind of thing, and it made Qin Guohua's legs weak, unable to walk properly. Last time, Zhang Chunxin's big gold chain really excited her. She was originally not competitive or aggressive, but she secretly envied and jealous. She couldn't hold back anymore. She felt anxious inside. What should she do now that she's stuck? Would Qin Guohua dismiss her? She hoped not. Maybe she could never be intimate again. Old Qin's eyes were dark as he stared at the two people stacked together, his eyes darting quickly, clearly thinking hard. He was willing to give Qin Wentao money because he was planning to persuade him to help find a job for the national treasure and to take over his house. He only planned to give that 1,000 yuan. He didn't intend to give any more. Now, another person who knew about this was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan had no use or value, so he definitely wouldn't give her money. She was a useless, unhelpful person. He needed to find a way to keep Qin Yuan calm. Sun Ermiai left the house and couldn't see Qin Yuan's figure anymore. At the door, there were 2 paths, one to the county town and one to Hongjia village. Sun Ermiai thought Qin Yuan was heading toward the county town. She believed Qin Yuan was probably going to complain to her mother about what happened. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace toward the county town. The old woman didn't expect that Qin Yuan's boyfriend was Hong Xian, a wandering youth from Hongjia village. Qin Yuan's first reaction when she ran out was to find her boyfriend. They headed in 2 different directions. Qin Yuan ran straight toward Hongjia village. Hong Xian's house was the poorest in the village. His biological father had been bitten by a poisonous snake and died young. His mother, knowing her husband was gone, had run away. Hong Xian was raised by his grandmother. His biological mother had returned a few years ago after struggling to survive outside. Their family was a mess waiting to be cleaned up. Qin Yuan ran all the way and knocked loudly on Hong Xian's door. Xian, open the door. Something big has happened at my house." The house didn't open for a long time. Qin Yuan, still hopeful, kept knocking. Xian, are you inside? Did you hear me?" After a moment, the door to the thatched hut was opened. Hong Xian came out, not fully dressed, clearly just finished being intimate, with marks of different depths on his neck. Qin Yuan was initially excited, but seeing Hong Xian like that, she became even more excited, whispering tremblingly, Xian, is someone inside? What are you doing?" Qin Yuan momentarily forgot about her father and her sister-in-law being together. She suddenly pushed Hong Xian away and rushed into the house. The house was old and dirty, empty inside except for a bed. On the bed, a woman was lying wrapped in a blanket. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuan's mind went blank. She tremblingly pointed at the woman on the bed and asked, Hong Xian, who is she? You already have me. So why are you with another woman? I am already your person. How can you do this? Just the night before, she had been cuddling with Hong Xian on this very bed. Hong Xian had promised to love her properly on this bed. Hearing her words, Hong Xian replied impatiently, "Qin Yuan, this is my home.
Get out.
We're not even married yet." Qin Yuan became even more upset.
But
"I am your person." She had given Hong Xian everything she could, and now he was with another woman. What could she do? "Qin Yuan, I told you, as long as you bring the dowry your family promised, I will marry you," Hong Xian said as he pushed her out of the door. Qin Yuan stood there in shock, trembling all over. Why was this happening? Her father and sister-in-law. And now Hong Xian with another woman. After standing there in a daze for a long time, she suddenly reacted and continued to knock on the door. "Hong Xian, open the door. I promise I won't bother you anymore. Please don't leave me. I really love you. I am already your person." Seeing Hong Xian with another woman, Qin Yuan's reaction was not anger but fear. She was afraid Hong Xian would leave her. Hong Xian inside the house, disturbed by her knocking, angrily shouted, "Qin Yuan, bring the dowry. I'll marry you tomorrow. Otherwise, don't bother me." The woman on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, supported herself up and asked, "Hong Xian, can your family really provide the dowry?" That woman was the one who had been intimate with Hong Xian in the alley a few days ago. Hong Xian reached out and touched her face. "Her family is quite well off. Since she said she would, she has to give it to me, even if she has to sell something." He then touched the woman on the bed. "Once I get the money and the things, I'll go to your family to propose." The woman sneered. "Your family is too poor. I'm not from a wealthy family either. I have to come to your house to suffer. Your family's hardships are better left for that young girl to face. She is eager to endure hardships at your home. And as for others' dowries, give them to me. In the village, I can't even lift my head high." After saying this, the woman pushed Hong Xian's hand away, stood up, and put on her clothes. Once dressed, she left Hong Xian's house. At the door, Qin Yuan was still standing there. She looked at the woman from head to toe, then said, "Don't worry. This will be the last time I see Hong Xian.
I won't meet him again."
The mess at Hong Xian's house. I leave it to you. Little sister, keep going. Your good days are ahead." Hearing this, Qin Yuan looked at the woman with suspicion. She didn't hear the woman mention Hong Xian's messy situation, only that she was leaving. "Will you really never appear in front of Hong Xian again?" The woman smiled and turned to coldly say to Hong Xian, "Hong Xian, don't come looking for me anymore.
Don't make me dislike you."
After saying this, the woman walked away gracefully. Long after, Qin Yuan, having endured much hardship at Hong Xian's house, remembered this woman. Only then did she understand the meaning behind that meaningful look. After the woman left, Hong Xian stepped forward to comfort her. Yuan, I have nothing to do with her. The only person I want to marry is you. The only person I love is you." Then he asked Qin Yuan again, "You said something big happened at your home. What's going on?" Thinking of the woman earlier, Qin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of danger. She quickly realized her father and younger sister-in-law are involved in an inappropriate relationship. If Hong Xian finds out about this family scandal, will he refuse to marry her? Qin Yuan shook her head. "My parents are arguing. My mother hasn't come back for 2 days. We can't delay our marriage any longer." Hong Xian looked at her with a mocking face. Qin Yuan was indeed very naive. No man would die for her. "Don't worry. I promise, my future wife will only be you," Hong Xian said, patting her shoulder. "Go home and comfort your parents, prepare the dowry, and wait for me to marry you, little fool." Hearing this, Qin Yuan was comforted and nodded happily. "Go back first, get your parents to prepare the dowry. I also need to talk with my mother and grandparents about the wedding. It will be busy these days. Come back after you're ready. I need to prepare too." Hong Xian initially comforted Qin Yuan and only to get a few yuan for her living expenses, trying to trick some money from her. He agreed to marry her mainly to escape poverty. Qin Yuan is not very pretty, and she is dull and uninteresting. He does not like her. It's understandable. Zhang Chunqin is very beautiful, and her 3 sons are handsome. He took after Zhang Chunqin. Only Qin Yuanyuan resembles Qin Guohua, with her triangular eyes similar to the Qin family. Qin Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and held Hong Xian's hand. Xian, I argued with my parents. Can I stay with you for a few days?
She really didn't want to go back.
Her father and sister-in-law are siblings. How could they do such things? The Qin family found Qin Baoxiang during a time of hardship. They initially raised her as a child bride. Now, it's hard to find a bride in the countryside. Qin Guohua never liked Qin Baoxiang, so they never told outsiders that she was not their biological daughter. They thought that after raising her for so many years, they shouldn't let her go for nothing. If their son didn't want her, they might sell her to an old bachelor. So, the Qin family hid Qin Baoxiang's true background. Later, Qin Baoxiang seduced Qin Guohua and had a child. Qin Guohua didn't want to marry her. The Qin family planned to sell Qin Baoxiang to an old bachelor, claiming that the child was theirs. Having a child changes the value compared to a young maiden. They intended to sell Qin Baoxiang, who had given birth, as if she were a young girl. Hong Xian, upon hearing Qin Yuanyuan's words, looked at her with disdain. Yuanyuan, we're not even married yet. If you stay here, people will gossip about you. He pushed her gently. Hurry back. We're getting married soon. Just bear with it. He then leaned close to Qin Yuanyuan. Is it because you're feeling lonely, and after I developed feelings for you, you want to be with me every night? Qin Yuanyuan blushed and shook her head. No. Hong Xian moved closer again. If you want me, just come to me. I've already taught you how. After saying this, Qin Yuanyuan felt embarrassed and turned to run away. Hong Xian said this on purpose. After dismissing Qin Yuanyuan, he left the house. Sun Ermiai searched all along but couldn't find Qin Yuanyuan. She was worried about her son, so she decided to go home and check on him first. When she arrived home, old Qin asked Sun Ermiai, "How is it? Did you find her?" Sun Ermiai shook her head. That little troublemaker has no idea where she ran off to. I chased after her, but couldn't find her. As she spoke, she saw Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua stacking themselves in a playful way. She slapped her palm down again. You naughty girl. You're so restless you have nowhere to go. Hurry up and get off, Guohua. Qin Baoxiang shook her head in pain. Mom, I can't get down. This isn't right. You should secretly find a barefoot doctor to come. Sun Ermiai slapped her again. Qin Baoxiang, I tell you, even if you all die here, no outsiders can find out. No one is allowed to hurt my treasure. Old Qin looked at the messy pile of toys and was worried that Qin Guohua's health might be affected. This shouldn't be happening. Guohua's condition is strange. Although old Qin had been paralyzed for many years, he felt something was wrong with Qin Guohua. How could someone maintain this state for so long? He looked sharply at Qin Baoxiang. Naughty girl, did you force Guohua to take something? Qin Baoxiang looked guilty as she muttered, Recently Guohua has been weak. I gave him some medicine used for pig breeding. She quickly added excitedly, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I asked the barefoot doctor, and that medicine is safe to take. It won't hurt him. Sun Ermiai's eyes turned red with anger. She slapped Qin Baoxiang hard. You little troublemaker, are you so desperate for a man? Do you want to harm my son? If anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay. She didn't expect Qin Baoxiang, who looked honest, to cause such trouble. Old Qin looked at Sun Ermiai crying and scolding, and he scolded her. Quiet down. Is this something to be proud of? If the villagers find out, it will be a big problem. Sun Ermiai covered her mouth and quietly cried. At this moment, Qin Guobao came back from outside. Grandpa, Grandma, you're not back to cook? Why are you all gathered here? Qin Guobao was favored by the second elder of the Qin family for a reason. He was good at pleasing the elders. Today, he said he was worried they were too tired, so he went to the fields with them. Just before mealtime, he urged the 2 elders to come back first. Before he finished speaking, he saw the door of Qin Guohua's room open, and he saw his own mother lying there. Because Qin Guohua was pressed underneath, and Qin Baoxiang had a blanket over her, he didn't notice Qin Guohua underneath at first. His face changed color. Mom, are you feeling unwell?
You.
Before Sun Ermiai could stop him quickly, filial Qin Guobao had already pulled back the blanket. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. He was so surprised that he took 2 steps back, trembling as he said, "What are you all doing? Qinghe, Dahai, Yuan are at home. Are you crazy?" Sun Ermiai couldn't bear to look and spat in disgust. "Ask your mom about this shameful thing." Qin Baoxiang hurriedly said, "Guobao, don't make a fuss. Do you want others to find out?" Qin Guobao, disgusted, covered Qin Baoxiang with the blanket. Sun Ermiai looked at her son, still not awake, and hesitated. "Let me try to press his neck point." She pressed Qin Guohua's neck a few times, but there was no response. Sun Ermiai stomped her feet in worry. "Old man, you'd better think of a way. Things have gotten this bad."
How can you just stand by?
Qinghe and Dahai went out to find work and will be back soon. If those 2 little rascals find out, can we still lift our heads in the future? Zhang Chunqin wanted a divorce. She had no job or place to stay. She couldn't escape from their control. But if they argued and she divorced because of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's scandal, then if Zhang Chunqin divorced again, not only would the people in Qinjia village look down on them, but even the Qin family would despise them. In these conservative times, causing such shame and scandal, they wondered if they could still survive. Qin Guobao looked at his unrespectable mother and said with disgust, "Mom, what did you do to Dad? You'd better tell me. We need to find a way." Qin Baoxiang, seeing her own son witness the scene, felt embarrassed and ashamed. If she had known today would turn out like this, she wouldn't have acted so provocatively. "Guobao, don't despise your mom. I did all this for you." Qin Baoxiang sniffled and cried. Thinking about Zhang Chunqin's sacrifices for her sons and comparing it to what her own mother had done, he felt both disgusted and wronged. "Enough. Let's deal with this first and stop making a scene." Qin Guobao was anxious. His future was not as bright as Zhang Chunqin's children. He only finished elementary school. His grandparents loved him, but they were ignorant and thought studying was useless, so he only finished elementary school. Zhang Chunqin's children, even her daughter Qin Yuan, were in high school. He recently wanted to go to the city to find a job. He is proud and ambitious, hoping to find a formal job. Most places require at least a high school diploma. Actually, nowadays, state-owned factories use education as an excuse. Getting into those factories usually involves connections. The factory's words are just to make Qin Guobao give up. But Qin Guobao listened to them anyway. I lied to your dad and gave him some medicine meant for pig breeding." Qin Baoxiang told her son this, feeling ashamed. Qin Guobao felt even more disdainful and disgusted with his own mother. "I'm going to ask the barefoot doctor," Qin Guobao said, turning and running out. After Qin Laotu saw Qin Guobao leave, he told Sun Ermiai, "Lock the door. When Air and San come back, don't tell them everything. We should be gentle with Qin Yuan, that troublemaker." Sun Ermiai looked uncomfortable and asked, "What if that little troublemaker tells Zhang Chunqin?" Qin Laotu was silent for a moment. "I've thought about it. Zhang Chunqin has no job and no place to stay. She won't last long. Qin Wentao took our money, so we should get him to arrange a job for Guobao. When Guobao has a job, I'll move there. No matter what happens, I'll stay inside." He sneered. "I live in a house my son bought, which is better than Zhang Zhaodi living at her daughter's house. When the time comes, we'll see who has a thicker face. If Qin Wentao wants his house back, he can use the 1,000 yuan I gave him to exchange. That house is worth more than 1,000 yuan." Sun Ermiai nodded in agreement after hearing Qin Laotu. "Look at Qin Baoxiang, that fool. She's so useless. No man would want her. Without us fighting for Qin Guobao, what would he do? Guobao just had bad luck in his birth. If he were Zhang Chunqin's child, he wouldn't have to suffer so much." Sun Ermiai was already full of hatred for Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang listened to the 2 elders and felt wronged inside, but for her son, she endured it. She is not a child of the Qin family. Over the years, she has heard all kinds of things about the Qin family. The whole family sat there waiting for Qin Guobao. In less than half an hour, Qin Guobao returned. Grandpa, Grandma, I found a way. You all go prepare water. The barefoot doctor said that if pigs eat that kind of medicine too much, just give them more water. The medicine will dilute in their bodies and they'll be fine. My dad's situation was probably caused by being too excited after taking medicine and getting interrupted, Qin Guobao told the two elders of the Qin family. When Sun Ermiai heard Qin Guobao's words, she anxiously said, "Let's wait until the person wakes up and give him water." How can we do this? Even if we give him water, he can still drink. Qin Guobao clenched his teeth and said, "We can't wait." The barefoot doctor said that the longer the situation lasts, the worse it gets. If we wait too long, he will need to go to a big hospital, and his health could be harmed. This is so embarrassing. What should we do now? Everyone knew how embarrassing this was, especially since outsiders didn't know that Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang weren't siblings. We can't go to the hospital, just give water. Old Qin gritted his teeth. So, the family of 5 gathered in the house to give water to the unconscious Qin Guohua. Qin Guobao, still young, didn't care about feeling shy. He turned Qin Guohua over and pinched his nose to pour water in. Qin Guohua was barely swallowing while unconscious. Sun Ermiai slapped Qin Baoxiang's face and said, "Use your mouth." Qin Baoxiang didn't feel shy before, but now, in front of her son, she felt ashamed. Guobao is still here. Sun Ermiai almost hit Qin Baoxiang again and slapped her, saying, "Hurry up." Then the family started to act. After pouring a bucket of water into Qin Guohua, he slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw everyone looking at him, and he was so scared he shrank back. He and Qin Baoxiang finally separated. He crawled up from the ground, looking at his injury caused by Qin Yuanyuan. He gritted his teeth and asked what happened. The family looked at Qin Guohua with complicated expressions. Qin Guohua looked at his parents and then at Qin Baoxiang. Xiang, what's going on? Qin Guohua, feeling ashamed, couldn't ask his parents directly, so he asked Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang hesitated and whispered, "Qin Yuanyuan thought there was a thief in the house, so she used that stick to poke you. You fainted. Then she got stuck." Qin Guohua's face turned red. How did it become like this? Qin Guohua knew this was embarrassing. He looked up at his son, and then at his parents. "Dad, Mom, it was all because Qin Baoxiang seduced me. Today, I even said there was someone in the house." Qin Baoxiang didn't dare to speak anymore. She lowered her head and whispered, "But you clearly enjoyed it too." Qin Guobao looked at his parents, feeling even more resentful and unwilling. Why do I have to go through all this with the same father? Qin Guobao no longer wanted to deal with his shameless parents and turned to leave. But Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai pushed the door open and came back. As soon as they opened the door, they saw their father. Qin Baoxiang was feeling a bit better. She was still wrapped in a blanket. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai's smiles froze, and they stared in shock at what they saw. After a moment, Qin Dahai tremblingly pointed at his father. "Dad, why are you not wearing clothes? Why is your bottom bleeding? And little sister-in-law, why are you lying on the ground?" Sun Ermiai, hearing Qin Dahai speak, finally reacted and pushed Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai out of the room.
"Get out."
"Who told you to come in?" They were pushed outside immediately. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai looked at each other in confusion. "Second brother, what are they? What is Dad doing without clothes?" Qin Dahai asked again. Qin Qinghe, not stupid, gritted his teeth and said, "How should I know?" They looked at each other helplessly. Inside the house, Sun Ermiai hurriedly pushed her son and Qin Baoxiang. "Oh dear. Hurry up and get dressed. This might be hard to hide anymore." They had kept this secret for over 20 years, but Qin Baoxiang's sudden outburst ruined everything. Qin Guohua was also extremely embarrassed. Today, all his children saw his awkwardness, and he wondered how he could lift his head in front of them in the future. "Hurry up and get dressed." Old Qin also spoke. Qin Guobao finally snapped out of it and said to Sun Ermiai, "Mom, just say I was fighting with Dad." Then he looked at his mother and said clearly, "Mom, if you don't want me to be single my whole life, You better behave. Qin Baoxiang nodded and turned to put on her clothes. After a chaotic scene in the house, the door was opened again. Qin Guobao told Qin Xinghe and Qin Dahai, big brother and big sister are having a fight. They argued, and women tend to pull hair and clothes, so it got out of hand. Qin Dahai listened and looked at him with a complicated expression. Little uncle, do you think my second brother and I are like children? Do you think we believe what you're saying? Qin Guobao looked at them expressionlessly. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything. Then he asked the two of them, did you find a job? Hearing this, Qin Dahai became excited. You found one? Qin Guobao's expression froze, and he asked in disbelief. You found one?
So easy?
Qin Dahai nodded. A small factory said they only wanted high school students. My second brother and I are high school students, so they let us try. In fact, Qin Xinghe and Qin Dahai hadn't really found any work. But on the way back, Qin Xinghe told Qin Dahai that if their grandparents asked, they should say they found a job. Qin Guobao, hearing that they found one, started to doubt everything. He had been looking for months, but no one wanted him next door. Everyone said his education was too low. And the two of them found a job after just one day? Is it because of your education? Do they only want high school graduates? Qin Guobao asked excitedly. Qin Dahai secretly glanced at Qin Xinghe and nodded. Yes. Luckily, my second brother and I both went to high school. I haven't graduated yet, but we both finished high school. Now, there aren't many middle school students. Qin Guobao looked very disappointed and muttered, so that's how it is? Qin Xinghe and Qin Dahai didn't realize that their words, though unintentional, carried more meaning for others. At this moment, Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang had already dressed. Qin Guohua still felt unwell, especially after Qin Yuanyuan poked him, and his wound was still bleeding. Qin Baoxiang was still wearing her floral dress. She had lost face today and had been seen in a vulnerable state. When she ran out, she couldn't lift her head. Qin Dahai saw that Qin Baoxiang was back in her floral dress and said, Little sister-in-law, you really have a unique style. Qin Baoxiang didn't have time to argue and quickly ran away. But at this moment, Qin Yuanyuan returned. Qin Baoxiang saw her come back. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, Where did you go? Your grandma looked for you for a long time. Qin Yuanyuan stared at Qin Baoxiang with a strange expression and asked, Little sister-in-law, are you dressed now? Qin Xinghe heard Qin Yuanyuan's words and asked with confusion, Did you see Dad and little aunt fighting? Did they really fight? Qin Yuanyuan heard this and sneered mockingly. Fighting? Is that what they told you? At that moment, Sun Ermiai crossed her arms and walked out, pointing at Qin Yuanyuan and shouting, Yuanyuan, what are you doing outside? I looked for you everywhere. Did you come inside? Qin Yuanyuan looked deeply at the second and third older brothers, then followed Sun Ermiai inside. Qin Dahai watched their backs and said, Second brother, I feel something is wrong. Qin Xinghe sneered at him. Am I blind?
Can I see?
After saying that, he didn't say more and turned to go into the small house. Back inside, Qin Dahai was a bit worried and said to Qin Xinghe, Second brother, the big courtyard house has been taken back. They said Mom never went back. Do you think she went somewhere? He muttered, Mom wouldn't really stop caring about us. Would she? They said they were going to find work, but in fact, they went to look for Zhang Chunqin in the big courtyard. Qin Xinghe thought Zhang Chunqin was probably still in the big courtyard. But today, when they went there, someone else was living in the house they used to stay in. He asked the neighbors and found out that Zhang Chunqin had never gone back. Second brother, did you hear what I said? And why was Dad so bare? Did they fight and take off their clothes? Even the clumsy and slow-witted Qin Dahai noticed something was wrong. I'll ask fourth brother. I think she might know something, Qin Dahai muttered, turning to find Qin Yuanyuan, but Qin Xinghe grabbed him firmly. Out of all of them, she's the most thoughtful. Don't ask her. If she wanted to say something, she would have told us already. Qin Xinghe stopped him. Inside the house, Qin Yuanyuan saw Qin Guohua sitting far away and felt disgusted. She glanced at Qin Guohua several times. Qin Guohua already knew that the hole in his backside was made by Qin Yuanyuan. He felt embarrassed and angry. Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Yuanyuan and cleared her throat. Yuanyuan, no matter what, you are still our Qin family's child. You will need to find a family of your own. Not speaking out about some things is helping yourself. Your second and third brothers are both going to get married. If there's trouble, no one benefits. Qin Yuanyuan lowered her head, clearly weighing her options. As Qin Qinghe said, among the children, Qin Yuanyuan is the most thoughtful. Because she was born the youngest, she had to fight for everything she wanted, so she is the most cunning. Qin Yuanyuan looked up at her grandparents and father, then asked through clenched teeth, "Have you been hiding this from my mother all along? Are my father and sister really siblings?" Sun Ermiai's eyes flicked briefly. "No," she replied simply, without explaining the relationship. Qin Yuanyuan stared at them and softly said, "Grandpa, Grandma, is it really fair to treat my mom like this?" At that moment, Qin Yuanyuan finally empathized with her mother. She had worked hard for the Qin family, only to end up serving her rival. If it were her, she would feel so disgusted. She still didn't know that Qin Guobao wasn't her uncle-in-law but her brother. "Just get a divorce if you want. Didn't your mother already threaten to leave? I want to see how a woman in her 40s can live after a divorce." Qin Guohua snapped angrily at his daughter. Qin Yuanyuan lowered her eyes and quietly said, "I'm getting married. You need to give me a dowry." Before she finished, Sun Ermiai interrupted, "Qin Yuanyuan, you're just a burden. You want more dowry than your brother's wedding. What are you thinking? The Qin family isn't just you. If you want to use this to threaten us, go ahead. Maybe even cause trouble at your fiancé's house," Sun Ermiai said firmly, not letting Qin Yuanyuan manipulate her. She was willing to flatter Qin Wentao because her eldest could help her find a job for her precious grandson, and he had a house. She was playing the long game to catch a big fish. Qin Yuanyuan had never taken her seriously. When Qin Yuanyuan heard Sun Ermiai's words, her face changed. She clearly felt she was being controlled. She was also afraid that Hong Xian would find out about her family's scandals and no longer want to marry her. Now, she was already with Hong Xian, with no way out. Seeing that Qin Yuanyuan was silent, Sun Ermiai knew she cared about her fiancé's family's opinion. "Qin Yuanyuan, this isn't just your father's shame. It's the family's shame. If you knew a little, you'd let this go," Sun Ermiai continued gently. Qin Yuanyuan was unwilling to let this matter pass easily. She clenched her teeth and said nothing. She still hoped to use this to get her grandparents to agree to some of her conditions. "Grandma and Grandpa, I am also a daughter of the Qin family. I am getting married too. Please give me some dowry,"
Qin Yuanyuan said.
She and Qin Wentao are alike, both wanting to use their mother's pain to gain benefits. She even shares the same mindset as Qin Wentao. She thinks it would be better if Zhang Chunqin doesn't know about this. Sun Ermiai looked at Qin Yuanyuan with a cold expression. "Ask your own mother for the dowry. I've already made the biggest concession by giving you whatever your mother has provided. If you don't want it, then let things go their own way. We're just afraid that if we cause trouble, your little uncle won't be able to find a wife. If things really get messy, it's not just your little uncle who won't find a wife. Your two older brothers aren't married either. If your mother wants to cause a fuss, let her. Over the years, if she wanted a divorce, she would have done it already. She's old now. What trouble can she really cause?" Sun Ermiai, being a seasoned village woman, knew how to handle girls like Qin Yuanyuan, who was selfish and greedy. In the end, she looked at Qin Yuanyuan with a calm face. "When the time comes, I'll prepare a few bedsheets as your dowry." Qin Yuanyuan spoke again. "When that time comes, I'll ask my mother for the dowry. You can't stop me." Sun Ermiai nodded and snorted. "As long as your mother is willing to give it to you, I can't control that. If you have the ability to get your mother to prepare some things for your older brother's wedding, that's your skill." Sun Ermiai sneered inwardly. Zhang Chunqin currently has no job and nowhere to live. Qin Yuanyuan still wants dowry. What kind of daydream is she having? When Qin Yuanyuan stood up, she looked at her own father, then turned and left. She felt some sympathy for her mother, but it was only a little. Then she thought, which man doesn't flirt around? Her father didn't go outside to mess around, and she and her sister-in-law weren't spending money either. As long as it didn't hurt her personally, she didn't think it was a big deal. "Grandma, I'm going to get married soon. From now on, don't call me to do chores," Qin Yuanyuan said as she reached the door, then turned back to speak to Sun Ermiai. Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and cursed, "You shameless girl. Then let your little aunt do it." After Qin Yuanyuan left, she went straight to the county town. She needed to find her mother and get the dowry. Her mother had money. She was determined to get it by persuasion. After Zhang Chunqin moved into her own courtyard house, she felt comfortable and free. Old Zhang's antique shop doesn't open early, so she plans to go around 10 o'clock. This is her third day moving out of the big courtyard. Neither her children nor her husband have come to see her. She has given her all for her family, but no one cares about her well-being. Thinking about this makes her feel very sad. Because she was not loved as a child, she learned to please others from a young age. First, she pleased her parents and brother, then her husband and in-laws, and later her son and daughter-in-law. She used to believe that if she was kind and understanding, they would understand her. After living a long life, she finally realized, if you are too kind to others, they take it for granted. If you show any neglect, they see it as your fault. During these 3 days living alone, she has eaten well, stayed warm, enjoyed meat at every meal, and slept peacefully every night. Her neighbors are friendly and kind. Seeing her alone, dressed simply, they think she is a widow and treat her even more considerately. Today, after finishing her errands, she went to Pan's place. As soon as she arrived, old Zhang was standing at the door. When Zhang Chunqin saw him, she was surprised and asked, "Brother Zhang, why are you at the door? Do you need something?" Old Zhang sighed helplessly and said, "Just. Comrade Fu's partner came to see you today. She knows you're working here, and she's inside." Zhang Chunqin paused, surprised, and asked, "I don't know her. Why is she looking for me?" Old Zhang hesitated and said, "She is friends with our shop owner. She probably heard from here that you're working." Zhang Chunqin remembered the woman from yesterday, beautiful, but very unreasonable. "Go take a look first." Old Zhang seemed afraid of Shui Fu, and everyone was hesitant to go inside. Zhang Chunqin endured her impatience and went in. How could a man like Comrade Fu choose such a fiery woman? Inside, Shui Fu was sitting and drinking tea. She moved lazily and charmingly, still a beautiful sight, even in middle age. She heard the voices and looked up at Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin was dressed plainly, sticking to her old style, in dull gray clothes. When she was young, Zhang Chunqin was very pretty. But in the countryside, being too beautiful was not always good, especially in a family that favored boys over girls like hers. So she rarely dressed up. After marrying Qin Guohua, the Qin family looked down on her for attracting attention. She started dressing more simply. Shui Fu didn't like this woman. But now she wanted to divorce Fu Jianya. To get money and support from the Fu family, she had to firmly accuse Fu Jianya of wrongdoing. People in Fu Jianya's position fear rumors the most. Today, Shui Fu came to cause trouble, determined to prove that this woman and Fu Jianya had an improper relationship. She didn't care about how these rumors might hurt Zhang Chunqin. What does it matter to her if others suffer? As long as she doesn't suffer, that's enough. "Are you Zhang Chunqin?" she asked arrogantly, looking down at Zhang Chunqin with disdain. Zhang Chunqin frowned and looked at Shui Fu, quietly asking, "Comrade, what do you want from me?" Shui Fu said, "This place was arranged by Fu Lia, right? He claims you two have no relationship. If that's true, why would he help you find a job? I think you two have been involved for a long time." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin frowned and said, "Comrade, your conflict with Fu is none of my business. You're also a woman. Don't involve others in your issues. Especially when you're spreading false rumors about us having an improper relationship. Nowadays, society isn't very kind to women. Using such accusations to ruin someone's reputation is wrong. I have my own family too." Shui Fu already disliked Zhang Chunqin. Hearing this, she suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhang Chunqin and saying, "What kind of person are you? Coming here to lecture me?" Zhang Chunqin's eyes slightly narrowed. Comrade, I just don't want to get involved in your marriage. Shu Fu sneered and said to Zhang Chunqin, I've seen many women chasing after Fu Jianya. Women like you just rely on flirting with men everywhere. Before Shu Fu could finish, Zhang Chunqin rushed forward and grabbed her hair. What kind of woman do you think I am? You, yourself, are no better, thinking everyone is like you. You cheat, and then try to blame others. Zhang Chunqin had tolerated Shu Fu many times before. Yesterday, Shu Fu pushed her so hard that she hurt her lower back. Because she knew Fu Jianya's background was complicated, she didn't want to offend him, so she endured the grievance yesterday. Today, Shu Fu caused trouble again. Although she didn't hear everything about Fu Jianya and Shu Fu yesterday, she knew they were planning to divorce. Once the situation escalates to divorce, everyone wants to take control of the marriage. She had already guessed Water's purpose for coming when she was at the door. Water, who prides herself on being well-mannered, never resorts to physical fights. So, when suddenly grabbed by the hair, she screamed in fear. What are you doing? Zhang Chunqin tightly grabbed her hair, gritting her teeth, and said, You are also a woman with a family. You keep slandering others for having affairs. Aren't you an educated person? Don't you realize how much this affects people? Let go. Let go of me. Water struggled and shouted. But Zhang Chunqin refused to loosen her grip. She knew that people are often afraid of the strong and favor the weak. If she silently endured this, the woman would only continue to cause trouble over her relationship with Fu Jianya. Today, she wanted this woman to see that she was not easy to deal with, so she wouldn't be dragged into this anymore. I also have a husband and a son. Are you trying to falsely accuse me? Are you trying to force me to the edge? Zhang Chunqin said fiercely, grabbing Water's stylish curly hair. Old Zhang, who was standing at the door, heard the screams and immediately rushed in. When he saw Zhang Chunqin grabbing the wife of Director Fu, his eyes nearly popped out. How did it come to this? Why are they fighting? Old Zhang, are you blind? Hurry and make her let go. Water shouted anxiously as Old Zhang entered. Old Zhang, who didn't like Water much, looked down on her. She was the daughter of a prestigious academic family, but her behavior was as a city woman fighting in the street, making a scene that was embarrassing. Comrade Zhang Chunqin, let go. Let's talk calmly, Old Zhang advised politely. Zhang Chunqin, still holding her hair, gritted her teeth and said, Make her apologize. If she doesn't, I won't let go. Water struggled and yelled. Who do you think you are? Fu Jianya isn't even asking me to apologize. Do you even know who I am? Zhang Chunqin sneered. I don't care who you are. The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. Since you refuse to apologize, don't blame me for being rude. She then pulled Water's hair and tried to drag her outside. Everyone come see. This shameless woman is cheating and trying to slander me and her man. Zhang Chunqin shouted loudly, pulling Water along. Water Fu didn't expect Zhang Chunqin to yell so loudly. She was probably feeling guilty and quickly said, I'm sorry. Can't we just forgive each other? Please let go. Zhang Chunqin didn't loosen her grip and said coldly, Comrade Shu Fu, your unhappy marriage with Comrade Fu is your own problem. Don't involve others. If you want to have control during the divorce, do it with your own strength. What does insulting a woman mean? The Panjiayuan market was a small fair, and because of the noise here, many people gathered around to watch. Shu Fu was a decent person. Even though her actions were not proper, she still cared about her dignity. Comrade Zhang, I misunderstood you. Please let go. Shu Fu looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. She was furious inside but finally begged for mercy. Zhang Chunqin released her. Seeing the curious looks of the people around, Shu Fu grabbed her bag and ran away. Old Zhang stared in shock at the scene and finally gave Zhang Chunqin a thumbs up. Comrade Zhang, you're really impressive. Shu Fu came from a good family. Half of Fu Jianya's current position was thanks to her parents. Fu Jianya was a grateful person, so over the years, he often helped and supported Shu Fu's family. But in recent years, maybe because Shu Fu was living too well, she started to become unruly. First, she complained that Fu Jianye didn't spend enough time with her. Now that he had become a top leader, how could he still be like a young man chasing romance? Later, she wanted to take her son abroad. Fu Jianye's status as a married man moving his family abroad made it hard for him to explain to his organization. In the end, Fu Jianye could only divorce Shui Fu. But when the divorce was about to happen, she wasn't willing to give up. She delayed signing several times and even jumped around, making trouble. Zhang Chunqin frowned and muttered, "How could someone like Comrade Fu marry such an uncultured wife?" Old Zhang shrugged. "You don't know, she's actually a top expert in ancient artifacts." Zhang Chunqin was surprised. Wasn't the top expert someone she used to serve for 3 years, Chu Laosher? "Comrade Zhang, you still need to go to Comrade Fu's house today to fix some things, right?
Tell him about this."
Let his wife handle her own problems. Old Zhang didn't dare criticize Fu Jianye too much. He secretly looked down on Shui Fu. Such a woman from a good family. Why is she so unruly, so shameless? No wonder Water Lily was able to replace all the things left by the Fu family ancestors with fake ones. Surprisingly, Commander Fu didn't know anything about it. Even during his brother's birthday, a fake painting was sent out.
"Good.
I will tell Comrade Fu about this." Zhang Chunqin nodded. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin had already decided that after helping Fu Jianye repair his mother's painting, she wouldn't fix anything else for him. Since Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's incident, the Qin family atmosphere has been very strange. Qin Guohua had been lying in bed for most of the day. He felt unwell and was anxious and worried. Ever since he got off Qin Baoxiang, he felt like he couldn't control the extra piece of flesh on his body. He didn't even have the strength to urinate. He was scared and anxious inside, but after causing a fuss today, he couldn't tell his parents. And he definitely couldn't see the barefoot doctor about this. So he could only hold it in and lie down. After separating from Qin Baoxiang, she ran out and hadn't come back. She still cared about her face and didn't want to go home. She kept wandering in the vegetable field outside, too afraid to face her son. Qin Xinghe and Qin Dahai sat in their small house, staring at each other. They kept thinking about the fight where their father was and argued with their aunt. Finally, Qin Dahai couldn't hold back anymore. He slapped his thigh and said through clenched teeth, "Why didn't I see clearly whether my little aunt was wearing clothes or not? If I had seen clearly, I wouldn't be so worried here." Two young men, one 20 and the other 18, couldn't really believe that Qin Guohua was because his little aunt tore off his clothes. Not to mention that he was only wearing one piece that day. Even if he was only wearing one, his underwear could still have been pulled off. Aunt couldn't have been trying to get a man by tearing off Dad's pants just because she hasn't had a man for a while, Qin Dahai muttered. As he spoke, he suddenly got excited and shouted, "That's why she always wears those fancy dresses and makes a scene. She must be wanting a man."
I remember there was a disease in the countryside called—
What was it? Spring fever or something. Before Qin Dahai finished, Qin Xinghe interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. If they say they fought, then they fought." He said this and stood up to go out. Qin Dahai hurriedly grabbed him. "Second brother, where are you going?" Qin Xinghe said calmly, "Mom isn't at the big courtyard. I'll visit a few aunts to see if she's gone." Qin Dahai then remembered Zhang Chunqin. He muttered, "What's really going on with Mom? Even if she's angry, she shouldn't abandon us. If she were here, my sister wouldn't have torn Dad's pants." Qin Xinghe slapped Qin Dahai on the forehead. "Say one more word, and I'll beat you." Blaming everything on Mom. The second and third brothers discussed and split up to visit different aunts to find Zhang Chunqin. Just as they stepped out, Qin Wentao, who had finished work, came back. His wages were with Zhang Chunqin. He didn't want to stay at home in discomfort, and Zhang Zhaodi wouldn't let him in. Seeing his brothers about to leave, he frowned and asked, "Where are you going? Has Mom come back?" Qin Xinghe glared at Qin Wentao but ignored him, urging the third brother, "Let's go." Qin Wentao watched his brothers ignore him and decided to go inside first to see if his mom was back. As soon as he entered, he saw son Ermiai sitting on the Kong bed, sighing, and Grandpa Chin sitting in a wheelchair smoking a dry tobacco pipe. Seeing the scene, he frowned and asked, "Grandpa and Grandma, where's Dad? Has Mom come back?" Hearing this, Sun Ermi's eyes suddenly exploded. "Did I give you money to help you watch people? A good family has been ruined because of your mom. You go find her now. If she doesn't come back tonight, she's never coming back." Hearing this, Qin Wentao finally understood the main point. He hurriedly asked, "Mom hasn't come back?" Sun Ermi sneered. "She's gotten bold. She's not coming back. She might as well never come back. Does she think we'll go look for her? She's over 40, and no one wants her among the men. She still thinks she's a young girl." Grandpa Qin also spoke. "Wentao, go find your mom. Tell her if she doesn't come back today, she's never coming back." Qin Wentao clenched his fists. Why is Mom so ungrateful? She's lost her job and her house has been taken back. What's the point of throwing a tantrum? Our family has so many mouths to feed. She should find a job quickly instead of causing trouble. He spoke and said to the older members of the Qin family, "My mother can't go to many places. I will go find her." After work, Fu Jianya personally came over. He clearly already knew about Shui Fu's actions and came to apologize to Zhang Chunqin. "Comrade Zhang, I caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. I will fix this as soon as possible, and such things won't happen again." Fu Jianya bowed deeply to her. Zhang Chunqin felt a bit helpless and said to Fu Jianya, "Comrade Fu, I am just an outsider. My family has many issues, and involving me will only cause you more trouble." She hadn't resolved her issues with Qin Guohua, and if the Qin family found out about this, it would be a big problem. The Qin family members are very determined once they set their mind to something. If they found out Fu Jianya's identity, even if she and Fu Jianya had no relation, they would still think they did. Hearing her words, Fu Jianya nodded. "Comrade Zhang, I've thought about it. Given my current situation, it's not suitable for you to come here at night alone. I've already sent my things to an old friend's place. From now on, you can go there. She also wants to meet you." While speaking, Fu Jianya turned and told the guard, "Take Comrade Zhang Chunqin to Sister Chu." When Zhang Chunqin heard him mention Sister Chu, she was excited and asked, "Comrade Fu, is Sister Chu Wanin, the expert in traditional music?" Fu Jianya was surprised and looked at her. "You've heard of her?" Zhang Chunqin's hands trembled with excitement. "Yes, I've heard of her. She's the person I admire most." Fu Jianya smiled. "Sister Chu said your repair skills must have been taught by someone special. Since you've heard of her, you must have learned from her." When Fu Jianya talked to Chu Wanin before, she didn't believe it at all. Now her skills in the cultural relics field are among the best, and there are even people better than her. Zhang Chunqin remembered how much old Chu helped her in her previous life, and she felt excited and happy. In her past life, the only benefactor she met was old Chu. Fu Jianya didn't say much more. He didn't leave by car but asked the guard to take Zhang Chunqin there. Meanwhile, the Qin family members, Qin Dahai and Qin Qinghe, visited several of their aunts' houses. They all said they had never been there before. My second aunt sensed something was wrong and pulled Qin Qinghe aside to ask, "Second brother, tell me what really happened? Your mother suddenly came to pay back money a few days ago, and I felt something was off. With her situation, she couldn't have paid back so much so quickly." Qin Qinghe was silent for a moment and said, "My younger sister took our grandfather to the workplace to cause trouble, saying my mom was having an affair. The company fired my mom, and they even took back her house. My second aunt is named Zhang Hongmei." When she heard Qin Qinghe's words, she clenched her teeth and said angrily, "Big sister has already suffered so much. Why are they doing this to her?" Then she asked again, "And where did that person go?" Qin Qinghe hesitated and softly said, "Mom said she went to stay at our older brother's house. Since my younger brother and I weren't convenient to go, we returned to our grandparents' home. But my older brother said she caused trouble at his factory, and after borrowing a year's wages in advance, she left. It's been 3 days, and my mom hasn't come back. I don't know where she went," Qin Qinghe explained. Before he finished, Zhang Hongmei slapped him. 3 days. Your mom hasn't come back in 3 days. Since you knew on the first day she didn't go to our older brother's place, why didn't you go look for her? Qin Qinghe stammered. We thought she had nowhere to go and would come back. Zhang Hongmei is the best married among a few people. When she was young, she married a pig butcher. The butcher was abusive, and she endured 4 or 5 years of hardship. Later, after the butcher was bitten by a pig and died, she took over his work, raising and selling pigs, and life improved. Once a person becomes the main breadwinner in the family, those who used to bully her no longer dared to do so. She managed to turn her life around in her husband's family. So, when Zhang Chunqin came to borrow money, she borrowed the most. Zhang Hongmei then slapped Qin Qinghe again. A bunch of ungrateful people. I always said men are worthless. Even your own sons can't be too kind to you. They have no conscience. She had watched Zhang Chunqin suffer so much over the years. During the new year, she saw Zhang Chunqin working hard many times and tried to advise her, but her older sister wouldn't listen. Wait for me. Let's go find her together, Zhang Hongmei said, taking off her apron. Qin Qinghe shook his head. Second aunt, no need. The places my mom could go are only those few. We're not married yet, and I don't think she's in a bad state of mind. Zhang Hongmei thought about how her older sister looked when she repaid her debt that day, feeling refreshed and happy, with no sign of unhappiness. She also knew that her older sister wouldn't commit suicide unless she was in complete despair. Years ago, her family was about to sell her to a lecherous old man with syphilis, but she managed to marry Qin Guohua and find a way to survive. It was Qin Guohua who was interested in her and came to propose marriage. If your mom doesn't come back tomorrow, tell me. I'll go look for her too, Zhang Hongmei said seriously to Qin Qinghe. Okay. Second aunt, I'll go look around and ask. Maybe my mom is still at the big courtyard. Qin Qinghe knew his second aunt was quick-tempered, so he comforted her a bit before leaving. He returned to the Qin family, where Qin Wentao and Qin Dahai had also come back. Qin Dahai went to visit a few other aunts, saying that Zhang Chunqin hadn't been there. Qin Wentao had a bicycle, so he rode to the big courtyard to find someone. He also asked around the neighborhood. The best relationship was between Fat Ma Ma and Zhang Chunqin, so he bought a 1 yuan candy to ask around. Fat Ma Ma said she hadn't seen her since she left that day. Qin Wentao felt uneasy too. Back home, he still held on to hope, thinking his 2 brothers might find someone at the aunt's house. Mom, where exactly did you go? Qin Dahai frowned. She wouldn't do something reckless just because she lost her job, right? Hearing this, Qin Wentao sneered coldly. When she caused trouble at my factory that day, I didn't see her looking desperate. If she really wanted to do something drastic, why would she even prepay me a year's wages? Sun Ermiai and Qin Laotu heard this and gritted their teeth, cursing. Maybe Zhang Chunqin took our money and ran off with some man? As soon as Sun Ermiai said that, everyone fell silent. No way, Qin Qinghe said quietly. Mom isn't that kind of person. Sun Ermiai sneered coldly. That day, I saw that man bringing food to your mom. If he wasn't up to something, why would he only deliver to her and not others? She stomped her foot and cursed. That shameless woman, Zhang Chunqin. I always thought she wasn't a good person. That seductive face of hers, she actually ran off with some man. Qin Wentao gritted his teeth and said fiercely, if she ran off with some man, why did she prepay me a year's wages? I'm her own son, and she can't do such shameless things. No, we can't let Zhang Chunqin run away with that man. Qin's money must be paid back with interest. Old Qin gritted his teeth. We'll go to her family's house. Zhang Chunqin was taken to the Chu family by the guards. Chu Wanin lived in the staff housing of North China University. Her husband is a professor at the engineering college. The couple are among the most educated people in the country. The guards led Zhang Chunqin into the Chu house. Old Chu, this is Zhang Chunqin. He left after introducing her. Only Chu Wanin was at home. She looked at Zhang Chunqin with a smile and said, So you are Zhang Chunqin? Xiao Fu said you are very interested in antiques. Zhang Chunqin politely greeted her. Old Chu, I am Zhang Chunqin. I wouldn't dare say I am an expert in antiques in front of you. My understanding is limited to their value, but you see, you focus on the deep history of the antiques. Zhang Chunqin and Chu Wanyin didn't seem distant. They looked quite familiar. This painting you repaired. I see your technique is quite similar to mine. Did you study it professionally? When Fu Jianye brought over the half-repaired painting, Chu Wanyin was very surprised, because her repair method and steps were exactly the same as hers. Zhang Chunqin awkwardly smiled. I worked with an old expert who specializes in restoring artifacts for over 3 years. I've seen a lot, so I learned a few skills. This technique was actually learned from Chu Wanyin in her past life. But Zhang Chunqin couldn't tell her. I learned from you last time, and my skill in restoring antiques was taught by you. Fu Jianye borrowed her tools. Chu Wanyin asked Zhang Chunqin to do the repair while she watched nearby. When she finished carefully removing the painting from the yellowed scroll, Chu Wanyin's face was full of admiration. Restoring artifacts and old objects is a long, tedious, and boring task. Nowadays, people are impatient and don't have the patience for it. She was a little older than Zhang Chunqin. Sometimes she also felt annoyed when repairing, but she worked steadily without rushing. By the time she finished, it was already after 10 p.m. She looked at the time and smiled. Chunqin, you can go home now. Xiao Fu will bring you here tomorrow. No need to pick me up. I live nearby in a courtyard. When will you be at home? I can come by myself. I heard that your husband is rarely home, and you don't cook much. If you don't mind, I can bring some food and eat with you. Zhang Chunqin knows about Chu Wanyin's daily routine. When Chu Wanyin heard Zhang Chunqin's words, she looked surprised. Comrade Zhang Chunqin, it seems you know a lot about me. Zhang Chunqin smiled. I heard from Comrade Fu. Chu Wanyin didn't think much and nodded. Okay. I finish work around 5.
You can come to find me then.
After saying goodbye, Zhang Chunqin went home. After Chu Wanyin saw Zhang Chunqin off, her son just came back. Seeing her standing at the door, he asked in surprise, Mom, what are you looking at? Chu Wanyin shook her head. Nothing. Why did you come back so suddenly? Her son hesitated and then said, Mom, Director Shui asked me today. He wants me to help him with something. If I do, he might promote me to director. But you also need to help him with something. Hearing this, Chu Wanyin guessed what was happening. She frowned and said coldly, No. I tell you, if you don't know how to behave, there's no need to stay at the Engineering Institute. For your sake, I've already given many awards to his daughter, Shui Fu.
Mom, please think about me.
Don't even think about it. The mother and son argued at the door. Zhang Chunqin hadn't gone far. She listened to their quarrel quietly and left silently. Every family has its own problems. After 3 days without returning, the Qin family believed she ran away with a man from the countryside. Without even confirming, son Ermiai led the Qin family to Zhang's house. Zhang Chunqin married into the Qin family 20 years ago. She didn't listen to her parents and married an old bachelor. Her family had little contact with her since then. 10 years ago, her family caused trouble, wanting her to give her city job to her younger brother. But her workplace required literacy, and the plan failed. Later, her family saw no benefit and stopped contacting her. Without support from her family, Zhang Chunqin's life became even harder. Son Ermiai and the Qin family members went to Zhang's house aggressively. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai didn't go. They are still looking for Zhang Chunqin. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyu and also went along. Since they knew about their real father's and younger aunt's issues, they each had their own plans. A person wants to get back the wages they were owed. Another person wants their mother-in-law to give them a dowry. Both of them clearly plan to take advantage of their mother. After all these years of being raised by her, they don't want Zhang Chunqin to have a good life. They are used to their mother's sacrifices and never want her to have a moment of peace. The Qin family rushes angrily to Zhang's house. Zhang's family has only one son, the rest are daughters. Zhang Chunqin's youngest brother is named Zhang Dihai. With many older sisters supporting him, he lives better than an emperor. Now he is over 30 years old. Sometimes he is unwell, and his parents still feed him. When they run out of money, they rely on Zhang's parents to ask their daughter for help. When the Qin family arrives loudly, Zhang Dihai is so scared he starts crying loudly and runs into his wife's arms. His wife pats him and comforts him. Dihai, don't be afraid. Your wife will fight them. The Qin family members see this and are used to it. Zhang's son has been like this all these years. Years ago, when Qin Guohua first saw the 18-year-old Zhang Dihai being held in his mother-in-law's arms, he almost dropped his eyes in shock. On the day of the marriage proposal, he watched him cry in his mother-in-law's arms and looked at Zhang Chunqin with suspicion for a long time. Back then, he even wondered if his brother-in-law was mentally slow. Later, he found out that he wasn't slow, just incapable. Over the years, he has really looked down on Zhang's family, so he doesn't keep in touch. Now, Zhang's parents have returned from the fields. Seeing a crowd at their door, they slap their thighs and run over with hose. What are these people doing? They don't want to scare their precious son. They arrive at the door and see Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua with the Qin family, frightening their son into tears. Zhang's mother angrily shouts, Qin Guohua, what are you doing? You don't visit us during festivals to show respect, and today you bring a crowd to scare my son. Qin Guohua feels nervous just seeing his mother-in-law. He had a tough time with her before. When she yells at him like this, his manly confidence quickly disappears. He stammers, Chunqin ran away with a man. We've come to ask you for her now. Mother Zhang heard this and immediately became furious, shouting loudly, what did you say? Who ran away? Second sister's son gritted her teeth and said, Zhang Chunqin ran away with a man. That shameless daughter of yours, when she was young, she flirted with my son. Now she's old and shameless, running off with a wild man. Zhang's parents heard this and, before second sister's son finished speaking, they swung there at her. How dare you spread lies? I'll tear your mouth apart. They swung through the air, and second sister's son jumped back just in time to avoid it. She pointed at Zhang's parents, stomping her feet and cursing. Bah! A family full of shameless people. If it weren't for your daughter seducing my son back then, he wouldn't have wanted to marry her. Back then, Qin Guohua saw Zhang Chunqin working in the fields by the roadside. She was wearing rough cloth clothes with 2 braids and was darker from the sun, but she looked bright and pretty. At that time, Qin Guohua's family already had a child bride, Qin Baoxiang, who was pregnant. He liked Zhang Chunqin and went home to ask his parents to propose marriage. But second sister's son and old Qin didn't agree, especially since Zhang's family wanted a bride price. Qin Baoxiang was already pregnant, and they planned to wait until she gave birth. If it was a boy, they would invite the villagers to celebrate, and that would be their wedding. However, Qin Baoxiang got pregnant, and Qin Guohua liked someone else. Qin's family only had one son, and after Qin Guohua insisted, they finally agreed. Most importantly, Qin Baoxiang didn't dare cause trouble. They planned that after she gave birth, they would sell the baby to cover the bride price for Zhang's family. Because of the bride price, the two families argued and didn't get along well. Over the years, Qin's family looked down on Zhang's, and Zhang's also disliked them. They couldn't benefit each other, so their relationship was naturally bad. Everyone, come see. Qin's family is trying to ruin my daughter. They're the ones spreading rumors that my daughter ran away with a man. My Chunqin is very caring for her family. Everyone knows that. Come and judge for yourselves. Second sister's son sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried loudly. Her voice was loud and rhythmic. People nearby heard the noise and came to see what was happening. Soon they understood the situation. People in Zhongjia village certainly know Zhang Chunqin. They told the Qin family, Zhang Chunqin is an employee in the county town. How could she run away with someone? Don't spread false rumors. Among all the girls in the Zhang family, Chunqin is the most family-minded. Although Mother Zhang didn't think much of her eldest daughter and was upset that she didn't support the family, she knew very well whether her daughter had run away with someone. She stomped her feet and shouted, "Shameless family! It must be you who caused my daughter's death and now want to extort money." Then, Mother Zhang gave her husband a look. Old Zhang immediately understood and rushed over, grabbing Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua, tell me clearly. Did you force my daughter to death? Did my daughter run away with some man? Such things need proof. Next, Mother Zhang went in front of Qin Wentao. Before he could speak, she slapped him. People are slandering your mother. Do you think your mother ran away with some wild man? Qin Wentao hesitated and answered vaguely. My mother hasn't come home for 3 days. We've looked everywhere, but can't find her. When Mother Zhang heard this, she immediately became angry. Not coming home means she ran away with someone. Do you think it's okay to smear us like this? She shouted and called out to her daughter-in-law, Pan Pan, go call someone. They really think our Zhang family is easy to bully. My daughter was forced to death by them, and now they come here to extort money. Sun Ermiai also shouted at the Qin family, everyone, don't let them escape. If they don't return Zhang Chunqin today, none of you are leaving. Hearing this, the Qin family quickly gathered around. Actually, when the Zhang family heard Sun Ermiai say that Zhang Chunqin ran away with someone, they also suspected something. How could she run away just like that? When Qin Wentao got married, she was doing well. Recently, no one heard of any trouble. A few days ago, some nearby relatives of the Qin family even saw Zhang Chunqin washing clothes for her sister-in-law. So how could she suddenly run away? Su Panfan saw she couldn't escape and immediately signaled her son inside the house. The boy climbed out of the window and shouted for help. Mother Zhang is clever. She firmly insisted that the Qin family must have forced her daughter to death. You're saying my daughter ran away? Show us the proof. Now my daughter is missing. Return her to us. Mother Zhang cried and made a fuss. At this moment, the villagers could no longer watch and rushed forward to block the Qin family members. Be brave and tell the truth. Who did Chunqin run away with? At this point, Qin Guobao, who had been silent, spoke up. A few days ago, my older sister-in-law was caught in bed with my mother and father. Because of this, my grandparents were taken to the police station. When Qin Guobao said this, the people in Zhongjia village stopped moving. Sun Ermiai's eyes flickered, and she continued based on Qin Guobao's words. Yes, we caught her in bed. Zhang Chunqin's wild man even took us captive. Sun Ermiai thought it through and realized that the matter between Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua could no longer be hidden. Since that's the case, she decided to tarnish Zhang Chunqin's reputation first. She shamelessly ran off with a man, and when the trouble about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang came out, everyone wouldn't focus only on Qin Guohua. As long as they said the two had no blood relation and that Qin Baoxiang was adopted, the scandal wouldn't be too embarrassing. Sun Ermiai was quick-witted and immediately understood what to do next. So, she crossed her arms and pointed at Zhang's mother. Shameless family. If we didn't have any proof, would we dare to come to you? Zhang Chunqin was caught in bed with a man, and that's how we knew she ran away with the man. Sun Ermiai spoke confidently and convincingly. Hearing this, Zhang's mother hesitated. Is it true? Did it go to the police station? She also started to feel less confident. She turned and grabbed Qin Yuanyuan, pulling her by the collar and demanding, Tell me clearly, what exactly happened to your mother? Qin Yuanyuan weighed the situation and simply said, My father and my grandmother were indeed taken to the police station for catching her in bed. Later, my younger aunt and grandfather went to my mother's workplace to cause trouble, and my mother lost her job. Then the city house was taken back and we moved back here. We all returned, but my mother never came back. Her words were vague, clearly hinting that Zhang Chunqin had run away with a man. On the way here, she had already planned it out. She wanted her mother's money, so she had to force her mother into a corner, then care for and comfort her, which she believed would move her mother. As soon as Qin Yuanyuan finished speaking, an angry voice rang out from the crowd. Who dares to talk nonsense? The speaker held a pig-killing knife and swung it directly at Qin Yuanyuan. The person was Zhang Hongmei, holding a pig-killing knife. She swung the knife straight at Qin Yuanyuan without any hesitation. Qin Yuanyuan saw the knife coming and screamed as she dodged. The knife cut across her face and sliced off a lock of her hair. Qin Yuanyuan, you shameless traitor. Your mouth keeps saying your mother ran off with a man. Others can criticize her, but you all are part of her. How can you join in insulting her? Zhang Hongmei shouted, her eyes red with anger. When Qin Xinghe came to find her older sister, she sensed something was wrong. She was killing pigs and kept thinking more about it. She believed the Qin family must have done something to her sister. Otherwise, with her sister's hardworking nature, she wouldn't stay away from home. She first went to Qin village and learned that Sun Ermiai and the Qin family members had come. She then rushed over again. But as soon as she arrived, she heard Qin Yuanyuan criticizing her mother. Qin Yuanyuan's face turned pale with fear. She gritted her teeth and said, "Second aunt, you don't know everything. How can you say I'm talking nonsense? If she didn't run off with someone, where could she have gone? Where else?" Qin Yuanyuan was so scared she hid behind Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao looked at his aunt, holding the pig-killing knife, and was too frightened to speak. He knew his aunt was raised by his mother and had the best relationship with her. "Second aunt, put down the knife first. Let's talk calmly," Qin Wentao urged. "If you dare to insult my sister again, I'll cut you down. I tell you, my sister wouldn't hit you, but I'm different. I've killed pigs before. I know where to cut to make someone half dead. I won't kill you, but I'll make you crippled," Zhang Hongmei said fiercely, glaring at Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan. They didn't dare to speak anymore. They had seen their aunt cut people with a pig-killing knife before. They knew she was serious. Sun Ermiai looked at the fierce Zhang Hongmei, swallowed hard, and crossed her arms, cursing, "Zhang Hongmei, if you've got the guts, go ahead and cut me. Do it on my neck." Sun Ermiai knew that Zhang Hongmei was fearless and reckless. Although she was scared inside, she felt she couldn't show weakness during the argument. She pointed to her neck and shouted at Zhang Hongmei. Over the years, Zhang Hongmei has been fighting smart and tough with her in-laws. She is used to shouting and threatening. She has seen the same attitude from Sun Ermiai many times before. She sneered, picked up a pig-slaughtering knife, and directly swung it toward her neck. "Since you insist on this, I will satisfy your request." Sun Ermiai widened her eyes, watching the knife come toward her neck. She thought Zhang Hongmei wouldn't dare, but now she saw the knife about to cut her. Her body went weak, and she collapsed to the ground in fear. Zhang Hongmei is also pretty. She wore a pig-slaughtering apron and carried a knife, rushing into the crowd. She pointed the knife at the Qin family, staring at Qin Guohua. "Qin Guohua, if you dare to slander my older sister again, I will cut you first. My sister has already suffered enough. Over the years, have you been doing good things? She raised 4 children alone, acting as both father and mother. Now you want to kick her when she's down. And you, Qin family members, listen up. You should have heard of my reputation. My in-laws and sister-in-law have all been threatened by me. If I hear one more word of slander about my sister, I will come to your village and deal with you. I have no children, just me. I will kill your whole family myself, and I won't feel guilty." Sun Ermiai brought her own Qin family members with her. They came to support Sun Ermiai. They knew Zhang Chunqin as a good person and didn't believe she would run away with a man. Now, hearing Zhang Hongmei say this, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. Zheng's parents were originally nervous. Seeing their daughter with a knife, they were scared but quickly regained their composure. She stood behind Zhang Hongmei, spitting at the Qin family. "Shame on you. What did you do to my Chunqin that made her afraid to go home?" Zhang Hongmei immediately reacted, glaring at Qin Wentao and pointing the knife at him. "Qin Wentao, tell me. When your mother came to pay back the money, with a bandage on her forehead, did Qin Guohua hit her?" Qin Wentao stood silently for a moment, then nodded. His aunt found out about his mother being beaten when she asked around the big courtyard. It couldn't be hidden anymore. If he didn't admit it now, knowing his aunt's temper, she might come to their house in the county with a knife. Zhang Hongmei sneered again. "I always wondered why my sister suddenly stopped coming home. Turns out, Qin Guohua hit her. She suddenly, like crazy, rushed at Qin Guohua with a knife. Qin Guohua, you beast. I, Zhang Hongmei, hate men who hit women the most. How dare you hit my sister? I will cut you to death." "Goody," She raised her knife and ran toward Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua knew she was serious and turned pale. With a loud cry, he ran away. Zhang Hongmei was really angry. Seeing Qin Guohua run, she chased after him with her butcher's knife, shouting, "Qin Guohua, I will cut you. Which hand did you use to hit my sister?" Everyone around watched as Zhang Hongmei chased Qin Guohua, but no one dared to step in. The butcher's knife had no eyes. It didn't matter if she hurt Qin Guohua, but what if she hurt others? So, everyone watched from afar as Qin Guohua ran around in panic. It was Sun Ermiai, the mother, who reacted first. She stomped her foot and shouted at everyone, "Are you just going to watch Qin Guohua be chased? Hurry up and stop her." The Qin family looked at this scene and frowned. "Auntie, look at her holding a butcher's knife. How can we stop her? Why do you keep telling us to go? Why don't you go yourself?" Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and said, "Should I just let her go crazy here? What if my son gets hurt?" Someone from the Qin family spoke up. "If he gets hurt, we can call the police and the village leader. There will be evidence then. Yes, if it gets serious, we can ask the village captain and the village chief to come and handle it." Sun Ermiai said, Do you even speak human words?" She was frantic, turning around to push Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan. "You two go hold your aunt. You're her children. She wouldn't really hurt you." Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan stood there stiffly, unwilling to step forward. "Hurry up. If something happens to your father, I will skin you alive." At that moment, Qin Guohua, who was running away, tripped and fell flat on the ground. Zhang Hongmei, unable to stop in time, raised her butcher's knife and aimed it between Qin Guohua's legs. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene. Sun Ermiai shouted anxiously, "Zhang Hongmei, what are you doing?" Qin Guohua watched in horror as the butcher's knife descended toward his legs. "Ah!" A terrified, mournful scream echoed in the air. The butcher's knife was aimed at Qin Guohua's groin. It was precisely in front of a certain sensitive area, and if it had shifted just an inch, it would have been disastrous. Qin Guohua felt a sudden urge to urinate and was so scared he lost control. Zhang Hongmei sneered disdainfully, "Useless. It doesn't really matter if this thing is intact or not." Seeing her son so frightened, he wet his pants. Sun Ermiai cried and rushed over. "Guohua, are you okay?" Qin Guohua reached up and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, shaking his head in fear. After Zhang Hongmei's earlier strike, no one dared to speak. She truly knew how to fight. She almost caused her brother-in-law to be unable to have children. "Everyone get out of here. Tomorrow I will come to see my older sister. If she's not back yet, be careful. I'll find her myself." Zhang Hongmei pointed her butcher's knife at the Qin family members. "Go find my sister. If you can't find her, I won't let you go." Sun Ermiai still wanted to argue with Zhang Hongmei, but was afraid of her knife. Zhang Hongmei's reputation was known far and wide. People knew she had fought her in-laws and meddlesome relatives before. Even if she hurt someone, she wouldn't leave them to die. She would kindly send them to the hospital. Because she had been a butcher for many years, she knew the human body well. She always avoided vital spots, only causing pain, never killing. In situations like theirs, whether it was a family dispute or a matter for the police, it was usually considered a family issue. No one could interfere much, only advise. After a few incidents, no one dared to provoke Zhang Hongmei anymore, knowing she was capable of serious violence. "Zhang Hongmei, your sister's leg is on your body. How are we supposed to know where she went? If she ran off with some man, why didn't she come home? She lost her job and has nowhere to go. Where could she possibly be?" Sun Ermiai shouted loudly. Zhang Hongmei didn't care. She pointed at Qin Guohua and said, "Qin Guohua, listen to me. Your sister was driven away by you. All of you Qin family members, go find her. If you can't find her, I will come back and deal with you." The Qin family members were still afraid. Before Sun Ermiai could say more, they all went home. Seeing the Qin family leave, Sun Ermiai didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. She turned to the Zhang family and said, "Just wait. As soon as I find proof that Zhang Chunqin ran off with someone, I will come back with people to deal with you." After saying this, Sun Ermiai left with Qin Guohua. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan saw that the Qin family members had all left and also wanted to leave. Zhang Hongmei refused to let them go. You too, tell me clearly what exactly happened. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Hongmei with a knife. Second aunt, killing is illegal. Don't do anything reckless. Zhang Hongmei looked at them expressionlessly. You too, tell me clearly. Finally, Qin Wentao clenched his teeth and told everything that had happened recently. He explained how he wanted Zhang Chunqin to take care of the children and work, how his mother brought his grandparents over, and how it all led to Zhang Chunqin losing her job. Listening to this, Zhang Hongmei trembled with anger. You beast. When you got married, you made your mother so miserable, she almost threw herself into the river. You still have siblings who aren't married or settled down, and you expect your mother to give you her job and take care of the children. I see clearly now, out of 4 children, your mother still loves you the most, but you are the most ungrateful. Hearing this, Qin Wentao couldn't admit it. Second aunt, people do what they have to do. I now have my own small family, and I have to take care of them first. I can't live behind her. Qin Wentao now harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Chunqin. He didn't think he owed his mother anything. He just felt that Zhang Chunqin kept causing trouble for him and didn't want him to live a good life. When Zhang Hongmei heard this, she slapped him. Say one more word that you mother isn't. Qin Wentao covered his face and sneered. You blame my dad for hitting her. Was she not wrong? Why does my dad only hit her and no one else? If not for her.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Zhang Hongmei slapped him 3 times and then raised a pig-killing knife. I'll cut you to death. Seeing the knife Zhang Hongmei raised, Qin Wentao ran away as fast as he could. Qin Yuanyuan also turned and hurriedly ran off. After Zhang's parents returned and saw Zhang Hongmei, they asked with a grim face, What exactly happened with your eldest sister? Did she really run off with someone? Zhang Hongmei coldly glanced at her parents. Now, Zhang's parents were afraid of their second daughter. They took a step back under Zhang Hongmei's gaze. What are you looking at? We didn't say your eldest sister ran off with someone. When did you ever see her? If you know where she is, find her quickly. If she doesn't come back, her reputation will be ruined. Then, Zhang's father also spoke. Yeah. Which man doesn't hit his wife? She wasn't beaten to death. Wasn't it her own choice to get married? Marrying that man was like enjoying happiness. Zhang Hongmei mockingly looked at her parents. Yes, yes, all happiness. That man has been dead for over 10 years. My eldest sister married him, and in just a few years, she caught a disease and died together. If she were reborn and found parents with a kind heart, everything would be better. Second sister, how can you say that? Zhang Dihai spoke up. Zhang Hongmei grabbed Zhang Dihai and slapped him twice. Who told you to speak when I was talking? Zhang Dihai burst into tears. Mom, Dad, look. Second sister hit me. Zhang Hongmei glanced at her parents and said, Tomorrow, each of you give me 2 yuan, and I'll go to the Qin family to cause trouble. If big sister doesn't come back, we'll go every day and say they caused her death. Hearing about the money, her parents immediately agreed. Is it 2 yuan for 1 visit, or every day? As long as you give us money, we'll keep causing trouble until both of us are in coffins. Zhang Hongmei looked coldly at her parents, then turned and walked away with a pig-slaughtering knife. Her mother looked at her second daughter with disgust. Zhang Chunqin's children are no good, not like real women. Stop talking. At least she can give some money now. If we don't spoil her, who will give us money? Her mother muttered awkwardly. She can slaughter 2 pigs. That's a big skill. Though she said this, she didn't dare truly offend Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei left her mother's house and, feeling uneasy, took the pig-slaughtering knife to the county town. She had to find someone there. She was really afraid her eldest sister might do something drastic. Back at the Qin family, after everyone arrived home, old Qin asked, How is it? Did you find her? As soon as he asked, he saw Qin Guohua's pants were wet. He frowned. What's going on? Qin Guohua awkwardly said, I'm going to change my pants. Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and cursed. Zhang Chuanqin's sister is a crazy person. We haven't even started trouble yet, and she came with a pig-slaughtering knife. She almost hurt my brother's vital parts. Old Qin's face turned dark. Shameless. Do they really think our Qin family is easy to mess with? At that moment, Qin Guodabao suddenly spoke softly. Where did sister-in-law go? Why hasn't she come back all these days? Zhang Hongmei arrived at the big courtyard and happened to meet Fat Mama, who recognized her. Hey, aren't you second sister Chunqin? I saw you when Wentao got married. All you sisters are so pretty, I remember that. Fat Mama immediately grabbed her. Among the sisters, Zhang Hongmei is the most straightforward. At Wentao's wedding, she carried a pig on her back. That's why she has a very deep memory of Zhang Hongmei. Big sister, did my sister say anything before she moved out? Zhang Hongmei also remembered this Andy. Fat Mama looked around and leaned in to speak softly. Chunqin didn't tell me, but I saw her a few days ago. She lives near Taohuayuan Road, but I don't know exactly where. I met her that day. Zhang Chuanqin's children had all come back asking about her, so she guessed Chunqin had probably had a falling out with them. When Qin Wentao and Qin Qing he asked her, she didn't tell them. It was only today when Zhang Hongmei came that she spoke. Big sister, can you tell me about her? My sister is the oldest in the family. She never tells us what happens. She bears everything alone. We all protect her. Whenever she faces trouble, she doesn't tell us. This time, the Qin family came knocking on her door, and we only found out when she called my brother-in-law. Zhang Hongmei said, wiping her tears. In the big courtyard, Fat Mama had the best relationship with Zhang Chunqin. She knew how much hardship Chunqin had endured. Fat Mama looked at Zhang Hongmei and sighed. That Qin Wentao is no good. Now he lives in a house where his wife's family all moved in. He refuses to give a penny to his parents, instead supporting his wife's family. Everyone in the big courtyard knows what his wife's family is after. They probably want to stay here and even try to trick the house away for their younger brother-in-law. Chunqin was too spoiled with her children and even agreed. Recently, the daughter-in-law came to ask for a job, leaving the kids behind. Later, we don't know what happened, but the old folks from the Qin family also went to the county town, bringing their unmarried daughter and an old son. Their hearts are even darker now. They not only want Chuanqin's job, but also want the house here in the big courtyard. They caused trouble at Chuanqin's workplace, and she was fired. Later, because of this matter, Qin Guohua also hit her. Fat Mom simply told Zhang Chuanqin's story. She spoke with tears in her eyes. Chunqin really has a hard life, carrying everything alone. In the end, she didn't get any good fortune. Such a hard-working and patient person. Why does no one feel sorry for her? After hearing her story, Zhang Hongmei reached out to wipe her tears and took a deep breath. Thank you, big sister. I'll go to Taohuayuan Road and ask around. I think my big sister lives nearby. After speaking, Zhang Hongmei hurriedly left. Fat Mom watched her back and gently shook her head, muttering to herself, sometimes, women being too capable doesn't always mean they can have a good life. Zhang Hongmei arrived at the road Fat Mom mentioned. She asked around nearby and found out where Zhang Chunqin was living now. Zhang Chuanqin's courtyard was behind Pujia Garden, in the alley next to Taohuayuan Road. When she reached Zhang Chuanqin's house, Zhang Chunqin was about to leave for Pujia Garden. She looked up and saw her second sister.
She was surprised.
Second sister, why are you here? Zhang Hongmei reached out and hugged Zhang Chunqin. Big sister, why didn't you tell me about all these things? Other sisters at home might not be doing as well as me, but you didn't tell them. Why didn't you tell me either? I can make decisions now that I'm at my husband's house. Hearing this, Zhang Chuanqin's eyes welled up with tears. Big sister wanted to wait until after divorcing Qin Guohua to tell you all. I know you're capable, but your family has a lot of problems too. I'm over 40, and I still can't solve my own family issues. Zhang Chunqin already knew about the troublemakers in Qin's family and didn't want to involve her sisters. She never expected Qin's family to falsely accuse her of running away with a man or to cause trouble at Qin's house. She underestimated Qin's family's wickedness. Knowing her second sister had come to her door, she couldn't hide the truth anymore. She brought her inside. She told Zhang Hongmei everything she had done recently. She also explained the relationship between Qin Guohua, Qin Baoxiang, and Qin Gubao to Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei slammed the butcher knife in her hand, making a loud noise. That shameless family. I always felt uncomfortable every time I saw Qin Baoxiang. Turns out she's not just a younger sister-in-law, but a child bride. Such a disgusting family. You married and were made to take care of your younger brother-in-law, only to find out he is Qin Guohua's child. Soon after Zhang Chunqin married, Qin Gubao was handed over to her. As a new wife, she had to stay up all night caring for the baby. She looked after Qin Gubao until she was pregnant with Qin Wentao. The Qin family finally realized her hardship and let her rest for 3 months. Once Zhang Chunqin was stable in her pregnancy, she was again burdened with housework and her 3-year-old younger brother-in-law. She had no chance to breathe freely all these years. No, I can't accept this anymore. I must expose Qin family's shame. Zhang Hongmei, a straightforward woman, couldn't hold back. She grabbed a large knife and was about to go confront someone. Zhang Chunqin held her back. Don't rush. The Qin family has lied to me for so many years. They won't divorce easily. I want to see how my children react when they find out about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. If they cause trouble themselves, I won't need to do anything. If they hide everything, I already have a plan. She sold her job and let her workplace take back her house to make the Qin family see she had nothing left. Divorcing in this era isn't easy if Qin Guohua doesn't agree, especially since she has no backing or support. The Qin family says you ran away with someone and caused trouble in Zhangjia village. Their shameful behavior makes me sick, said Zhang Hongmei, the older sister who was raised by her. She listened to Zhang Chunqin's words but felt her sister was too wronged. Zhang Chunqin smiled. They came to my door because they couldn't hold it in anymore. When the time comes, I will bring everyone to catch the adulterer. Then the Qin family will come to me willingly to divorce. Seeing her older sister's face turning red with determination, Zhang Hongmei sighed. Sister, how much is the rent for this house? Zhang Chunqin smiled. It's my own house. I planned to wait until I divorced Qin Guohua and brought you here. Then you can sell pork in the county town. Business there will be better than in the countryside. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei was surprised. Sister, where did you get the money? Zhang Chunqin smiled. My older sister found another job. Zhang Hongmei didn't ask further and said to her, Sister, go ahead. Qin Wentao has a new wife now, and she has forgotten her mother. Let your sister vent her anger. Zhang Chunqin agreed happily. All right, let's go. The Qin family said she ran away with someone, so she should show up. She went to cause trouble at Qin Wentao's place, and then the Qin family had no excuse to criticize her. Qin Wentao just returned from Qin village when Zhang Zhaodi started causing trouble. He hadn't even had time to explain what happened today when Zhang Zhaodi, with a stern face, asked him, Qin Wentao, where's the money? The salary your mother prepaid? I told you this morning, if you don't get the money back, don't come home. Zhang Zhaodi has always been pampered by Qin Wentao and has been used to being dominant. This time, her anger was even worse because her brother and 2 old members of the Qin family were full of resentment. She also felt that Qin Wentao owed her and believed she married into the Qin family at a loss. Her brother had already been released, but because of the old Qin family's manipulations, he also resented his brother-in-law. Qin Wentao looked tired and said, Enough. I can't find my mother. How am I supposed to get you the money? Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi's anger grew, and she gritted her teeth. I've never seen your mother so shameless. She promised before that if I gave birth to a son, she would give me a job and take care of the child. Now she's shamelessly. Before she could curse the entire Qin family ancestors, Qin Wentao impatiently interrupted. He pointed at Zhang Zhaodi with a blank face. These days, you've been cursing my mother and our Qin family. You haven't even vented enough. Have I spoiled you all these years? You and your family are human, but my Qin family is worse than pigs and dogs? Do you only feel happy when my mother is forced to death? Zhang Zhaodi was about to curse more, but she heard Qin Wentao roar in anger. She felt even more wronged and furious. Did I curse wrongly? Look at what your mother is doing. Bringing your grandparents here, causing my brother to go to jail. Now she's prepaid your salary for a year. Why doesn't she just die? So greedy for her son's blood. Before she finished cursing, Qin Wentao slapped her. Zhang Zhaodi, why don't you just die yourself? Do you really think I'm dead? Standing in front of me, making my mother die. Qin Wentao, full of resentment lately, was tired of being scolded by Zhang Zhaodi during the day and at night. He had enough. Today, he protected his mother, not because he felt sorry for her, but because he was full of anger and needed to vent. After being slapped, Zhang Zhaodi immediately started crying and went forward to tear at Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao, I want a divorce. I can't stand this life anymore. Your family are troublemakers. Because of you, my parents and I have suffered so much. Zhang Zhaodi immediately grabbed Qin Wentao's hair. She was used to throwing tantrums. Usually, when she cried or fussed, Qin Wentao would comfort her. This time, Qin Wentao slapped her back. Divorce. Immediately. When Qin Wentao said this, Zhang Zhaodi suddenly became quiet. Her tears hadn't dried, and she stared blankly at Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao looked at her and said clearly, "Go get a divorce now. Take your family and leave my house. I've had enough of you all. Since we married, I've been giving you the house and money. No one in your family works or goes to school, and I'm the only one working, cooking at home. Are you ancestors? I have to support you." Qin Wentao finally expressed all his frustration from these years. He pointed at Zhang Zhaodi's nose and said, "Your parents, your brother, and your sister-in-law are all disabled? They can't take care of you, an adult who comes into a daughter's house to boss around. Our Qin family isn't full of good people, but your family is full of good ones." He then stormed into the house, grabbing things to throw. Are you city folks? Always eating meat and fancy food. The kids want oil cakes and candies. You want to live like city-rich kids and pay for everything yourselves. I give you my whole salary every month, and you still complain I don't earn enough or have the ability. If you're so capable, don't live in my house. After saying this, he looked coldly at Zhang Zhaodi. Take your ancestors and leave my house. Or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Zhaodi had never seen Qin Wentao so fierce. She was so scared she couldn't speak and just stood there stunned. Her parents were also frightened. Only Zhang Yazhua kept acting tough, pointing at Qin Wentao's nose and shouting, "Qin Wentao, what are you? Few people dare say such things to me. Sister, you must divorce this useless man. If you don't expect me to be your brother. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Before Zhang Yazhua finished, Qin Wentao sneered.
Fine.
Let's get a divorce. Do you really think your sister, a woman who's had kids and been divorced, can find someone better than me? Zhang Yazhua was even angrier. Don't even think about having kids. Qin Wentao laughed mockingly. Hurry up and take her away. In the world, are you the only woman capable of giving birth to a son? I am an employee. I own a house in the county town, and I want to find someone. Is it really that hard? This time, the Zhang family members fell silent. Zhang Yaozu's arrogance was also gone. They all understood that Qin Wentao was right. In the past, they relied on Qin Wentao's affection for Zhang Zhaodi. Not to mention that after the divorce, Zhang Zhaodi probably couldn't find someone like Qin Wentao. Even if Zhang Zhaodi was still a pure girl, with their kind of family who wanted to move in with their relatives, she wouldn't find a better fool than Qin Wentao. If they had found someone back then, Zhang Zhaodi wouldn't have married Qin Wentao. Qin Wentao looked at Zhang Zhaodi and her family, who all fell silent. He sneered and said to Zhang Zhaodi, "Let's go."
Divorce.
Zhang Zhaodi stared blankly at Qin Wentao, whose eyes were cold and fierce. She had always thought Qin Wentao was gentle and easy to handle. At this moment, she suddenly realized, how could a man who doesn't even care about his own mother be a good man? Wentao, I was just upset about you borrowing a year's salary from your mother these past few days. I didn't really want a divorce. Zhang Zhaodi was flexible and adaptable. Her younger brother hadn't yet established himself in the city, and she hadn't tricked Qin's family into giving her the house. How could she really want a divorce? Qin Wentao, with a blank expression, looked at everyone in the Zhang family and said, "Since you don't want a divorce, go and cook now." Zhang Zhaodi fell silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go now." The others in the Zhang family also said nothing. Qin Wentao, exhausted, lay on the sofa. Just as he sat down, there was a loud banging at the door. He was angry and gloomy as he went to open the door. The first person he saw was Zhang Chunqin. The moment he saw Zhang Chunqin, his pent-up anger finally found an outlet. "Mom, where have you been these days? Do you even want to live a good life? You're causing trouble, and I want a divorce, and now you're making a scene at my factory." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Hongmei, behind him, wielded a butcher's knife, aiming for his forehead. "I'll kill you, you ingrate. Today, I want us to die together." Qin Wentao staggered and nearly lost his footing. Zhang Hongmei's knife missed its target. "Second aunt, what are you doing?" Qin Wentao was so frightened that his voice trembled as he shouted in fear. Zhang Zhaodi's family heard the noise and came out to see. They saw Zhang Hongmei holding a pig slaughtering knife. Second aunt, what are you doing?" Zhang Zhaodi also asked in fear. She knew Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei secretly winked at Zhang Chunqin, then raised the pig slaughtering knife and rushed toward Zhang Zhaodi. "Zhang Zhaodi, are your parents childless? Do they want to live with their daughter at her husband's house?" Zhang Zhaodi looked at the knife in Zhang Hongmei's hand and shook her head. "My parents came to take care of me. They feel sorry for me raising the child alone." Zhang Hongmei snorted. "Oh, so it's still my sister's fault for not helping with the kids." Qin Wentao hurriedly shook his head. "Zhaodi, go cook. Since Mom and second aunt are here, make more food." Zhang Zhaodi kept nodding. But Zhang Hongmei suddenly grabbed Zhang Zhaodi. "Zhang Zhaodi, when you married Qin Wentao, you wanted bride price, a house, a bicycle, and other things. I fulfilled everything you asked for. You never said you'd bring your parents and brother to live here. Now your family is just leeching off my sister, and you're still so comfortable?" Zhang Zhaodi felt angry inside, but seeing the bright knife, she dared not argue. She only said in fear, "Second aunt, my parents are old, and my brother is still young. I just help take care of them a little. You don't have children, so you don't understand." Zhang Hongmei sneered. "Oh, your brother only cares about having a son, and doesn't think about taking care of his parents." Zhang Zhaodi wanted to speak again, but Qin Wentao shot her a look to stop her. Zhang Zhaodi dared not say anything. Qin Wentao had seen with his own eyes how close to hurting his father Zhang Hongmei was. He didn't dare anger her. He turned to his mother. "Mom, Grandpa and Aunt really caused you to lose your job. But it's already happened. Getting angry now won't help. You haven't come home these days. Grandpa and Grandma say you ran off with someone, and that's a bad reputation. Second and third brothers still want to get married. Now you're no longer a worker, and it's hard for them to find wives. Plus, my sister has a boyfriend now. You should think about others too, not just yourself." Qin Wentao knew his mother well. He was good at making her feel guilty. In the past, whenever they talked about their future, his mother would agree to anything. Zhang Chunqin looked at her eldest son and sneered lightly. "Is it just that Qin's family messed up my job? You're hiding something from me." When Qin Wentao heard this, he suddenly looked up at Zhang Chunqin and asked nervously, "Mom, what do you mean by that?" As he faced Zhang Chunqin's sharp gaze, his heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he felt like his mother might know something. Zhang Chunqin calmly said, "If you want me to go back, I can do that. You can ask your grandparents and dad to invite me." Hearing this, Qin Wentao doubted his ears. "What? Mom, enough already. You've lost your job and your house, and you're still acting proud. My dad didn't abandon you. You should be thankful. From now on, you'll still live with the grandparents. Who are you trying to impress?" Zhang Chunqin didn't reply. She turned to Zhang Hongmei and said, "Second sister, you should talk to them properly. I'm leaving now." Her words meant, "Second sister, go ahead. You can go wild now." Qin Wentao, seeing his mother about to leave, hurriedly shouted, "Mom, I don't care if you act proud. Give me back my salary. You took a year's worth of my wages. What about my family? Are we supposed to survive on nothing?" Zhang Chunqin stopped and turned to look at Qin Wentao quietly. "Don't you have money? I know you're capable. Surely your grandparents will keep giving you money." Her words were vague and made Qin Wentao feel guilty again. In that brief moment of guilt, Zhang Hongmei suddenly lost her temper. "Qin Wentao, you beast. All these years, your mother raised you for nothing." Qin Wentao then started arguing with Annie Eyre, chasing and being chased. Finally, Qin Wentao, exhausted and panting, said, "Auntie Eyre, enough. I won't interfere with my mom anymore. Whatever she wants to do, she can. Is that okay?" Zhang Hongmei sneered at Zhang Zhaodi and her family. "Your family is also from Zhangjia village. Don't worry, I'll help spread the word. In the future, everyone in the village will learn from you, having a daughter and letting her rely on her son-in-law." After saying this, she grabbed a butcher's knife and walked away without looking back. After Zhang Hongmei left, Qin Wentao sank to the ground, exhausted. Zhang Yaozu, who had been too scared to speak earlier, now angrily cursed brother-in-law. "What kind of people are your family? I've had enough. You'd better deal with them quickly, or life will be impossible." When Qin Wentao heard this, he said expressionlessly, "Because you live here, I have become a sinner in the Qin family. I can't lift my head outside. Who should I solve? My parents or my siblings?" Zhang Yaozu, upon hearing this, started to shout about divorcing Zhang Zhaodi and him. But this time, he was directly taken away by Zhang's parents. After so many recent events, Qin Wentao's attitude had already changed. Before, because Zhang Chunqin was ashamed and no one caused trouble, Qin Wentao felt uncomfortable but tolerated it for Zhang Zhaodi. However, with repeated incidents and accusations from everyone about him allowing his wife to rely on her family and use his wages, he felt more and more unfair. Seeing Qin Wentao's face turn pale from fear, Zhang Zhaodi went over and softly comforted him. "Wentao, are you okay?" At this moment, she no longer dared to question about the wages. She didn't necessarily love Qin Wentao deeply, nor was she completely dependent on him, but she married him with a purpose. Now that her goal hadn't been achieved, she couldn't let things get worse. Qin Wentao sat on the ground, thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Zhang Zhaodi and asked, "Zhaodi, did you hear what my mom just said?" Zhang Zhaodi was stunned and asked suspiciously, "She didn't say anything, did she?" Zhang Chunqin also didn't say anything harsh. All their attention was on Zhang Hongmei's sharp words. She only heard Qin Wentao criticize Zhang Chunqin and didn't pay attention to anything else. Qin Wentao thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Do you feel like my mom seems to know something?" Zhang Zhaodi frowned, not understanding what Qin Wentao meant. Qin Wentao said solemnly, "What my mom just said isn't right. Does she already know about my sister-in-law and my dad? She also said that my money is from my grandparents. She used to worry about us the most, but this time, she hasn't come home for several days." Zhang Zhaodi shook her head. "Impossible. Your mom definitely doesn't know. She hasn't noticed for 20 years. If she was a bit smarter, she wouldn't have been fooled for so many years." Qin Wentao remained silent for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "No, I have to go to the countryside. I need to get the money my grandparents owe me first. Even if my mom finds out later, it doesn't matter. Their arguments won't affect us." Hearing such cold words, Zhang Zhaodi's expression changed as she looked at Qin Wentao. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." Zhang Hongmei ran out of Qin Wentao's house and saw Zhang Chunqin waiting at the gate. "Big sister, has Qin Wentao always been like this?" "He used to be quite obedient," Zhang Hongmei asked as soon as she came out. Zhang Chunqin sighed with a bitter smile. "It seems he wasn't like this before marriage. A child being like this is their problem. If all 4 children are like this, maybe it's really my fault for how I raised them." Zhang Hongmei frowned and said unhappily, "Big sister, don't always blame yourself when things go wrong. You worked hard to raise them, and that's not your fault. Their lack of conscience is from the root. The Qin family has no good people. Just seeing how you serve Qin Baoxiang shows how selfish they all are. Having an affair is enough to shame a woman." But the Qin family not only made Zhang Chunqin serve Qin Baoxiang, they even let Qin Baoxiang take Qin Gubao. This family treats people like fools. Zhang Hongmei gritted her teeth in anger. Then she remembered Zhang Chunqin said she wanted the Qin family to invite her back. "Big sister, do you still want to go back to the Qin family? Aren't you disgusted by them?" Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. "I knew they wouldn't come to invite me. That's why I said that." She scoffed softly. "I just want to wait for a chance for everyone to catch them in the act. The best time to expose Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang is when everyone finds out about their affair." Zhang Hongmei knew her sister was always clever, so she didn't press further. Instead, she asked, "Big sister, I also saved some money. Your courtyard is really nice. Can you buy me one too?" Zhang Chunqin smiled. "What kind do you want? I'll show you." Zhang Hongmei smiled. "One closer to you. My in-laws and little sister-in-law are all busy with pig slaughtering. Once your side's problems are settled, I'll come out. I've had enough of that family." It was really because they had nowhere else to go that they stayed apart. Zhang Chunqin looked at her once delicate sister, now tough and resilient, and felt both pain and helplessness. In her past life, Hongmei never had children, and her life seemed quite peaceful.
Don't worry about me.
"I'm fine. Big sister won't let herself be wronged," Zhang Chunqin assured Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei sighed helplessly. "Sister, if you have any problems, don't hide them from me." Zhang Chunqin nodded. Zhang Hongmei had just finished dinner and was heading back home. She was eating the pancakes her older sister made. "Big sister, Qin Guohua, and the others don't know you've bought a house outside, right? Actually, you should wait until after the divorce to move in. What if they find out?" Zhang Chunqin lowered her eyes. "I really don't want to say much more to them. Just thinking about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's shady behavior makes me feel dirty, even to look at them." Zhang Chunqin knew that it would be better to wait until after the divorce to move in. But she had lived through this life again and really didn't want to force herself to pretend anymore. "Forget it. The Qin family looks down on you and probably wouldn't guess what's really going on," Zhang Hongmei said, patting her hands after finishing her meal and leaving. "Big sister, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will take our parents to the Qin family to cause trouble. I'll say Qin Guohua chased you away and tell her to bring you back," Zhang Hongmei said. Zhang Chunqin smiled. "Good. Don't give any more money to our parents. Listen to your sister. If you have money, hide it yourself." Among the sisters, because Zhang Hongmei didn't have her own children, she often liked to share her money with her parents. But Zhang Chunqin knew very well who their parents and younger brother really were. Zhang Hongmei nodded. "Sister, I understand." Qin Wentao came to the Qin family again. He didn't mention that Zhang Chunqin had come to his house. He only said, "Grandma and Grandpa, I've arranged a job for Guobao." Recently, the Qin couple had been dealing with many frustrating issues. Hearing Qin Wentao's words, they almost jumped with excitement. "Old lady, quickly call Guobao over." Qin Laotu pushed his second granddaughter. Son Ermiai immediately ran to call Guobao. Soon, Guobao came in. He clearly already knew that Qin Wentao had found him a job. "Wentao, did you really find me a job?" Seeing how happy they all looked, Qin Wentao slowly said, "Grandma and Grandpa, I found a job for Guobao. But what about the remaining money?" The Qin couple's faces stiffened when they heard this. "Wentao, Guobao hasn't started working in a factory yet. We don't know what kind of job you found for him. Once Guobao is settled, the money will definitely go to you." Then they told Qin Wentao, "Look at what's happening at home lately. It's a mess. Your mother also doesn't know where she has gone. Now, our family is being pointed at and talked about." Qin Wentao looked steadily at the two elders and softly said, "The national treasure has a job in the city, so finding a wife here isn't hard. Grandpa and Grandma, you wouldn't be teasing me, right? You don't plan to give me the remaining money?" The two elders of the Qin family exchanged glances and continued to persuade him. Your grandma has saved it. When you stop working, you can take the money with her. Hearing this, Qin Wentao nodded with satisfaction. Then I will ask for a day off from the factory tomorrow. Seeing Qin Wentao's anxious look, the two elders frowned and said, Qin Wentao, why are you in such a hurry? Did your mother already find out? Remember, don't trick us out of our money. Qin Wentao immediately looked serious and replied, Grandpa and Grandma, we are family. I wouldn't cheat you out of your money. The national treasure is actually my older brother Qin De. We are all family. How could I cheat my own family? The two elders of the Qin family fell silent for a moment and then nodded. When will Qin Bao's job be settled? Knowing that his grandparents weren't easy to fool, Qin Wentao nodded and said, Let Qin Bao come to the county tomorrow. I'll take him to the matchstick factory. Hearing this, the grandparents finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. Qin Wentao hadn't actually arranged a job for Qin Bao. He was just planning to take him along as a show. He had already figured out how to persuade Qin Bao on the way here. Qin Bao's face lit up with joy. As long as he also had a job in the city, he felt his gap with Qin Wentao was getting smaller. Over the years, Qin Bao had always compared himself to Qin Wentao. Seeing Qin Wentao's life getting better and better, Qin Bao felt very unwilling. Especially after seeing Qin Wentao marry such a beautiful wife, he was even more jealous and envious. At this moment, Sun Ermiai suddenly spoke. Since Qin Bao is working in the city, let him move in with you for a while. Once his job is stable, you can rent him a house. Qin Wentao hadn't really helped Qin Bao find a job. He just agreed perfunctorily when he heard this. Okay. Just then, the door was pushed open and Qin Yuanyu rushed in. Big brother, did you already know about my sister-in-law and dad? Why did the younger uncle become the big brother? What's going on? Explain it clearly to me. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Wentao and asked, Big brother, when did you find out? What exactly is the relationship between uncle and dad? Then she gritted her teeth and said, You helped uncle find a job, but why not help second brother and third brother? They've been looking for work outside these days. Qin Wentao responded to Qin Yuan with a question, When did you find out? Qin Yuan didn't answer but asked again, Since you know, do second brother and third brother know? I want to ask them. So you all knew, and I was the only one in the dark. As she turned to leave, Sun Ermiai grabbed her arm. Qin Yuan, have you had enough? Is this something worth making a fuss over? Do you really want everyone to know? Qin Yuan looked at them with a cold smile. So you all know it's not something to be proud of. If it's not something to be proud of, why do you do it? Qin Wentao looked at Qin Yuan with some impatience. You're about to get married. Are you sure you want to cause a big fuss? If your fiancé's family finds out about the family situation, do they still want you? Qin Yuan looked at the elderly couple of the Qin family and directly demanded, Grandpa and Grandma, since you gave big brother money, you should also give me some. Otherwise, I will tell my mom about this. Sun Ermiai spat at her without fear. Go ahead. Let your parents divorce. Do you think that would benefit you? Making a fuss will only make your in-laws dislike you. You'll never be able to hold your head up in your husband's family. Qin Wentao also warned in a deep voice, What money? Grandma and Grandpa gave me money to help me find a job. Finding a job requires connections and effort. You think jobs come for free, falling from the sky? Don't you know? My job was bought with Mom's money too. Hearing this, Qin Yuan finally remembered that Qin Wentao's job was bought with Zhang Chuanqin's money. Suddenly, she realized, yes, if Mom can buy a job for Big Brother, she also needs her mom to buy a job for Axin, or it wouldn't be fair. She looked at the elderly couple of the Qin family and Qin Wentao, feeling sure they were hiding something from her. At this moment, she still didn't know the relationship between Qin Guobao and Qin Guohua. Qin Wentao saw that Qin Yuan still didn't know Qin Guobao was also Qin Guohua's son, and he didn't want her to know too much. He said, Stop making trouble. There are enough problems at home. Now everyone is living with Grandpa and Grandma, and they're already having a hard time. The matters between the younger sister-in-law and the father are issues from their older generation. As a younger person, You should not interfere. Just pretend you don't know anything. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Qin Wentao and suddenly asked, "Do you know where Mom went?" When mentioning Zhang Chunqin, Qin Wentao's face looked a bit upset. He clenched his teeth and said, "She's doing fine. Today, she even argued with second aunt at my house." Then he told the elderly couple from the Sun family, Grandpa and Grandma, second and third brothers haven't married yet. Please don't spread rumors outside. My mom is fine. She didn't run off with a man. She came to my house today, upset because her work was messed up and her house was gone. She's still angry and wants you to go and invite her. Second sister Sun spat on the ground angrily when she heard this, saying, "What is she? If she has any sense, she shouldn't come back at all. Invite her? She really thinks she's something special. She's over 40 and still acting like she's important. It's best if she never comes back. If she does, she'll just cause trouble." Old Qin sneered coldly. "If you give her a little respect, she might still come back. If she doesn't want to, then don't come back. Don't even recognize her as your mother." Qin Wentao was still thinking about asking for money, so he didn't argue with his grandparents. Qin Yuanyuan also wanted to get some bride price from Zhang Chunqin. Hearing Qin Wentao's words, she immediately grabbed him and asked, "Where is Mom? Where did she go? Imisha. I want to find her." Second sister Sun's expression darkened when she heard this. She stared at Qin Yuanyuan and said, "You little brat, are you trying to complain? Are you afraid your parents won't get divorced?" Injuanjuan hurriedly argued, "No. I have a boyfriend now. I don't want to cause trouble in the family. My boyfriend is eager to marry me and wants to talk about our wedding." Hearing this, second sister Sun finally remembered to ask who Qin Yuanyuan's boyfriend was. "You little brat, you keep saying you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Is he from the city? What's his family like? If his family is well off, even without a bride price, it's fine. As long as he can help support my brothers and younger brother." Qin Yuanyuan shyly said, "Grandma, you know him. It's Hong Xian from Hongjia village." Second sister Sun finally understood after hearing this. She turned to find a broom and said, "You little troublemaker. Are you so desperate for a man? Your partner is from Hongjia village, the one who is blind and a troublemaker. That little wild kid is always out causing trouble. The family is so poor they can't even find a complete pair of underwear." Suddenly, Sun Ermiai finally realized, "I knew you were trying to marry into that family. You little brat, if you want to marry him, do it yourself. Don't expect our old Qin family to support you." She turned and shouted at Qin Guohua, who was smoking, "Qin Guohua, look at what kind of cheap girl Zhang Chunqin has given birth to. Can't she find a decent man? She ends up with someone like that." After speaking, she pointed at Qin Yuanyuan and said, "Qin Yuanyuan, I tell you, if you want to marry that troublemaker from Hongjia village, you can forget about staying here. Get out of my house." Sun Ermiai kept criticizing and then grabbed a broom to chase her away. Qin Yuanyuan didn't dare say she was already part of Hongxin's family. She could only grit her teeth and insist, "I love him truly." Sun Ermiai looked down on Qin Yuanyuan even more, "Get out. Seeing what a disappointment you are makes me feel like I'm losing years of my life." Qin Wentao didn't know about Hongxin's situation. He rarely cared about family matters before. After marriage, he was busy taking care of his mother-in-law's family and had no time for his own family. He asked Sun Ermiai with some doubt, "Grandma, who is Hongxin?" Sun Ermiai clenched her teeth. "Hongxin from the poorest family in Hongjia village. That wild kid's parentage is a mystery. His mother ran off with someone before, then came back after the man left her. Your sister, this shameless girl, is trying to marry into that family. Why?" She scolded disdainfully. "I told you, girls don't need to go to school so much. She went to high school, but her brain is full of water. She's so stupid she's beyond saving. Better to sell her to an old bachelor. At least he might give you brothers some bride price." While she was criticizing Qin Yuanyuan, Qin Baoxiang hurriedly ran in. "Dad, Mom, something's wrong. You need to leave quickly. Zhang Hongmei came back with a big knife and is causing trouble again." After Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei left, She went to the big courtyard. She brought some fruit candies to visit Fat Mama. Fat Mama saw her and looked behind her. Chunqin, your sister came to see you. Did you meet her? Zhang Chunqin handed her a bag of candies. Yes, I saw her. I came here especially to thank you. Later, Qin Guohua and a few of my children will come to ask about you.
Just say you don't know anything.
How Mama listened and nodded. I didn't tell you that my eldest and second sons asked. I only told you because my second daughter worked the hardest when Tao got married. I could see she truly cares about you, big sister. Zhang Chunqin nodded. How Mama sighed. Chunqin, are you really going to divorce Qin Guohua? Your children are grown now. Can you really be so heartless? Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment. How Mama, I am really tired. I don't want to care anymore. I've suffered all my life, and now my son is just serving others. I don't want to raise children for others anymore. Thinking about Qin when Tao made How Mama feel sad for Zhang Chunqin. Don't worry, I understand. And honestly, I don't even know where you live. Asking me won't help. Zhang Chunqin gave her a few meat buns. These are homemade. You can give them to your little grandson. How Mama politely accepted the buns. How Mama's house was assigned by her husband's workplace. Her life isn't wealthy. She has 5 sons, 2 are married, and the whole family lives together. Soon, the other sons will also marry. Right now, she has 2 daughters-in-law who argue every day, not to mention the other sons' marriages coming up. All day long, the 2 daughters-in-law complain about favoritism from the parents. But actually, the son who benefits the most complains more about favoritism. Since he's gaining, he feels he's losing if things aren't fair, and he causes more trouble. How Mama, don't worry too much about your children and grandchildren. They will find their own happiness. No matter how much you help them, they're never satisfied. They won't complain about you helping too much. They'll just think you help too little. Doing less might be better, less mistakes, fewer problems. Zhang Chunqin remembered that How Mama had suffered just like her in a previous life. She couldn't bear to say more. She didn't want to interfere with others' fate, but How Mama was too much like her. Seeing her was like seeing her past self. How Mama sighed helplessly. Children are like debt collectors. Next life, I don't want any children. Every time I see my sons fight over a little food, I think, why am I still alive? When I die, I won't see this family's troubles anymore. Her sons, the eldest has 3 grandchildren, all raised by her. The second daughter-in-law is pregnant now. She can't abandon her eldest son's children. She has to take care of the second daughter-in-law, and later, she will also need to look after the children. Other sons marry and need to take care of their wives and children during the postpartum period. Looking around, her days seem endless. Zhang Chunqin told her, if the children want to move out, let them go. Don't help them. They're grown up now. Fat Mama nodded. Zhang Chunqin didn't say much, just stopped there. Some truths and matters are things you have to figure out on your own. After Zhang Chunqin left, Fat Mama took the candies and went home. She didn't dare to take them out, worried that her eldest son's children would get them and she would be accused of favoritism. After Zhang Chunqin left the big courtyard, she bought some vegetables and went to find Xu Wanin. When she arrived at the family compound nearby, she knocked on the door for a long time, but got no response. She looked at the time. It was already 5:30 p.m., and logically, old Xu should have come back. She waited at the door for another 5 minutes, but still saw no sign of Wanin. As she was about to leave, she heard a ticking sound from inside the house. Curious, Zhang Chunqin peeked inside and saw Wanin lying on the ground. Old Xu, can you hear me? She called urgently from outside, knocking on the door repeatedly. But Wanin inside clearly couldn't get up. Zhang Chunqin circled around the house, climbed in through the back window. After knocking open the window, she ignored everything else and slipped inside. Old Xu, wake up, she said as she climbed in, kneeling down to check Wanin's heartbeat and pulse. She knew old Xu had low blood sugar. She felt in her pocket and remembered she had grabbed some candies while giving Fat Mama candies earlier. Without hesitation, Zhang Chunqin peeled open the candy wrapper and put a piece into old Chu's mouth.
Olke slowly regained consciousness.
Seeing her awake, Zhang Chunqin breathed a sigh of relief. Are you experiencing low blood sugar? I'll carry you to the hospital now. Wanyin nodded slowly, but couldn't speak. Seeing that she could nod, Zhang Chunqin lifted her onto her back and left. In her past life, she had also saved Wanyin when she fainted from low blood sugar at home, which helped her get a job at the Second Academy of Engineering. She carried Wanyin to the hospital. Once the doctor took over, she finally relaxed, though her hands were trembling. When Wanyin woke up, it was already evening. She saw Zhang Chunqin leaning on the bench and sleeping. She sat up from the hospital bed to help her put on a coat, and Zhang Chunqin woke up. Old Chu, you're awake. Zhang Chunqin said happily when she saw Chu Wanyin. Low blood sugar isn't a serious problem, but if not caught early, it can cause big issues. Chu Wanyin smiled and said to Zhang Chunqin, luckily, I made an appointment with you today. I just got home and started trembling all over. I wanted to go upstairs to get some candy, but I collapsed. Zhang Chunqin was also worried. Why can't you develop the habit of carrying sugar with you? I told you before, every morning you should grab a handful of candy, but... Before she finished, she realized she had said too much. These words were things she had told her in her past life. Later, old Chu also died from low blood sugar. Zhang Chunqin quickly changed the subject. I have a relative who also had blood sugar issues, but it wasn't caught early, and he passed away. Looking at Zhang Chunqin, Chu Wanyin asked with some suspicion, Chunqin, I feel like you know a lot about me, my habits and everything. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Fu Tongji told me. Chu Wanyin raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. She was usually cold and only got along with others based on chemistry. Anyway, she liked Zhang Chunqin very much. She could tell Zhang Chunqin genuinely cared about her. You should go home now. My son will come later to take care of me. Zhang Chunqin checked the time. Then I'll go buy you some food. You must be hungry. Just as Zhang Chunqin was about to leave the ward, Chu Wanyin's son arrived. At the door of the ward, she looked up and saw a man rushing inside. Mom, are you okay? He asked anxiously as he reached the door. Zhang Chunqin looked up and saw the familiar face. She froze. Is this man the one she saw in the photo at Fu Tongji's house that day? Is he Chu Jie's son? The man sensed Zhang Chunqin's gaze and looked at her.
Who are you?
Chu Wanyin pointed at Zhang Chunqin. Chunqin saved me. If it weren't for her, I might not have been able to see you. Chu Wanyin's son is named Zhang Feng. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin had never met anyone like him, only heard old Chu and her second son mention him. Old Chu's son was known to be filial and thoughtful. Second sister Qin Qinghe is considered a very capable leader. However, Zhang Chunqin's only impression of him is from the intimate photos with Comrade Fu's partner. Seeing him, Zhang Chunqin's first thought was, Comrade Fu knows Chu Lao, so he should also know Zhang Feng.
Why? Does he still pretend not to know?
Chu Wanyin looked at Zhang Chunqin staring at her son for a while and asked surprised, Chunqin, what's wrong? Zhang Chunqin finally looked up and said, Nothing. Old Chu, rest well. I'll go now. Zhang Chunqin didn't bother with these matters anymore. As an outsider, she was only gossiping a little. The feelings, conflicts, and grudges between them had nothing to do with her. Back at the big courtyard, she saw some happy eggs and cakes on her door handle, probably given by neighbors. She thought about asking tomorrow who gave them, to add some joy to the children. After entering the house and washing up, she was ready to sleep. The Qin family knew Zhang's family caused trouble and didn't dare go out. Their relatives had already left. When they left today, they earnestly told Old Qin, your family's actions are not kind. Everyone knows what kind of person Chunqin is. You can't just smear her. You're pushing her to the limit. No one outside knew about Qin Guohua's behavior over the years, or that Qin Baoxiang was Qin Guohua's adopted daughter, but the core family members knew. They acted as if they didn't know in front of others, but behind their backs, they looked down on what Qin's family did. They really thought they were the emperor of their home, one in the house, one in the city. Luckily, they found someone like Zhang Chunqin who was easy to manipulate. Anyone with a bit of sense would have seen through it long ago. Don't involve us in your family matters anymore, several of Qin's relatives said as they left. Because of this, Sun Ermiai also dared not ask for help anymore. Just as they left, people said they wouldn't interfere in their family affairs, but she still went to ask for support, which was really annoying. Outside, it was lively. Everyone in Qin village came to watch the fun. Zhang Chuanqin's children suddenly all moved back home. Actually, there had been rumors in the village for a while. But the rumors weren't that Zhang Chunqin ran away with someone, but that Qin Guohua was useless and Zhang Chunqin was getting a divorce. Qin Guohua has been traveling abroad for years and caught a bad illness. When he returned this time, he looked pale and thin, and he was almost at the end of his life. Indeed, Qin Guohua looked very weak when he came back, but it was just because he had been overworked. She exhausted herself trying to care for Qin Guohua, but when she couldn't get any more help, she specifically found someone to give her medicine. Even someone as strong as her couldn't keep going. When Zhang Hongmei saw that the villagers had gathered, she signaled her parents. The Zhang family has many daughters, and they're very good at pretending and manipulating others. Today, when they came, their daughter was given 2 yuan and they worked extra hard to act. Everyone come and judge. Qin Guohua is rarely at home all year, leaving the children with Chunqin alone. His salary is handed over to his parents to support his younger brother and sister-in-law. When he returns, he even hits his wife, causing her to be hospitalized several times. Before, he was even taken by the police because of this. Mother Zhang knelt on the ground, crying loudly, her voice rising in many tones. While crying, she also wiped her nose on the ground, her voice full of sadness and emotion. Father Zhang also started speaking. My daughter was beaten so badly, she dared not go home. They said she ran off with a wild man. Do you know? They forced my daughter to give her job to Qin Gubao and wanted her to give the city house to her younger brother. It was only because she refused that they started hitting her. When they didn't get her job, they went to her workplace and caused her to lose her job. The whole family is shameless, like blood-sucking parasites. The neighbors nearby heard this and started discussing among themselves. Most people in Qingguo village knew about Qin Guohua not paying Zhang Chunqin her wages. How did they find out? Naturally, it was because Sun Ermiai and old Qin went around showing off. They boasted everywhere that their eldest son sent money home and that they had control over their daughter-in-law. Mother Zhang gritted her teeth and cursed. That little sister-in-law is also shameless. Not married at her age. Either sick or possessed. Inside the house, Sun Ermiai heard all this and couldn't stand it anymore. She opened the door, put her hands on her hips, and yelled, "Shut your mouths. Zhang Chunqin is the one being shameless, messing around. And now you're blaming us." Seeing Sun Ermiai being scolded out, Zhang Hongmei softly said, "Oh, Auntie, I've always wanted to ask you something."
I don't know if I should say it.
Sun Ermiai crossed her arms and sneered, "You, a pig butcher, can't say anything good. Just leave. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't let you go." Zhang Hongmei then gave Sun Ermiai a strange smile. If I remember correctly, before my older sister got married, Uncle Qin had been paralyzed for several years. He couldn't control his bladder or the timing of your child's birth doesn't add up. As soon as she said this, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent. Actually, people in the village had discussed this before. But both Old Man Qin and Sun Ermiai loved Qin Guobao very much. If the child was Sun Ermiai's illegitimate baby, Old Man Qin, being such a selfish person, wouldn't have loved the child so much. So, everyone guessed that Old Man Qin might not have been fully paralyzed. He might have just lost control of his bladder but still able to have children. But today, Zhang Hongmei said this out loud, and everyone's suspicions grew even more. Sun Ermiai was completely caught off guard. Old Man Qin was paralyzed a year before Qin Guobao was born. At that time, because Old Man Qin was paralyzed, people thought he wouldn't live long. Sun Ermiai forced Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang, the young bride, to be together so she could quickly get pregnant. She was worried old man Qin wouldn't see his grandson. Now, this has become a point of gossip. Just because he's paralyzed doesn't mean he can't do anything. Sun Ermiai stubbornly insisted. Zhang Hongmei smiled and said, "That's right. Uncle Qin loves Qin Guibao so much. He must be from the Qin family." At this moment, someone from Qin's village suddenly said, "That's not right." Counting 10 months of pregnancy, Sun Ermiai was pregnant with Qin Guibao right when old man Qin was just paralyzed and had his leg amputated. He was lying there for over half a year, barely able to move. How could he still have a child then? When this was said, people started to discuss. Once the rumors started, they spread like a whirlwind. Zhang Hongmei then gave Sun Ermiai a thumbs up. "I just find it strange. Your husband was about to die, and you're in such a hurry to have a son. Oh, this kind of thing shouldn't be overthought. The more you think about it, the stranger it seems." Sun Ermiai heard this and immediately got anxious. She couldn't believe that the story had turned into her having an affair and secretly giving birth to an illegitimate child. "Zhang Hongmei, you little brat, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart," Sun Ermiai shouted, stomping her feet. She was proud and didn't care much about her reputation, but she couldn't afford to have the reputation of having an affair and secretly giving birth to a child ruin her at the end. Her family's national treasure is about to go to the city for work. With a job, isn't a wife far behind? They shouldn't care about reputation. "Oh, don't worry. I was just counting the days and got the timing wrong. The son must be yours. A mother can't be mistaken, right?" Zhang Hongmei had already planned what to say when she arrived. Her mother, Zhang, listened to her daughter, and her eyes lit up. Wow, what big gossip. This is a huge deal. Originally, old Qin didn't come out because there were too many rumors outside. He couldn't stay still, so he asked Qin Guibao to speak for him. He was just sitting at home, and suddenly he was falsely accused. At his age, he was called a green hat man. "Zhang Hongmei, who told you to say that? Was it Zhang Chunqin? She's cheating and too afraid to come back, so she's making you slander us," old Qin said angrily, trembling all over. He was so nervous that he lost control and had an accident. He usually considered himself a proud man, so he rarely lost control in front of others. But now, his loss of control proved he was falsely accused. Qin Wentao and Qin Yuanyuan stayed inside, afraid to come out. They wished they could disappear. As long as they stayed inside, their aunt's anger wouldn't reach them. Inside the room, Qin Yuanyuan listened to Zhang Hongmei outside and suddenly realized something. She grabbed Qin Wentao and said, "Big brother, is my little uncle not the child of grandma and grandpa? Could he be the result of my dad and my aunt having an affair?" Qin Wentao glared at her. "If you shouldn't know, just pretend you don't." Qin Yuanyuan looked at him in shock and disbelief. "That's so disgusting.
How could they do such a thing?
They're cheating and lying to mom. My little uncle was raised by mom. How could they do something so terrible?" At that moment, Qin Yuanyuan finally empathized with her mother.
It was so humiliating.
Not to mention all the suffering, their actions were just disgusting. Qin Wentao warned her, "Enough. It's best if mom doesn't know about this. If she finds out, she might not be able to handle it. Do you want to push mom to her breaking point?" Qin Wentao wasn't really worried about Zhang Chunqin. He was afraid he wouldn't get the remaining money. He had already decided, once he got the rest of the money, he didn't care about cutting ties with the Qin family anymore. He is living his own life now and can no longer rely on the Qin family. Qin Yuanyuan wanted to say more, but Qin Wentao warned her. "Do you think these things are honorable? If mom finds out, she will definitely leave. I am already married, so I will just live my own life in the future. You and the second and third siblings haven't married yet, and you drove mom away. What will happen then?" Qin Yuanyuan fell silent. Her mother is already old and has suffered for many years. She just needs to endure, and it will pass. Outside, Zhang Hongmei watched the Qin family's embarrassing behavior and stopped gossiping. Their family secrets will be revealed when her eldest sister returns. The best part always comes last. Today, Her words will keep the Qin family from going out for 10 or 15 days. Actually, Qin Guobao's situation doesn't hold up under scrutiny. But people tend not to think too much about some ugly truths. Mom and Dad, let's go. Zhang Hongmei saw the villagers gossiping about the Qin family and happily led her parents and the Zhang family away. On the way back, Zhang's mother also looked curious. Hongmei, is what you said true? The dates don't add up. The kid's age is wrong. That second sister, Sun, is quite capable. How did she trick old Qin? Doesn't he know if he can handle it himself? Zhang's father, acting like an experienced person, said, Men never admit they are weak. If old Qin can't handle it, he just wants to prove he can still produce children. He's willingly acting like a fool. Hearing his parents, Zhang Hongmei smiled faintly and said, Mom and Dad, starting tomorrow, I'll give you a dime every day. You can go to nearby villages and talk about the strange things in the Qin family. Tell everyone about Sun's pregnancy date and calculate when Qin Guobao was born. Hearing this, Zhang's parents felt a bit discouraged. Just a dime? Gossiping takes effort too. Zhang Hongmei sneered and said, Then go farm. Farming is easier. Hearing this, the old couple immediately said, Yes, we'll go every day. They figured that earning a dime a day was better than farming. The Qin family elders and Qin Guobao watched Zhang's family walk away, furious and trembling with anger. How dare Zhang Hongmei? She cursed 3 people with one sentence. Old Qin is a fool, Sun is having an affair, and Qin Guobao is a. They looked at the strange gazes from the villagers around them and felt itchy all over. Qin Guobao, the youngest, couldn't stand the ambiguous looks, so he pushed old Qin into the house. Sun Ermiai also turned around and hurriedly left. From the neighbors' point of view, their actions seemed like they were feeling guilty. Look, they are guilty. Inside the house, Qin Guobao looked at Qin Wentao and said, Wentao, I am leaving tonight. Qin Wentao's face changed when he heard this. No, I haven't discussed this with Zhaodi yet. Wait for 2 days. I need to send Zhaodi's parents away first. Once they leave, you can move in. Then he tried to comfort the elderly couple like a child. Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. I understand the relationship between us. I will make sure Zhaodi's family all leave. The Qin couple looked at Qin Guobao and finally gritted their teeth. Solve this as soon as possible. Today, even if we had 100 mouths, we couldn't explain this clearly. We can't keep explaining everywhere that your grandfather can really have children. In fact, even if they wanted proof, they couldn't provide it. They couldn't control their functions, and they couldn't control their third leg either. Qin Wentao finally managed to soothe his grandparents and let out a long breath of relief. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, watched coldly from the side. She didn't even know what kind of person her own older brother was. Seeing the current situation of the Qin family, Qin Wentao said goodbye to his grandparents and left. Qin Yuan chased after him, grabbing his arm. Brother, tell me where Mom is. If you don't tell me, I will go to Anner's place and tell them about Dad and my younger sister. Qin Wentao stared at Qin Yuan. Why are you looking for Mom? Then he suddenly realized, your second brother said you want to be with Hong Xian's family, and you want to ask Mom for money. Qin Yuan frowned and gritted her teeth. Brother, this is my business. Just tell me where Mom is. Qin Wentao looked at her and said, I don't know.
Qin Yuan sneered coldly. Fine.
Brother, you'd better not regret this. She ran out immediately after speaking. Qin Wentao didn't bother with Qin Yuan. He turned around, comforted his grandparents briefly, and then left. Today was simply not the right time. He couldn't bring himself to talk about money with his grandparents. After Qin Wentao left, Sun Ermiai looked at her old man and said with a serious face, Old man, what should we do now? I have lived for 60 years, and I am almost ready to rest in my coffin. Yet, people say I went out to have fun. Old Qin looked serious and said, Do you think the Zhang family knows something? No one has ever mentioned the national treasure in over 20 years. Why are they bringing it up today? Sun Ermiai was stunned, then became excited and asked, Could it be that Qin Yuan, that careless girl, said something wrong? Sun Ermiai's old-fashioned idea that boys are more important than girls made her think Qin Yuan was just talking nonsense. Old Qin frowned and said, "Call Guohua here." It was clear that old Qin already had his own ideas. Sun Ermiai was a bit unhappy and said, "Guohua is scared. If you have something to say, I'll tell him. Let him lie down for a bit." Old Qin slammed what he was holding and said angrily, "Lie down? All these problems are because of him. Live a good life with Ah Xiang. Take good care of the national treasure. Would there be so many troubles? I tell you, the national treasure is my life. My son is useless. I raised a filial grandson. Anyone who tries to block my family's treasure, I will take their life." Old Qin had barely escaped death when Qin Guobao was born. He believed Qin Guobao was a lucky star, so he raised him carefully, valuing him more than his own son. Seeing old Qin angry, Sun Ermiai quickly went to the room and called Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua, scared by the incident with Qin Baoxiang and Zhang Hongmei, was so frightened he peed his pants. He felt ashamed and didn't want to see anyone. He refused to go outside. When Sun Ermiai entered the room, Qin Guohua's face looked very bad. He was pale and thin, with sunken eyes, looking just like the villagers said, a sickly ghost. Sun Ermiai then noticed that her son had dark circles under his eyes and his eyes were blank, clearly drained by a woman. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Qin Baoxiang, you little brat. Can't you stay away from men? You've turned a good man into this." Qin Guohua heard his mother and looked at her. "Mom, is something wrong?" Qin Guohua was truly exhausted and frightened by Zhang Hongmei. He felt weak and looked like he was about to die. Sun Ermiai looked at her son with concern. "Your dad wants you to go. Did you hear what they said outside about us? Don't upset your dad. Just listen to what he says no matter what." Qin Guohua nodded and got out of bed. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs went weak. He twisted his legs and sat down the floor. At this moment, Qin Baoxiang, who had been secretly watching outside, ran in and asked, "Guohua, are you okay? What's wrong?" Recently, because his son was going to work in the city, Qin Baoxiang had been acting strangely, even though he had lost someone that day. He used to be calm and gentle, not fighting or arguing. Now he was acting wild and crazy, completely out of control. Seeing Qin Baoxiang rush over, Qin Guohua's legs went weak again, and his bones felt like they were softening. He shouted in fear, "Don't come near me. I don't have the strength to fight you. If you keep bothering me, I'll be exhausted." Qin Baoxiang looked confused and sad, saying, "Guohua, you said you liked me that way. I only did what you wanted. Why is it all my fault?" When Qin Guohua was happy with her, he didn't say things like that. Seeing her son so frightened, second sister Sun slapped her and scolded, "You shameless woman. Things are such a mess, and you still won't stop. If you dare wear that fancy dress again and act foolish, get out of the Qin family. Do you know how the villagers talk about you? They say you can't find a husband and spend all day thinking about men. Don't go out and scare people. You know what you look like, but you still want to embarrass yourself." Qin Baoxiang felt wronged and muttered, "Guohua said I look good." Qin Guohua was furious. "What I said in bed doesn't count. When I was in a tough situation, you pulled me and asked if I looked good. Did I say I looked bad?" He waved his sleeve, got up, and left, twisting his weak legs as he went. Qin Baoxiang was very upset. She was sure it was because of Zhang Chunqin. As soon as her Guohua and Zhang Chunqin divorced, his heart and eyes would only be on her. After Qin Guohua left the room, old Qin was already smoking dried tobacco. Seeing Qin Guohua, he pointed to the door across from him and said, "Guohua, I want to talk to you about something." Qin Guohua looked at old Qin and felt a bad feeling in his heart.
"Dad, what do you want to say?"
Old Qin took a few more puffs of his tobacco and said quietly, "Qin Wentao found a job for Guobao. Soon he will go to the city. You should know how much he has suffered over the years. I think, since you've been with Zhang Chunqin for 20 years, the rest of your life should be used to make it up to them." When Qin Guohua heard this, his face turned pale.
"Dad, what do you mean by that?"
Old Qin took a deep breath. "Wen Tao said Zhang Chunqin wants you to go get him. Just go bring the person back." After you do, find an excuse to argue with her, then pretend to jump into the river. When you fake your death, let Gabao take care of you and Ah Xiang, and live happily as a family. As for Zhang Chunqin, you've been with her for over 20 years, her children are grown up now, and she no longer owes you anything. Old Qin had been thinking about this plan for days. He even thought that once Zhang Chunqin pushes Qin Guohua to his limit, their family could once again rely on her to take advantage. She caused Qin Guohua's death, and the death of their son, the child's father. She is the sinner of the Qin family, and in the future, she should serve them loyally. Qin Guohua listened, and his face turned even paler. Dad, we've already lied to Chunqin for so many years. Do we have to keep lying to her? He simply couldn't bear it. He felt in his heart that Zhang Chunqin was a good wife. She was caring, filial, and considerate of the family. Over these 20 years, he found no fault with her. Old Qin looked at his son with a cold gaze. Are you reluctant now? Look outside and see what they say about me and your mother. We've suffered so much to clean up the mess for you. Gubao has been wronged for so many years. Do you still feel guilty about Zhang Chunqin? He then sneered disdainfully. Look at what kind of children Zhang Chunqin has raised. None of them are decent. None of them can rely on the future. Qin Guohua wanted to argue, but faced with his father's stern look, he lowered his head in defeat. Fine, Dad, I'll do as you say. Old Qin nodded and beckoned him over. Come here, I'll tell you what to do. The next day, Zhang Chunqin made some meat buns and dumplings to send to Chu Wanin. When she arrived at the hospital room, Fu Jianya was just there. Seeing Zhang Chunqin, Fu Jianya thanked her. Comrade Zhang, Sister Chu said you saved her. Zhang Chunqin nodded. It was just a coincidence that I made an appointment with old Chu. Then, Zhang Chunqin looked serious and told Chu Wanin, Old Chu, from now on, no matter when, you must carry sugar with you.
Kewanya dead.
All right. I got it. Zhang Chunqin took out the meat buns and dumplings she brought. Comrade Fu, have you eaten? I prepared meat buns and dumplings for old Chu. I brought plenty so you can share. Before Fu Jianya could reply, Chu Wanin said to Zhang Chunqin, he must have stayed up late and hasn't eaten. Give him half. He never takes good care of himself. Zhang Chunqin divided the meat buns and dumplings, giving half to Fu Jianya. Fu Jianya sat on the bed like a child and started eating.
See.
I told you he probably didn't eat, Chu Wanin said affectionately, watching Fu Jianya. In that moment, Zhang Chunqin suddenly understood why Fu Jianya, even after seeing the photo, never mentioned his son and daughter-in-law's private life to Chu Wanin. They were more like siblings than relatives. Chunqin, you don't know. Jianya was raised by me. His parents are busy and not around, so I raised him at my home. I treat him like my own son, Chu Wanin said with a smile. While eating the buns, Chu Wanin nodded repeatedly. Oh, Chunqin, your cooking skills are really good. Zhang Chunqin took 8 meat buns and 38 cabbage and pork dumplings. After they finished eating, they still seemed eager for more. After breakfast, Fu Jianya stayed a while longer with Chu Wanin, greeted her, and prepared to leave. Zhang Chunqin also stood up. Old Chu, I'll come back tonight. Don't eat the cafeteria food. I'll cook for you. I'll come around 5 o'clock.
Kewanya dead.
Fu Jianya then said to Zhang Chunqin, Comrade Zhang Chunqin, are you going to Panjiayuan? I can take you there. This time, Zhang Chunqin didn't refuse and nodded.
Okay.
As they left, they happened to meet Chu Wanin's son, Zhang Feng, at the door. Fu Jianya greeted him coldly and then brushed past him. Zhang Chunqin glanced at Zhang Feng out of the corner of her eye, silently following behind Fu Jianya. Outside the hospital, Fu Jianya asked Zhang Chunqin, Did you see the photo last time? Zhang Chunqin paused silently and nodded.
Yes.
Fu Jianya reminded her, Don't tell Sister Chu. Zhang Feng has a wife. Zhang Chunqin silently sighed in her heart. You can rest assured. On the way, Fu Jianya didn't speak again. He leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Chunqin occasionally looked at Fu Jianya out of the corner of her eye. When they arrived at Panjiayuan, Fu Jianya said to her, "The painting you repaired looks very good. My family is very happy." Zhang Chunqin smiled and replied, "I'm glad you're satisfied." After saying goodbye to Fu Jianya, she got out of the car. Once Fu Jianya's car drove away, Zhang Chunqin entered the antique shop at Panjiayuan. Old Zhang saw her coming and hesitated to speak. Zhang Chunqin looked at old Zhang's expression and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Old Zhang was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Our boss said you don't need to come anymore." He handed Zhang Chunqin 100 yuan and said, "This is your salary for the past few days." He and Shui Fu are friends. Shui Fu asked to fire you, and our boss really couldn't do anything about it. Old Zhang hesitated before adding, "Chunqin, I can help you find another job." Zhang Chunqin was polite and took the money from old Zhang. She had been thinking about what to do next these days. She had some money, and instead of working for others, she could start selling antiques herself. But her funds were still not enough. "No need. I still have some money, and I won't go hungry just because I don't work," she said with a smile.
"Don't worry, I'm fine."
After taking the money, she didn't go back into the shop. She just said goodbye to old Zhang and left. Old Zhang watched her back and sighed to himself. For some reason, he felt that his old friend would regret pushing Zhang Chunqin away in the future. Zhang Chunqin counted her money and planned her future steps. First, she needed to settle Qin Guohua's matter. After the divorce, she might open an old antique shop in Panjiayuan. It's better to work for herself than for others. After making her decision, Zhang Chunqin didn't return to her courtyard. Instead, she bought some candies. She went to the big courtyard, but didn't look for her old neighbors. Instead, she handed out candies to the children outside. She leaned in and whispered to a few kids, "Just do what Auntie says. I'll come back next time and give each of you some candies." The children happily agreed for the candies. Nowadays, kids might not even get to eat a piece of candy during the new year. Talking a few words to exchange for candies was an easy deal, and they naturally agreed. After passing out the candies, Zhang Chunqin was about to turn and leave. She didn't expect to meet Qin Yuanyuan, who came looking for her. Qin Yuanyuan rushed forward and grabbed her. "Mom, where have you been these days? Why don't you come home? Do you know the family is in chaos and Dad and Aunt?" Halfway through her words, she remembered Qin Wentao's words and stopped. "Grandma said you ran away with a stranger. You should go back quickly and stop her from talking nonsense." Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Yuanyuan and asked calmly, "What do you want from me?" Qin Yuanyuan hesitated, meeting Zhang Chunqin's cold gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip and said, "Mom, didn't you agree that I could be with Hong Xian? We've talked about getting married. We're just waiting for you to discuss the wedding." Zhang Chunqin became even colder. "Your last name is Qin. I can't be the head of your Qin family. Your marriage should be discussed with Hong's family, your dad, and your grandparents." Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan became anxious. "You know my grandparents don't like me and always scold me for being a burden. My dad doesn't care for me either. How will I get a dowry? Are you not going to give me a single penny? Big brother's wedding, buying a house, and a bicycle, they were all paid for by you. Why do I get nothing?" She continued, "If my big brother has something, I should have it too. Since you found a job for him, you should also find a job for Hong Xian." Zhang Chunqin sneered and interrupted her coldly. "I don't even have a job myself. Where am I supposed to find one for you? I can't even make ends meet. I have no money for your dowry. Aren't you and Hong Xian truly in love? What dowry do you need? Love is enough." Qin Yuanyuan stomped her feet in frustration. "You have no money? Didn't you advance my brother's salary for a year? Give me that money." Zhang Chunqin looked mockingly at her daughter, who had been loved for 17 years. "That's my money. None of your business. Don't come asking for it." Qin Yuanyuan looked into Zhang Chunqin's cold eyes, her heart sinking. She started to play the victim. "Mom, you know I've been disliked by my grandparents since I was little. They will never give me a dowry. Hong Xian's family isn't well off, and you probably don't want me to suffer by marrying into that family, right?" Zhang Chunqin, impatient, interrupted her. Qin Yuanyuan, who you marry is your own choice. Whether you suffer or not is your own choice. If you think marrying means suffering, you can choose not to marry him. When Qin Yuanyuan heard this, she immediately got angry. Mom, are you speaking human words? I am your biological daughter. If someone didn't know better, they might think I am your enemy.
lớp Hong Xin.
Isn't it right for you to support me a little? Why does my older brother get so much when he gets married, but I don't? You always say you've been through rain. Do you want to hold an umbrella for me? Zhang Chunqin looked at the angry Qin Yuanyuan blankly and spoke more coldly. I hold the umbrella for you, but who holds one for me? You know I love you the most, so you lean on me and drain me. Your grandparents don't love you. You don't ask for money. I love you, but you want to empty me. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan was anxious. Mom, I promised Hong Xian I would bring 800 yuan to marry him, and I also said I'd bring a bicycle and some household items. If I have nothing, how can I face him? Zhang Chunqin laughed angrily. Don't you know the family's condition? If Hong Xian can't afford to marry, then don't marry. If his family is willing to give everything, is he a real man? After saying this, Zhang Chunqin pushed Qin Yuanyuan away. Qin Yuanyuan quickly grabbed Zhang Chunqin. Mom, I am already with Hong Xian. I cannot marry him. He has many women around him. If I don't keep my promise, what will he do to me? Zhang Chunqin looked at her cheap daughter and found her extremely funny. Since he's already taken advantage of you, it's easier. Just move in with him. If he doesn't want to be responsible, go to the police station and report him. Now with strict law enforcement, if he dares to act improperly and not take responsibility, report him and see if he gets into trouble. Zhang Chunqin coldly said to Qin Yuanyuan. Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Chunqin in disbelief. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this now? You used to love us very much. No matter what we asked for, you would agree. Why don't you care about us anymore?
Is it because
you found out about my dad's situation? Zhang Chunqin stared at Qin Yuanyuan and asked sarcastically, What about your dad? Qin Yuanyuan opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just clung tightly to Zhang Chunqin. Mom, I know you must have money. When my older brother got married, you even lent him money to buy a house. Please lend me some for my wedding. Zhang Chunqin coldly pushed away Qin Yuanyuan's hand. Qin Yuanyuan, who I marry has nothing to do with you. As for the dowry, we will give back as much as the bride price they offer. If they want to marry, let them. If not, tell him off. Hearing these words, Qin Yuanyuan suddenly looked fierce. Zhang Chunqin, I used to think you were pitiful, but now I see you deserve everything you're going through. My dad didn't do anything wrong. Zhang Chunqin understood what Qin Yuanyuan meant, but she had long stopped caring about her children's attitudes. She had given up hope and had no expectations. She hadn't put any thought into them at all. There was nothing to be disappointed or sad about. If I deserve this, then let your dad divorce me sooner, so he can live the life he wants, Zhang Chunqin said without turning around. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan suddenly looked up in fear, staring at her mother's back.
Does she
know something? In an instant, she seemed to realize something. Her voice trembling, she asked, Mom, have you known all along? Is that why you've been so cold to us? But Zhang Chunqin didn't turn around or answer. Qin Yuanyuan clenched her fists, watching her mother's back. Her mother was as foolish as a pig. How could she know about her aunt and her dad? Then she tried to follow and track Zhang Chunqin, but Fat Mama stepped forward and held her back. Yuan, I heard you're getting married.
Who's the guy?
How's your family situation? Fat Mama had just overheard Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Chunqin talking. Now she was deliberately asking. Qin Yuanyuan felt embarrassed and replied, No. I'm still young, no rush. She couldn't explain her family's situation at Hongxin's house, so she avoided the question and hurried away. Fat Mama looked at her back and shook her head lightly. No wonder Chunqin hasn't gone back. A family full of ingratitude. Why go back? Now, everyone in Kanjiakan is saying that Qin Guobao is the illegitimate child of Sun Ermiai. Before, some people already suspected that Qin Guobao's birth time didn't add up. Now that it's all out in the open, everyone can see the clues clearly. Big sister, are you planning to reveal the Qin family's secrets now? Zhang Hongmei asked Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin thought for a moment and said, I'll go back to my parents' house tomorrow. Wait until Qin Guohua comes to invite me. Why should we expose them? We need the Qin family to help us reveal their secrets, and everyone should do it together. Zhang Hongmei was surprised. Second, third, and fourth brothers and sisters aren't married yet. If this gets out, will it affect them? Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. Only those with real ability won't care about these scandals. If you can't handle it, don't look for a partner. Just focus on living your own life first. Hearing her sister's words, Zhang Hongmei looked at her with some doubt. She felt that her sister had changed from before. Before, her sister valued her children more than her own life, always putting them first. She was willing to endure anything for her kids. But now, things are different. Big sister, you should have done this long ago. You can't rely on anyone. Not everyone can enjoy the blessings of children. We should focus on living our own lives first. Zhang Hongmei nodded in agreement. The two sisters discussed their next steps. After dinner, Zhang Hongmei went back home. Before leaving, she was a bit worried. Sister, don't be soft-hearted. Once you've decided, don't regret it. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Big sister has made up her mind. Live for yourself first. The next day, Zhang Chunqin bought some things and returned to her parents' house. In her past life, her family was poor. Her parents couldn't take advantage of her, so they rarely visited her. As the eldest daughter and a girl, she knew how exhausting it was to be the oldest. No one could truly understand. When she arrived at the Zhang family door, she saw her parents feeding her younger brother. Father Zhang was coaxing his grandson. Mother Zhang was also feeding her son, while her daughter-in-law sat nearby rolling her eyes. This family seemed so harmonious. When Zhang Chunqin approached, her parents saw her and looked unhappy. Zhang Chunqin, where have you been these days? Do you know your in-laws came knocking on the door? Zhang Chunqin did not explain to them. She placed the meat, candies, brown sugar, and peach pastries on the table and said, I will stay at home for one night. I am leaving tomorrow. Zhang's parents initially wanted to scold her, but when they saw the things on the table, their eyes lit up. Zhang's sister-in-law, Su Panpan, tugged at her husband. Zhang Dihai immediately spoke up. Sister, a daughter who married outside the family can't come back home. If you stay here, Panpan and I won't have a good life. Su Panpan looked worried and said, Big sister, you only have one younger brother. You should want us to live a good life too. Zhang Chunqin had already expected this. She took out a large token of unity and said, If I can't stay at home tonight, I will stay at my uncle's house. I think they won't turn me away. Zhang Chunqin was not coming back to waste her money. She needed to show her stance to the Qin family. She couldn't just leave when Qin Guohua arrived. She was too straightforward. She couldn't continue this act. Seeing the money, the Zhang parents' eyes brightened. They immediately scolded their daughter-in-law. Panpan, this is also your sister's home. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly put away what your sister brought. These are good things from the city. Su Panpan nodded quickly and eagerly took the money from Zhang Chunqin. This money was also for the next day, when they planned to catch the cheaters together. Otherwise, just her and her second sister wouldn't be enough. If the momentum wasn't strong enough, how could they make a big fuss? After returning to Zhang's house, many villagers came to see her. Because the Qin family had caused trouble before, some villagers believed their words. So, many villagers thought Zhang Chunqin ran away with a man. Now that she was back, they naturally came to see her. Seeing her forehead wrapped in gauze and her face looking pale and tired, everyone finally believed that Qin's family had been mean to Zhang Chunqin, which was why she didn't return home. Her forehead wound had already healed, but she had put on gauze today when she came back. Her face was also painted pale. Zhang Chunqin was already thin and gaunt, so just a little white paint on her face made her look very exhausted. Chunqin, why are you so thin? You used to be famous for your beauty in 100 miles around. Now you've been worn down. Zhang Chunqin, and they all smiled bitterly. This afternoon, the Qin family asked me to go back. When the time comes, everyone, please help me speak for myself. Zhang Chunqin had already spoken first. Actually, she just wanted everyone to come and watch the fun in the afternoon. The more people who come to watch, the bigger the trouble will be. The people of Zhangjia village nodded in agreement. Of course. You are from our Zhangjia village. We will definitely support you. Zhang Chunqin even took out some candies from her pocket and handed them to everyone. When Zhang's parents saw her giving candies to the villagers, they clenched their teeth in anger. No wonder Qin Guohua wants to hit her. Look at her reckless behavior. She's not sharing the candies with our Bao. After the neighbors left, Zhang's parents rushed over. Zhang Chunqin, do you have a lot of money? You have candies, but don't give them to your nephew. You give them to the villagers. Are you showing off that you're from the city? Zhang Chunqin didn't say much to her parents. She felt resentment in her heart toward these cold-hearted parents. If she hadn't married Qin Guohua back then, she would have been sold to an old man with a bad reputation. As a child, she grew up eating food from many families. Because Zhang Chunqin brought back a lot of things, her parents finally let her have a meal at home. In the afternoon, Qin Guohua found out that Zhang Chunqin was at her parents' house, so he immediately took son Ermiai with him. Recently, son Ermiai and old Qin's backbone had been about to be exposed. Within 100 miles, every nearby village knew that son Ermiai had found a wild man outside and had a child, Qin Gubao. Everyone was talking about how old Qin had been doing disgraceful things for over 20 years. They didn't dare to go out, not even to open the door. Seeing Zhang Chunqin, Qin Guohua immediately stepped forward. Chunqin, we've been married for over 20 years, and we have 4 children to look after. Come back with me. My dad and my sister don't understand things and have caused trouble for you. Don't worry, they will make up for it. These words were taught to him by son Ermiai on the way here. Zhang Chunqin held her head high and said, Qin Guohua, I won't go back with you easily. You say nice things come to pick me up, but if you're sincere, why are you empty-handed? Hearing this, son Ermiai's face darkened even more. Zhang Chunqin really had the nerve. Qin Guohua looked at son Ermiai for help. Son Ermiai gritted her teeth. Fine. We'll come again tomorrow. Tomorrow, you come back with us. Zhang Chunqin still maintained her stance. Let's see how sincere you are. After they left, Zhang's parents scolded her unhappily, saying, Zhang Chunqin, you should go back with them tomorrow. You said you'd only stay one night. Zhang Chunqin ignored them. After the Qin family left, she went to Widow Lu's house in Zhangjia village. Widow Lu is a good friend of Qin Baoxiang, and they are very close. When she arrived at Widow Lu's house, she gave her some candies and started talking. Guohua still cares about me, or he wouldn't come personally to invite me. My younger sister-in-law said before that Guohua wanted to divorce me, but it seems that's not true. Widow Lu listened half-heartedly, ignoring most of what Zhang Chunqin said. After Zhang Chunqin left, Widow Lu went to Qin's house to find Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang had already told Widow Lu to come and tell her anything about Zhang Chunqin.
Xiang.
Today, Zhang Chunqin came here showing off that your older brother still cares about her. You like to spoil her. She's getting old, and you're still fussing over her? Didn't you say your older brother wanted to divorce her a long time ago? Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang gritted her teeth and said, what does she have to be proud of? Widow Lu added a few more words to stir things up before leaving. After Widow Lu left, Qin Baoxiang turned around to get the leftover breeding medicine. Zhang Chunqin, you must be very proud. Tomorrow, I will make Guohua too sick to get out of bed and unable to come for you. She grabbed the medicine and stormed into the kitchen. The next day, Zhang's family prepared everything for Qin Guohua to come and pick up Zhang Chunqin, waiting for him to arrive and take her away. But from morning until afternoon, Qin Guohua didn't come. The Zhang family couldn't sit still, especially Mother Zhang, who said, Chunqin, Qin's family didn't send anyone. You should go back yourself. They only scolded you a little. Why are you still holding on? Look, now they don't want to talk to you. You're old, and you're still acting like a young bride returning to her parents' home. Hurry back. Father Zhang also looked serious and scolded her. You're not a precious new bride anymore. If they hit you a few times, so what? They didn't kill you.
Pack your things and go back.
Who's married for 20 years and still comes back to her parents' house. Zhang Chunqin looked at her parents and softly said, Mom and Dad, I can go back, but you need to call the relatives from Zhang's main family to support me. When I go to Qin's house, you also need to call Qin's family. Zhang's parents were about to scold, but Su Panpan quickly urged, Mom and Dad, just go once. I only allowed my elder sister to stay one night at her mother's house, but tonight is not possible. Zhang Dihai is a useless man, married to a wife who cost a lot of money. Zhang's parents are also worried she might run away. They thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed with a nod. Zhang Chunqin came back this time very generous, showing her family's better situation. They supported her, so she can also help support Zhang Dihai in the future. Then, Zhang's mother took her husband to call someone. Now, everyone in the village helps each other. It's just a quick trip, a small effort. Sun Ermiai and Qin Guohua had planned to leave early in the morning. But all morning, except for Qin Guohua, the whole family was busy fighting over the toilet. Qin Guohua was being pulled around on the bed by Qin Baoxiang. Actually, after these two scares, Qin Guohua's health was already not good. But Qin Baoxiang didn't know that. Qin Old Man also didn't tell her about Qin Guohua pretending to be dead, so Qin Baoxiang only knew that Qin Guohua wanted to bring Zhang Chunqin back. She already felt she had suffered a lot in her life, and now hearing that Zhang Chunqin was showing off at Widow Lu's place, she decided she didn't want Qin Guohua to go and fetch her. Everyone in Zhang's village knew that Qin's family would pick up Zhang Chunqin today, right? She wanted Zhang Chunqin to wait a whole day without anyone coming to fetch her, so the whole village could laugh at her. Last night, Qin Baoxiang added pig breeding medicine to Qin Guohua's soup. In the middle of the night, Qin Baoxiang came to find Qin Guohua. As for the rest of Qin's family, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't get any money from Zhang Chunqin, so she didn't return to Qin's home. Qin's two elders looked down on Qin Yuanyuan, so no one cared whether she came back or not. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai pretended to go out to work every day, leaving early in the morning and returning at night. They haven't paid yet, and Sun Ermiai wouldn't let them eat at home. They narrowly escaped, missing out on the meal prepared by Qin Baoxiang. Last night, Qin Baoxiang put bitter bean pods into the food. Except for Qin Guohua, even Qin Gabao ate the meal last night, and since then, he has been weak and unable to walk properly. The three members of Qin's family all had to run to the outdoor toilet. Qin Baoxiang gave Qin Guohua a dose of medicine meant for an old sow, but Qin Guohua seemed different than before, as if he had no interest in her at all. He wasn't like this before. Qin Guohua looked at Qin Baoxiang and said, Stay away from me. Hurry and leave. Don't let anyone see you again. Now, Qin Guohua's voice was weak and tired. Go check on Mom. It's afternoon now. Has she improved? I need to go pick up Chunqin. We agreed yesterday to go today, Qin Guohua said. Although he felt unwell, he still worried about picking up Chunqin. Qin Baoxiang listened and worked harder. She was determined to make Zhang Chunqin become the joke of their village, so she wouldn't be able to lift her head. Guohua, Mom can't get out of bed now. Dad also had an accident and soiled himself. Let's not go to pick her up today. When they're better, we'll go then. It's okay to go a day later, Qin Baoxiang comforted him. Qin Guohua, with dark circles under his eyes, wanted to push her away, but he felt he had no strength left. How could he have strength? He had been given so much medicine for breeding pigs last time, and now, just a few days later, it happened again. Qin Baoxiang was a typical rural woman and didn't realize how much harm these things could do to her health. She only knew to use more if it worked. Sun Ermiai and Old Qin had been working all day and night and were too exhausted to get out of bed. They didn't think about going to pick up Zhang Chunqin today. Neither of them suspected that Qin Baoxiang was jealous of Zhang Chunqin and had secretly done something to harm her. The Zhang family had gathered their relatives and came to Qin's village with Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Hongmei arrived early on the road, ahead of Zhang Chunqin, and went to gather all the relatives of the Qin family. To gather everyone, Zhang Hongmei brought a small piece of pork from each family. She told the Qin relatives, "Young lady, my older sister has suffered a lot. When you come, you should all talk about my brother-in-law's family. They're really unreasonable. Such a good job. How could it just disappear?" Many people wanted that job but couldn't get it. And now, the house has been taken back by the company. Exactly. Many people envy Chuanqin's job. Are they crazy? How could they do such a foolish thing? Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll talk about Guohua's family too. These days, it's rare to get a chance to eat meat, so everyone should help out just to enjoy some pork belly. When Zhang Chunqin and her parents, along with the Zhang family, arrived at the Qin family's door, the Qin relatives also came. The Qin family had heard that Qin Guohua was supposed to pick someone up today. Seeing that Qin Guohua hadn't arrived yet, everyone felt confused. Zhang Chunqin saw that everyone was there and took a deep breath. She specifically thanked the Qin family members, saying, "Thank you all for supporting Chunqin. I truly appreciate your kindness." The Qin family members looked at Zhang Chunqin and sighed inwardly. People shouldn't be too kind. Look at Zhang Chunqin. Her city job was messed up, her house was disturbed. It's really tough on a daughter-in-law. When Zhang Hongmei went to see the Qin family earlier, she had already checked their house. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Either no one was home, or they were doing something they shouldn't. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Chunqin, and both of them immediately entered the Qin house. Zhang Chunqin did knock and pushed the door open directly. The house was silent, with no movement. Sun Ermiai and Old Qin had been arguing all day and night, and only started feeling better in the afternoon. Now they were lying down and sleeping. Qin Guobao had gone out and hadn't come back yet. Only Qin Guohua's room had some movement. Zhang Chunqin pushed open the door in front of everyone. "Guohua, I'm back," she shouted, knowing exactly what was happening inside, but still calling out loudly as she entered. The Qin relatives followed behind her. When the door was pushed open, everyone was stunned. Zhang Chunqin covered her mouth and screamed, "What are you all doing?" Her scream caused the people inside the room to stop what they were doing. The Zhang family members and Chuanqin's parents, who had been waiting at the door, rushed over after hearing the noise. "What's going on?" they asked. Hearing the scream, Qin Guohua, who was exhausted, turned his head numbingly and saw the crowd at the door. He suddenly pushed Qin Baoxiang off the bed.
No.
This isn't what it looks like. Qin Baoxiang was still under the blankets, but was pushed onto the floor by Qin Guohua. She was completely, with nothing on. Next door, Sun Ermiai heard the scream, woke up from her sleep, and ran over dressed. Seeing a room full of people, they all screamed, "You! Why are you all here?" Everyone looked at Sun Ermiai, and then at the room. Sun Ermiai also looked toward the room with everyone's gaze. Seeing Qin Baoxiang, who was completely exposed, she screamed again, "You wicked people! What are you doing?" At that moment, Sun Ermiai was exhausted and overwhelmed. Both of these people are over 40. Why do they keep thinking about such things every day? Getting caught once was enough, but now they are at it again. Qin Baoxiang, hearing Sun Ermiai scream, finally snapped out of her shock and shouted, "Get out! All of you, go out!" The crowd looked at this scene with strange and difficult-to-express expressions. Sun Ermiai finally regained her senses and immediately closed the door. Since they couldn't see Qin Baoxiang's exposed state anymore, the onlookers looked at Zhang Chunqin with pity. Most relatives of the Qin family knew about Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua. In the past, Qin Guohua would come back alone, and they lived as a normal couple, helping to hide the truth. Seeing this scene now, they felt disgusted. Compared to Zhang Chunqin, Qin Baoxiang really couldn't be compared. Over the years, Qin Baoxiang was less mistreated by the Qin family and had gained some weight, but she was still ugly and dark, not comparable to Zhang Chunqin. She could only compare herself to her past self, when she was fairer. Although Zhang Chunqin now looked tired and thin, she still appeared white and stylish. Some people don't need makeup. Just standing there, they look good. Everyone secretly looked down on Qin Baoxiang and preferred Zhang Chunqin, feeling disgusted by Qin Baoxiang. The Zhang family members didn't know that Qin Baoxiang was Qin Guohua's childhood bride. Seeing this, their eyes nearly popped out. Oh my goodness! What is going on? Good heavens! What's happening? This is so dirty. I think I'm going to get an eye infection. One aunt from the Zhang family shouted. The Zhang family finally reacted and looked grim. Zhang's parents immediately stepped forward, pointing at the closed door and shouting, "Shameless! What are you doing? The two of you are so shameless, sneaking into bed in broad daylight. I will make everyone see the disgraceful things you two are doing." Zhang's father also finally acted like a father, pounding on the door repeatedly, shouting, "Qin Guohua,
Come out.
how dare you do such shameful things? Why don't you have the courage to come out? I was saying over the years, you've been giving your monthly salary to your parents. It turns out your whole family has been hiding such shameful secrets." The relatives of the Qin family also felt embarrassed and couldn't lift their heads. Sun Ermiai was already weak from diarrhea. Now she was so angry and anxious that she nearly fainted and collapsed. She fell to the ground, crying loudly, "It's a sin. We have no face to live. How can we go on in the future?" Sun Ermiai was crying and shouting, her mind racing to figure out how to cover up this matter. But before she could come up with a plan, Zhang Hongmei arrived with people from Qin village. "Today, my sister is back. She wants to invite everyone to drink sweet water." Zhang Hongmei gathered half the village. She was hinting about Qin Guohua's situation, mentioning that Qin's family was hesitant to talk, and also saying that Zhang Chunqin was back today to invite everyone. When the people from Qin village reached the door, they saw a house full of people standing around. The experienced older women immediately sensed gossip. They didn't need to ask around. Just by looking at the scene, they knew something was wrong with the Qin family. So, everyone started trying to find out what was happening. "Yen Yang, what's going on? Did something happen at home? Why are so many people standing here?" The Qin village folks asked the Qin family members they knew well. The Qin family members were so embarrassed they wished they could disappear into the ground. They didn't want to say anything about what they had just seen. The Zhang family members spoke quietly. The Qin family said they came to pick up Chunqin today. "We waited all day, but she didn't come. So we decided to bring her ourselves. We persuaded her along the way. We thought Qin Guohua was just hitting his wife, but then we saw Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang hiding together." When they said this, the people from Qin village were almost stunned. Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua hiding together? They had always said Qin Baoxiang dressed like she was crazy, probably wanting a man.
Did she
want a man so badly that she was hiding with Qin Guohua? Oh my, what a mess this has caused. The Qin village folk shouted, watching the drama unfold. "Could we be mistaken?" someone asked, pretending to doubt. The relatives from the Zhang family snorted. When we opened the door, the two of them were completely. Anyone not blind would see what was happening. We were supposed to bring Chunqin back today, but now this mess has happened. We don't even know what to say anymore. How will we live like this in the future? Everyone was shouting back and forth. Sun Ermiai, who had collapsed on the ground, briefly lost her hearing. Now she finally recovered and, hearing the foul words from the crowd, crazily grabbed a broom from the corner. "Get out. Everyone, get out. Don't think anyone can see my family's joke." She staggered out holding the broom, cursing nonstop. "Everyone, get out." Zhang Chunqin watched the scene coldly, her gaze icy. She wanted to see how the Qin family would handle the scandal now that everyone knew about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. The Qin family also knew they had caused shame. She had thought the Qin family was shameless. She looked at Qin Guohua's room, which was tightly closed. Inside, Qin Baoxiang was completely terrified and didn't react for a long time. It was only when she heard Sun Ermiai's crazy voice outside that she crawled up from the ground. "Guohua, what should we do? Things have gotten so bad. What do we do now?" Qin Guohua looked dazed, his face flushed red. He stared fixedly at Qin Baoxiang with a blank expression. He sat there motionless, like a piece of wood. Qin Baoxiang saw that Qin Guohua was unmoving and felt something was wrong. She went over and pushed him. "Guohua, I just didn't want you to go see Zhang Chunqin. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Knowing everything was ruined, Qin Baoxiang realized she was doomed. Today's mess wasn't shameful at all. She would be torn apart by the two elders of the Qin family. But when she pushed Qin Guohua and he still didn't respond, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She reached out to push him again. Suddenly, Qin Guohua spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Qin Guohua's condition, Qin Baoxiang ignored her embarrassment and shouted urgently outside. Something's wrong. Someone come quickly. Guohua is in trouble. Everyone heard the noise and rushed in immediately. They saw Qin Guohua spitting out more blood. They ignored Qin Baoxiang's lack of clothes and hurriedly arranged for someone to take Qin Guohua to the clinic. Big sister-in-law, you need to borrow a cart quickly. Guohua's condition doesn't look good, said the older aunt from the Qin family, watching Qin Guohua roll his eyes and feeling worried. Sun Ermiai was also completely frightened. Although she was fiery-tempered, she had never seen such a situation before. She got up and rushed out. Relatives from the Zhang family looked at the scene with surprised faces. After everyone helped carry the Qin Guohua out, they finally realized, "Oh, Spring Qin, do you want to go and see?" Mother Zhang looked at her daughter, who stood there like a wooden figure, and urged her. Zhang Chunqin lowered her eyes and said calmly, "There are so many people. I won't go." Seeing Zhang Chunqin's cold expression, everyone thought she was upset by what just happened. The relatives from the Zhang family wanted to comfort her, but seeing the Qin Baoxiang, they didn't know how to say anything. At this moment, Old Qin also got out of bed and moved to a wheelchair. Old Qin usually didn't need others to take care of him. He could move himself onto the wheelchair and do many things on his own. He heard the commotion earlier. At first, he didn't come out because he was embarrassed. Now that he heard his son was hurt, he naturally wanted to see what happened. Qin Baoxiang, what happened to Guohua? Old Qin shouted at Qin Baoxiang when he saw her coming out of the room, without greeting the others from the Zhang family. When he saw Qin Baoxiang was also, he almost lost his breath. Qin Baoxiang had just been splashed in the face with Qin Guohua's blood, clearly frightened, or she wouldn't be dressed like that. Hearing his shout, Qin Baoxiang snapped out of her daze. She looked at Old Qin blankly and said, "Dad, Guohua is bleeding. A lot of blood. Could he be hurt?" Old Qin gritted his teeth and asked, "What exactly are you two doing? What are you trying to do?" Qin Baoxiang mumbled, "Dad, I didn't mean for it. I just didn't want Guohua to go and see Zhang Chunqin, so I clung to him. I didn't think it would turn out like this." Qin Baoxiang was just a rural woman and didn't understand much. She didn't know how harmful the breeding medicine was to the body, nor that Qin Guohua had been weak lately and was frightened by Zhang Hongmei, making his body very fragile. That strong medicine she took almost took half of Qin Guohua's life. "Put on your clothes first. Aren't you ashamed?" Old Qin scolded through gritted teeth. "You're embarrassing. I should have married you off long ago. If I had married you out earlier, none of this would have happened." Over the years, Sun Ermiai had tried many times to marry Qin Baoxiang off. He was worried that Guobao would resent them if he found out later, so he kept stopping her. He had already made all the arrangements. All he needed was to coax Zhang Chunqin back, and then their family could be together again. But they couldn't hold back for just a few days. Desperate, he turned around and saw Zhang Chunqin's cold face, the angry and gossipy expressions of Zhang's parents, and the look of confusion in the eyes of all the relatives in the house. At the gate, most of the people from Qin's village had gathered, all watching him like they were watching a show. Since Qin Lao had been paralyzed, the people from Qin's village looked down on him. Later, when Zhang Chunqin became an employee and got a house, they finally felt proud in Qin's village. But today, they had lost all their face from before. He looked into everyone's eyes, feeling angry, and his chest rising and falling fast. His head was buzzing, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. At this moment, Qin Guobao, who had been outside having stomach trouble, also returned. He saw a crowd at the door from afar and sensed something was wrong. He hurried back home. He pushed past the crowd and rushed into the house. Seeing Qin Lao sitting there gasping, he asked anxiously, "Dad, what happened?" Qin Lao finally recognized his beloved grandson and calmed down. He pointed at Qin Baoxiang in the room and said, "Go ask her." Qin Guobao turned to look at Qin Baoxiang, who was still dressing. Seeing her putting on clothes, his mind went blank. He rushed over and grabbed Qin Baoxiang, saying, What did you do? We've had stomach problems since last night."
Was it you?
Qin Baoxiang looked guilty and whispered, I
didn't.
I just didn't want you to go pick someone up today, so Qin Guobao didn't bother to scold his mother and asked, "Where's Big Brother?" Qin Baoxiang felt even more guilty and whispered, He vomited blood and was taken to the hospital. Qin Guobao stood there stunned, not reacting for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Chunqin, who had been silent, slowly spoke, "Dad, there's so much going on at home today. I'm leaving first." Qin Lao finally came back to himself and reached out to pull Zhang Chunqin.
No.
"You need to go to the hospital to take care of Guo. You're his wife." Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, "I am his wife." Then what was Qin Baoxiang just doing with him? She spoke softly, looking steadily at old man Qin, and asked, "Dad, can you explain the current situation to me?" Old man Qin's face stiffened when he heard this. He wanted to speak but didn't know how to say it. Finally, he muttered angrily, "Your man is like this, and you still have time to argue with me over small things. Every man makes mistakes. When a man does something like this, you should reflect on whether you're not good enough for him. If he was happy, he wouldn't do such things." Zhang Chunqin remained calm. She had lived through this life again, and had long seen through the true nature of the Qin family. She didn't divorce Qin Guohua directly because she knew that even if the Qin family wanted to divorce her, they would try to take everything they could from her. Now so many people had caught them in bed, and he still blamed Zhang Chunqin. At this moment, the relatives nearby couldn't stand it anymore. One said, "What do you mean, every man makes mistakes? Is your family perfect? Qin Baoxiang is your own daughter. Siblings. Who are you trying to disgust?" Old man Qin's face immediately turned red. "Nonsense. They are not siblings. Xiang was a child we took in during the famine. We didn't tell anyone she was adopted to avoid gossip." After he said this, some quick-witted people understood. Adopted? Maybe you found a child bride for Qin Guohua. If there's a child bride, why do you need a wife? Oh, Qin Guohua is living his days with 2 women taking care of him. Zhang Chunqin then asked, "Whose child is Qin Guobao?" Old man Qin didn't expect Zhang Chunqin to ask this. He hesitated, opening his mouth but not speaking. Finally, he said, "Of course, he's my son." Zhang Chunqin had been waiting for this answer. She nodded lightly. "Really? I thought he was Qin Guohua's and Qin Baoxiang's child." She had guessed that old man Qin would say this. If she didn't expose this today, she would have a great use for it later. Old man Qin's eyes fixed on Zhang Chunqin, trying to find any sign on her face. Could she have known everything long ago? Otherwise, why would she ask such a question? He tentatively asked Chunqin, "Do you know something?" Zhang Chunqin didn't answer. Instead, she turned to the relatives and said, "Everyone go back first. We'll leave this matter here for today." Zhang's parents were still shocked by what happened today and hadn't recovered from their surprise. Hearing Zhang Chunqin speak, they hesitated and asked, "Chunqin, maybe you should go back with us for now." At this moment, the parents finally acted like responsible people. Zhang Chunqin shook her head and said, "Everyone was here today, and everyone saw what happened. I can't stay with Qin Guohua anymore." After she finished speaking, she turned to leave. At the door, Sun Ermiai hurried back and saw Zhang Chunqin. She reached out and said, "Guohua needs a lot of money for his treatment. Hurry and take out 100 yuan. That won't be enough, so you need to find more." Even at this time, Sun Ermiai still wanted Zhang Chunqin to give money for Qin Guohua's medical bills. Without even asking, the relatives of the Zhang family couldn't stand it anymore. They said, "Qin Guohua and his sister's mess, and you're asking our family for money. You all are so unkind. Aren't you afraid of heaven punishing you?" Sun Ermiai confidently replied, "Guohua is her husband. No matter what happens, she takes care of him and she should pay." Sun Ermiai had just come back from the health clinic. Qin's village is not far from the clinic. The doctor at the small clinic checked Qin Guohua's eyelids and said it couldn't be treated there. He quickly sent him to the county hospital. Sun Ermiai immediately asked doctor, "Do you know how much money my son needs for his condition?" The doctor didn't know exactly and told her, "Prepare a few hundred yuan. Hurry and send him to the hospital. From what I see, it might be a..." Hearing this, Sun Ermiai told Qin's relatives to take Qin Guohua to the county hospital and said she would come back for the money. They had lived all their lives in the countryside, and the money they had was the wages Qin Guohua had earned over the years. She had planned to use that money to buy a house for Qin Baoxiang to get married, so she couldn't just give it away. On the way back, she thought to herself, if Qin Guohua had an accident, she knew Zhang Chunqin would have to take care of him and borrow money for his treatment. If you hadn't suddenly brought people here today, would Guohua have had an accident? Zhang Chunqin, you're the one who caused this. Hurry and give out the money, Sun Ermiai said directly. Zhang Chunqin replied coldly, I've given you all of Qin Guohua's wages over the years. Now he's like this with Qin Baoxiang. Let Qin Baoxiang take care of him and give the money. After acting out today's scene, Zhang Chunqin had no intention of staying in the Qin family anymore. Originally, she came today with many people intending to ask for a divorce directly. Now, with Qin Guohua in trouble, the divorce clearly can't happen. Since she can't divorce, she doesn't want to waste any more time here. Sun Ermiai then grabbed Zhang Chunqin and said, No, you need to go to the hospital now and take out the money. Zhang's parents saw how shameless the Qin family was and stepped in. Do you have no shame? Who caused all this? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you got into bed together? Sun Ermiai, Qin Guohua's disgraceful actions have led to this, and now it's his punishment. After saying this, Zhang's parents pulled Zhang Chunqin and left. Chunqin, let's go home. Many people in Qin's village couldn't stand it either. Your family is too cruel. You almost let someone die, and now you're making your daughter-in-law pay for the treatment. Who do you think you are? You've deceived Chunqin for so many years. How can you be so shameless? Sun Ermiai had already lost her shame today. She pointed at Zhang Chunqin and scolded. It's her own fault. She wanted a man back then and seduced my Guohua. If she hadn't tempted him, Guohua would have married Xiang already. Over the years, Guohua has been living with her, so what is there to be angry about? As she spoke, she shamelessly continued, My Guohua is now in the hospital, and you must pay the money. Zhang Chunqin knew how shameless the Qin family was, but didn't expect them to be so brazen. She sneered and said, Then don't treat him. When he dies, I'll pay for the funeral. He's done such shameful things, there's no reason for him to stay alive. Then she told Sun Ermiai, Gubao is getting married. Our second, third, and fourth children are all grown up. As long as Qin Guohua is alive, anyone can point at him and shame him. When he dies, people will forget over time. Sun Ermiai looked at Zhang Chunqin in disbelief, not expecting her to say such things. He's your man, and you dare to curse him to death? I will tear your mouth apart. Sun Ermiai, having only one son, couldn't bear to hear such words from Zhang Chunqin. She rushed madly toward Zhang Chunqin, trying to tear her mouth. At this moment, Zhang Hongmei immediately stepped forward with a knife, shameless, causing such disgrace and harming future generations. If he dies, it's over. If you want us to pay, dream on. If he doesn't die, I will go to the hospital with a knife and kill him. She immediately pushed aside Sun Ermiai and said, I'll be the one to kill Qin Baoxiang. Knowing that Qin Guohua was coming to pick up my sister today, she deliberately did this. Who is she trying to disgust? As soon as she said this, everyone realized what was happening. Everyone knew Qin Guohua was coming to pick up Zhang Chunqin today, and they were all waiting. Qin Baoxiang's actions today, sneaking into Qin Guohua's bed, clearly had a purpose. She just wants us to see the scene today. She must be trying to force my sister and Qin Guohua to divorce. Now that Qin Guohua is in trouble, their family is asking my sister for medical expenses. These people are so mean, seeing that my sister is kind, they bully her. I will fight you all. Zhang Hongmei waved the butcher knife fiercely. She rushed into the room and directly attacked Qin Baoxiang. Over the years, her sister had taken care of Qin Baoxiang, making her quite plump, while her sister looked exhausted and pale.
Zhang.
Zhang Hongmei, don't come any closer. It was your sister who stole my man back then. I've suffered so much over the years. What's wrong with me wanting Qin Guohua? Qin Baoxiang didn't want to hide anymore. Today's situation had escalated beyond control. She could only make everything known so that she could marry Qin Guohua openly. If she couldn't marry Qin Guohua, she would definitely be expelled from the Qin family. So she had to make a big fuss. She had grown up in the Qin family and had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, she knelt down in front of Zhang Chunqin and begged, "Chunqin, just give Guohua to me. He's been with you for over 20 years. You two should divorce." She excitedly grabbed Zhang Chunqin's pant leg and shouted, "You ruined my marriage with Guohua. Zhang Chunqin, I am different from you. I was raised in the Qin family since I was young. I have nothing, and I can't leave the Qin family. You have parents, siblings, and your own children." Tears streaming down her face, she complained bitterly, "If it weren't for you, Guohua, and I would have been living a good life long ago. I wouldn't have been turned into an old maid after all these years. I am already Guohua's person. I can't marry anyone else." Zhang Chunqin looked at Qin Baoxiang, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, and softly said, "Fine. I will make way for you both." Old Qin and son Ermiai angrily scolded, "Fool. What nonsense are you talking? Guohua's condition is still unknown." She asked Zhang Chunqin for a divorce in front of so many people, such a foolish person. However, Qin Baoxiang grew up in the Qin family. She knows very well how the two elders of the Qin family behave. She knows she must divorce Zhang Chunqin in front of everyone today, otherwise, she won't be able to stay in the Qin family. So, she ignored the two elders and looked at Zhang Chunqin, saying each word clearly. "Zhang Chunqin, over the years, Guohua's heart has never been with you. He gives his salary to his parents because of me. Also, he secretly comes back a few times each year, always with me. If he really cared about you, why would he sneak back and refuse to see you all?" Her words were as sharp as a knife, revealing Guohua's coldness towards Zhang Chunqin and their children all these years. Zhang Chunqin's face was numb and cold.
"Fine.
I don't want to live with Guohua anymore. Our marriage among three people is too crowded." She looked quietly at the two elders of the Qin family and softly said, "Mom and Dad, you can be honest with your hearts. As a daughter-in-law, how do you think I have done?" Her voice was calm and steady. "The day I married into your family, I brought Qin Gubao to you. Until I was pregnant with Wenta, Qin Gubao slept with me every night. Except I couldn't breastfeed, I raised him myself. Even when I was pregnant with Wenta, you only let me rest for 3 months. The rest of the time, I was pregnant, taking care of my brother-in-law, serving my sister-in-law, and helping the paralyzed father-in-law with bathing and massages, doing laundry and cooking for my mother-in-law. I did all this for 10 years. Everyone listened to Zhang Chunqin's words. Even though she spoke calmly, they could still feel the pain behind her words. I didn't even get a proper postpartum rest. After giving birth, I still had to work, take care of my brother-in-law, and serve the father-in-law. Guohua said that his parents had a hard time, and since there was a young sister-in-law and a minor brother-in-law at home, I couldn't get my salary. I agreed. I thought we are all family. The father-in-law is paralyzed, and the mother-in-law also has a hard time. It's okay if I am a little tired." When she reached this point, she chuckled softly. "But my hard work and patience didn't bring understanding from my in-laws, only betrayal. If your family is happy and harmonious, why did you marry me in the first place? Are you just looking for someone to serve as a nanny?" Zhang Chunqin spoke with the calmest voice, saying the most grievance-filled words. She spoke honestly, without exaggeration. She had long since stopped feeling the pain and hardship inside her, but others still listened with sadness and helplessness. The parents of the Zhang family looked at their daughter and, for a moment, felt a little pity. Because Zhang Chunqin was the oldest daughter, she was the biggest, and she took care of all her younger sisters. Zhang Dihai was the only child in the Zhang family, so they naturally treated him well. But all the other daughters were raised by Zhang Chunqin. She endured endless suffering throughout her life. In her past life, Zhang Chunqin had to work for her parents, take care of her younger sisters, and after marriage, she looked after her brother-in-law, served her sister-in-law and in-laws, raised her children, and later took care of her grandson. She never had a moment to breathe or rest. She believed she could endure hardships, but in the end, she was overwhelmed by endless suffering. I will do what's best for you. Anyway, I've lost my job and my house, and you don't have anything left to gain. When Qin Guohua gets better, we'll go to the village to get a divorce certificate, Zhang Chunqin said, and then left immediately. At this point, the relatives from the Zhang family also came to their senses. They spat at the shameless Qin family elders and gradually left. After the Zhang family left, neighbors in Qin's village started gossiping. Some neighbors who didn't get along with the Qin elders sneered at them. Are you all leeches? Treating people like fools. Taking care of you for over 10 years, raising 4 children for you, and now you're messing around with Qin Baoxiang. Not only do you want her to treat your illnesses, but you also expect her to care for Qin Guohua when he's sick in the future. That's shameless. Heaven sees everything, and you'll face consequences. The Qin elders still wanted to argue with the villagers, but Qin Guobao finally spoke up. What's there to argue about? My older brother is reckless, and you're still causing trouble here. Sun Ermiai also finally came to her senses, rushed into the house, and grabbed some money. Zhang Chunqin didn't get the money yet, but she needed to pay for the medical expenses first. She couldn't let her only son suffer. Qin Baoxiang achieved her goal and finally relaxed. After Sun Ermiai took out the money, she held on to Sun Ermiai. Mom, I'll go to the hospital with you. I want to take care of Guohua. However, Sun Ermiai suddenly slapped her. Qin Baoxiang, if anything happens to Guohua, I won't let you go. Sun Ermiai then pushed Qin Laotu and headed toward the county town. Qin Baoxiang looked at the direction where the 2 elders of the Qin family had left, clutching her hands nervously. She turned to her son and hesitated before speaking. Guobao, do you think Mom will blame you? I did all this for you. Qin Guobao looked at Baoxiang with no expression and sneered. For me? If you really did it for me, you should have sorted out the issues with Zhang Chunqin before she entered the house. Then I wouldn't be considered your nominal younger brother. If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't have caused such a scandal just when I was about to have a good life. He pointed at himself, saying, after your trouble with Zhang Chunqin, how am I supposed to face others? The villagers suspect my background, and everyone is pointing at our family. My father doesn't even know what happened, and I don't know if he'll have any lasting health problems. Do you care for me? If you had a little sense, you wouldn't have waited so long to fight for your own marriage. Qin Guobao looked at his mother with resentment. Why was his mother such a foolish person? She never thought things through. Guobao, everyone can criticize me, but not you. I am your mother. No matter what I do, you can't blame me. Baoxiang angrily stared at Qin Guobao. Qin Guobao looked helplessly at his foolish mother and said weakly, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want a mother like you. After saying this, he angrily left. Baoxiang sank to the ground, feeling confused about how things had turned out this way. After returning to Zhang's family, Zhang's parents looked at her face, worried she wouldn't leave after staying at her mother's house. They hurriedly said, Zhang Chunqin, don't embarrass us. Divorce is one thing, but please don't really go through with it. For a moment, Zhang's parents looked like real people. Their most important concern was still their son. Zhang's mother pushed Zhang Chunqin, saying, now you should go to the hospital to take care of Qin Guohua. As long as you serve the man at home well, he still thinks you're the best. Zhang's father nodded in agreement. Qin Guohua has been sending his salary to his parents all these years. Use this chance to catch him making a mistake and force his parents to give you money. Your brother wants the village chief position in Zhangjia village. When the time comes, use the money to buy your brother a job. Your current in-laws are unreliable, so you can only rely on your brother now. Su Panthan also heard about Zhang Chunqin from outside. She quickly went over and said to Zhang Chunqin, "Big sister, men all love to be unfaithful. When your brother-in-law didn't marry Qin Baoxiang, he probably didn't like her. Over the years, even though they lived together, your in-laws never made Qin Baoxiang a formal wife. You gave your brother-in-law 4 children. No one can compare to you. You don't need to think about anything. Just focus on living a good life as a family," Su Panpan said, worried that Zhang Chunqin might really get a divorce. Everyone knew that after a divorce, Zhang Chunqin would have nowhere to go. Then Su Panpan continued, "Big sister, I'm not criticizing you. You just don't see things clearly. If you had given me the job at Dihai earlier, we would already be city people. Now, after this happened, we can support you. But now your job is gone and your house is gone. Look at how you're living." Before Su Panpan finished, Zhang Chunqin grabbed her belongings and said to them, "Don't worry. I won't stay here. I knew before I got married that I had no place in this family. Now I dare not even think about it." After saying that, she left with her things. The Zhang family watched her leave in silence. When Zhang Chunqin had a job in the county before, they still had plans for her. But now that she was getting divorced, they couldn't be kind anymore. Behind her, before she was far away, Zhang's father clenched his teeth and shouted, "Don't come back home anymore. A woman who's divorced isn't lucky. If you want your brother to be well, don't come back and hold us back." Zhang Chunqin didn't look back. When she sold her job and the unit took back her house, she already expected today. She just wanted everyone to know she had nothing left. If she still had something, those people wouldn't cut ties with her completely. Only when she had nothing could the Qin family stop scheming, her children wouldn't be draining her, and her family couldn't rely on her anymore. Then she could truly be free from them. When Zhang Hongmei returned to the Zhang family, Zhang Chunqin had already been driven away. She didn't come back with Zhang Chunqin. She went to find out about Qin Guohua and also spread news about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang. The Qin family still keeps Qin Baoxiang's background a secret. The older generation of the Qin family still values this grandson. Qin Guobao did not reveal his family background. Even if others said that son Ermiai was unfaithful, he was still the son of the Qin family's elders, a legitimate child by birth. But if he was the son of Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang, he would truly be considered an illegitimate child. They still wanted to hide his background from Qin Guobao. "Where is my sister?" Zhang Hongmei asked anxiously when she arrived home and saw that Zhang Chunqin was not there. The parents of the Zhang family shrugged. She probably went to the hospital to visit Qin Guohua. She's over 40 now. Does she really want a divorce? If she still had her job and a house, she might consider it. But now, with nothing, where could she go after a divorce? Zhang Dihai also spoke up. "Big sister just doesn't see things clearly. Her husband hits her because he treats her like his wife. Why doesn't he hit other women? He treats her like family. Which man doesn't hit his wife sometimes? And she still goes back to her parents' house pretending to be fine. If she hadn't insisted that her husband come to pick her up, this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Hongmei didn't have Chuanqin's patience. She raised her hand and slapped him. Zhang Dihai, who was always coaxed to eat, burst into tears. "Second sister, why did you hit me?" Zhang Hongmei smiled and said, "I treat you like family. Otherwise, why would I only hit you and not others?" She then pulled out a butcher's knife from her waist and started smashing the things she bought for her family, smashing everything loudly. "Let me tell you, I was raised by my eldest sister. If she hadn't taken care of me and fed me from many families, I would have starved to death. Since you don't want to stay in touch with her anymore, you won't have me as your daughter either." After destroying everything, she turned and left. At first, she still wanted to keep in touch with her parents because her eldest sister advised her, saying she had no children and might need her family's support in the future. Now that her eldest sister no longer contacts her family, she saw no reason to stay in touch either. In the past, Zhang Chunqin still cared about family ties, but now she no longer encourages her sister to rely on anyone. Mother Zhang saw her second daughter smashing things and scolded loudly. "You wicked girl! Why are you destroying things? Are you crazy?" Zhang Hongmei looked at them coldly. I'm just smashing the things I paid for. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. After saying that, she left without looking back. The Zhang parents stomped and cursed. You shameless girl. You don't even have your own children. Do you think your in-laws will keep you? You'll regret this later. Zhang Hongmei did not look back again. She went straight to Zhang Chuanqin's courtyard. When she arrived, she saw Zhang Chunqin and burst out laughing happily. Sister, today's events will make the Qin family lose face for a long time. I think Qin Guohua is not feeling well either. Look at how he was carried out. It's hard to say if he's still human or normal. She and Zhang Chunqin had planned how to catch the cheating, but neither of them expected to catch someone on the spot. Is Qin Guohua so angry that he fainted? Why did he start coughing blood all of a sudden? Zhang Hongmei thought it was strange when she saw Qin Guohua turning pale and coughing blood. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Qin Guohua has never been very strong. Now that he's older, he's probably even weaker. I think Qin Baoxiang gave him some medicine. Maybe he took too much. Zhang Hongmei made a dismissive sound. He doesn't have that kind of skill, yet he's busy flirting with everyone. Then she asked her, Big sister, what should we do now? Should I go check if Qin Guohua is still alive? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, Things have gotten so messy that someone will come to tell me. Once the Qin family calms down, they'll want to deal with me.
Let's wait and see.
When Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua's issues come out, Qin Guobao's problem will also surface. All right, I'll stay at your place for a few days. I don't feel safe without you. In the hospital, the doctor came out and looked at the two elders of the Qin family with a disdainful and scrutinizing gaze. Where are the patient's family members? The two elders of the Qin family and other relatives stepped forward and asked, Doctor, how is he? The doctor looked annoyed. What did you feed the patient? Sun Ermiai was surprised. We didn't feed him anything. Next to her, Qin Guobao asked quietly, Did he eat breeding medicine for pigs? The doctor frowned, looking enlightened. No wonder. I've been wondering how the patient's body could be so depleted. Breeding medicine for pigs. Why did you give so much to a person? Do you think he's a pig? And how much did you give? He's so thin, yet you fed him so much that he's like this. And this isn't the first time, is it? Hearing this, Sun Ermiai immediately realized and widened her eyes. That shameless woman Qin Baoxiang fed Guohua that kind of medicine again. At that moment, she hated Qin Baoxiang to her bones. That little troublemaker is so flirtatious. Guohua just fainted a few days ago, and she gave him that kind of medicine again. Does she not have a man to satisfy her? Qin Guobao is the most rational person in the Qin family. He asked in a low voice, This is the second time. After he fainted last time, the barefoot doctor said we should give him more water, so we did. By now, Qin Guobao knew he couldn't hide these things anymore. He told everything openly, like spilling beans. He knew he absolutely couldn't let Guohua get into trouble. If something really happened to him, he would have a hard life afterward. Although the two elders of the Qin family loved him, they are farmers. His mother is even more foolish. Without Guohua, Qin Wentao might not even give him a job anymore. His connection with Qin Wentao is almost broken. The doctor heard Qin Guobao and frowned at the Qin family. If he has health problems, treat them. Why are you giving him so much medicine meant for sows? Are you afraid you might kill him? He cursed and then hurried inside. After the doctor and others went in, Sun Ermiai couldn't hold back anymore. She started scolding loudly, that Qin Baoxiang. What does she want? Doing this again and again. Then she realized something and said, I knew it. Why else would he have had a stomach ache all night? It must be that little troublemaker causing trouble. Who does she want to hurt? Old Qin gritted his teeth and said, Enough. Are you still ashamed?
Say what you want.
Old Qin turned to Qin Guobao and said, Guobao, take the elders back. Take them out to eat first, then come back. Your older brother and I will stay here with your mom. Sun Ermiai immediately shook her head. Let Guobao stay. You're paralyzed. Later, Guohua will be brought out. I can't move him myself. I'll take them back. Old Qin knew that Qin Guobao was only saying that because he felt ashamed. But he didn't realize that Sun Ermiai couldn't see how embarrassed Guobao was. When this matter about the Qin family came out, the most embarrassed was actually Qin Guobao. Others didn't know whose child Qin Guobao was, so they wouldn't look at him differently. But the relatives of the Qin family knew. Everyone knew Qin Baoxiang was Qin Guobao's biological mother. They looked at Qin Guobao with a mix of disdain and pity. Having such a shameless mother, what hope does this child have to succeed? Old Qin couldn't say much in front of everyone. He also wanted Sun Ermiai to stay, but saw that she had already left with Qin family's relatives. Old Qin looked at Qin Guobao with a sad face and said, "Guobao, don't worry. No matter what method I use, I won't let you suffer." Qin Guobao responded quietly. After having lunch with Qin family's relatives, Sun Ermiai and the others left together. The atmosphere on the way home was strange. When they were almost at the Qin house, two elders finally couldn't hold back and said to Sun Ermiai, "Old lady, your family has caused a lot of trouble this time. If Qin Baoxiang really wants a man, let her find a single man to marry. Stop causing trouble. Look at how good life was before." Another elder added, "That's right. Zhang Chunqin had a good job, but now it's gone, and the house is gone too. I heard that Qin Baoxiang and the eldest son were involved in this mess. Think about it. Maybe she did it on purpose. She had a good city house and a good job, but now those are gone. Your family has had good days these years, spoiling a young girl too much. What kind of trouble is she causing? Trying to drug a man." This incident caused a big fuss. Not only did Qin Guohua's family feel ashamed, but other members of the Qin family also lost face. In the past, the Qin family was poor and couldn't stand tall in the village. Later, Qin Guohua and Zhang Chunqin moved to the county town, and they finally felt proud. Now, because of this incident, people in the village will talk about it for 10 years. Sun Ermiai looked unhappy and said, "We are thinking of Guobao's biological mother. We can't be too harsh. Guobao is growing up, and we hope he can take care of us when we're old. We can't be too Qin Baoxiang." Actually, over the years, some people had been controlling things and working together to deal with Qin Baoxiang, so they stopped bothering her. The relatives shook their heads and left without saying more. After thanking the relatives, Sun Ermiai and her family went home. As soon as they arrived, Qin Baoxiang came out, thinking her son had returned. Seeing it was Sun Ermiai, her face turned pale with fear, and she asked nervously, "Mom, why are you back so soon?" Qin Baoxiang was still afraid of Sun Ermiai and dared not get close to her. Before Zhang Chunqin entered the Qin house, Sun Ermiai had been tormenting Qin Baoxiang, hitting and scolding her, leaving her with no good spots on her body. It was these good days that made Qin Baoxiang forget her past hardships. "Come here." Sun Ermiai shouted at Qin Baoxiang through gritted teeth. Qin Baoxiang looked at Sun Ermiai with fear and carefully approached her. As soon as she got close, Sun Ermiai swung her hand and slapped her. Before Qin Baoxiang could react, she slapped her again with the other hand. "Qin Baoxiang, all these years we've been kind to Guobao because we love him. You really think too much of yourself. You fed Guohua medicine again. Do you know how serious it was this time? And our whole family has been suffering from diarrhea and can't get out of bed. Is that also your fault?" Qin Baoxiang looked at Sun Ermiai in horror, trembling as she whispered, "Mom, I just want to live a good life with Guohua. I've waited so many years. When Zhang Chunqin refused to come back this time, I thought they might divorce. I don't want Guohua to bring Zhang Chunqin back." Her voice grew quieter towards the end. "You don't want Zhang Chunqin to come back, so you drug Guohua. You only care about your own affairs. Why don't you give yourself medicine too?" Sun Ermiai hated her so much, she wished she could hit her. How can they show their faces in the village after this? "I'll beat you to death, you shameless woman. If Guohua's health gets worse, watch your skin." Sun Ermiai slapped Qin Baoxiang again. Qin Baoxiang's head buzzed from but she dared not speak, only covering her face and standing there. She didn't dare fight back against the Qin family, blaming all her hatred on Zhang Chunqin. It was all Zhang Chunqin's fault. If she hadn't suddenly come back, things wouldn't have turned out like this. "Mom, Since this has become such a big issue, like Guohua divorce Zhang Chunqin, even if it's for Gubao. Qin Baoxiang covered her face and gathered her courage to say to Sun Ermiai. Sun Ermiai slapped her again. You shameless girl, you're so unfaithful. Only wanting a man? Haven't you had a good life these years? Qin Baoxiang gritted her teeth and said, What kind of good life do I have? Being pointed at and scolded every day, called an old maid who can't get married. My son can't even call me mom. My man is living with someone else. What kind of good life is this? Sun Ermiai grabbed her hair in disgust. It's because you couldn't keep a man's heart. I gave you a chance. Guohua doesn't want you, so what can I do? Qin Baoxiang has believed since childhood that she depends on men. Without a man, she thinks a woman cannot survive. She knows her son looks down on her, so now she can only rely on Qin Guohua. She repeatedly gives Qin Guohua medicine and tries to win his heart in bed. Now she feels that she is getting old and needs someone to depend on. Shameless. How dare you talk back? It's because I've been too good to you all these years. She yanks Qin Baoxiang's hair and pulls her backward. Qin Baoxiang is still young, so she struggles and manages to shake off Sun Ermiai, pushing her to the ground. In the past, she was afraid to fight back against Sun Ermiai. But today, after the trouble with the Qin family, she is determined to achieve her goal. Before Sun Ermiai returned, she had already made up her mind. If she didn't settle this matter, she wouldn't be able to stay in the Qin family anymore. After running out, she heads straight to Zhangjia village. She wants to find Zhang Chunqin and ask her how to get a divorce. Halfway there, she doesn't meet Zhang Chunqin but encounters Zhang Hongmei. Seeing Zhang Hongmei, she rushes forward without hesitation and grabs her hand. Zhang family girl, where is your sister? I need to talk to her. Zhang Hongmei was raised by Zhang Chunqin. She's smart enough. Otherwise, how could she continue working as a pig butcher after her husband died 3 years ago? She often carries a pig slaughtering knife and is known for her fierce temper. She knows that troublemakers are often reckless and fearless. So, hearing Qin Baoxiang's question, she immediately understands what she wants. You want my sister to divorce? Qin Baoxiang grabs Zhang Hongmei's hand anxiously and says, My older sister knows what kind of people the 2 elders of the Qin family are. If this thing isn't settled today, I have no future. If my sister doesn't divorce, I'll be sold to an old bachelor by the Qin family. As women, please help me. Hearing this, Zhang Hongmei sneers mockingly. My sister helped you, but who will help my sister? When you bullied my sister back then, did you ever think about us women? My sister supported you as a little daughter-in-law of the Qin family for 10 years. Zhang Hongmei looked at Qin Baoxiang and lowered her eyes, saying, Actually, whether my sister divorces or not doesn't depend on me. It depends on the elders of the Qin family and Qin Guohua. If they insist on divorcing, then the marriage will definitely end. Your son isn't very popular with the 2 elders. You should let him suggest it. Hearing Zhang Hongmei's words, Qin Baoxiang was shocked and said, You guys actually know. Zhang Hongmei didn't explain but simply told Qin Baoxiang, You caused such a scandal, and no one can help you. The only one who can help is your son. Qin Baoxiang listened to this and didn't say anything more. She headed toward the county hospital. Zhang Hongmei watched Qin Baoxiang's back and muttered to herself, My sister is really like a fairy, knowing that Qin Baoxiang would come to find her. These words were taught to her by Zhang Chunqin. She said Qin Baoxiang would definitely come to find someone, and if she met Qin Baoxiang, she just needed to give her a few hints. Zhang Chunqin didn't care about Qin Guohua's life or death. As long as he was alive, it was troublesome. If he was dead, that was perfect. She wouldn't need a divorce and would be considered widowed directly. She definitely wouldn't go to the hospital to see Qin Guohua. She knew very well what kind of people the Qin family was. If she took the initiative to visit, they would surely force her to pay medical expenses. Her person was detained, and escaping wouldn't be easy. On the day Chu Wanyin was discharged from the hospital, Zhang Chunqin went to pick her up. Unexpectedly, she ran into the 3 sons of Qin Guohua who were going to visit him in the hospital. The second and third sons didn't know everything. They only knew that Qin Guohua suddenly vomited blood and was in very serious condition. On the way, Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai kept asking their older brother what exactly happened. Qin Wentao refused to speak, holding his silence. Both of them had finished dinner and returned home late. When they arrived, no one was at home. Qin Dahai went next door to ask, and the neighbor vaguely said Qin Guohua had gone to the hospital. Qin Dahai's eyesight wasn't as sharp as Qin Qinghe's, so he didn't notice the strange looks from the neighbors, only hurried back home to tell his second brother. Today, the two brothers went to Qin Wentao's house, and then to the hospital with him. "Mom, are you here to see Dad?" Qin Dahai, with sharp eyes, saw Zhang Chunqin from afar, carrying some things. When Zhang Chunqin saw her three sons, her face changed. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, she had to go over. Qin Wentao saw Zhang Chunqin and frowned, asking, "Mom, how is Dad?" Immediately, Qin Wentao expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, "Mom, why did you take people to the house for no reason? If you hadn't caused trouble, would Dad have a nosebleed?" Qin Qinghe was surprised to hear his older brother's words and asked, "What does Mom have to do with this?" The second and third brothers didn't know about Zhang Guohua and Qin Baoxiang catching someone in bed. Zhang Chunqin looked at her two sons with clear yet foolish eyes and said, "Your older brother didn't tell you why Qin Guohua went to the hospital." Before she finished speaking, Qin Wentao interrupted coldly, "Mom, this has already become such a big mess you." Before he finished, Zhang Chunqin swung her arm and slapped him. "It seems, Qin Wentao, you already knew about your dad and Qin Baoxiang's affair. My son is really good." After saying that, she slapped him again. Not satisfied, she slapped him 2 more times. Then she turned to Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai and said, "You two still don't know why Dad had a nosebleed, right? Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang were caught in bed during the day, and that's why Dad had a nosebleed." Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai were stunned, unable to respond for a long time. After a while, they both turned to look at Qin Wentao and asked, "Big brother, what is Mom talking about?" Qin Wentao looked serious and said, "I don't know either. Ask Grandpa and Grandma or Dad yourselves." He spoke quickly and went into the hospital. Qin Wentao was angry because he hadn't yet received the remaining money and Zhang Chunqin had caused this trouble. He never thought about whether Zhang Chunqin was hurt or could handle such a. Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai asked Zhang Chunqin again, "Mom, clarify this. How could they have an affair?" Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly, "Just ask yourselves, you'll find out. I find this disgusting and can't even say it." She pushed her two sons and said, "Go ask yourselves." The second and third brothers looked at each other and finally chased after Qin Wentao, who was walking ahead. While her 3 sons left, Zhang Chunqin quickly carried things for Chu Wanyin onto the car. The divorce couldn't be rushed. They had to wait until Qin Guohua woke up. Now that things had become so serious, Qin Baoxiang was more anxious than her. Qin Qinghe was more thoughtful than Qin Dahai. He stepped forward and grabbed Qin Wentao, saying, "Big brother, clarify this. How did Dad end up coughing up blood?" Qin Wentao looked upset and said, "I don't know. I only heard about it." Qin Dahai hurriedly asked, "Is it my younger sister and Dad's siblings? How can they be together?" Then he covered his mouth in shock and said, "Last time, Dad was fighting with younger sister while only wearing his underwear. Could that also be related? I always said that even if they are siblings, they shouldn't fight like that without clothes." Qin Wentao frowned when he heard this and asked, "Has this happened before?" Qin Qinghe looked at Qin Wentao's reaction and stepped in front of him. "Big brother, do you already know about Dad and younger sister?" Qin Wentao frowned and said, "I don't know. How could I know about these things?" Qin Dahai also rushed over to block Qin Wentao. "Big brother, you must know. No wonder you refused to tell us what was wrong with Dad all along. Yuan even said you were helping Qin Guobao find a job. Both second brother and I are still looking for work. Why don't you help us?" Qin Wentao impatiently pushed them away. "Are you annoying? I already said I don't know. You didn't even know when you came back. How could I possibly know?" After saying that, he walked toward the hospital room. Inside, Qin Baoxiang was helping Qin Guohua wash up. Qin Wentao looked at Qin Guohua lying on the bed and asked with a grim face, "What did the doctor say?" The old man glanced at Qin Guohua and said vaguely, "The doctor said he's fine now, just needs to rest well." Qin Qinghe and Qin Dahai looked at each other, and Qin Qinghe asked, "Younger sister, why did Dad suddenly cough up blood?" Qin Baoxiang lowered her head without speaking and continued to help Qin Guohua wash up. Qin Dahai then asked the old man, "Grandpa, how is Dad really doing? Why did he suddenly cough up blood? There must be a reason." The old man looked displeased and said, "You don't care about Dad's condition, but keep asking for reasons. How would I know? If I knew, I would be a doctor." Qin Guohua on the bed also clenched his lips and said nothing. He cares about his dignity. This is too embarrassing, and he doesn't want to say it. At this moment, Qin Wentao asked, "Did we just see Mom at the hospital entrance? Did she come over?" When he said this, Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua looked up and asked, "When? Is she coming?" Qin Guohua also asked anxiously, "Is she coming now? Did your mom say anything? Is she very angry?" Qin Baoxiang kept watching Qin Gubao and old Qin, trying to see their reactions. Qin Wentao heard this and frowned. He asked, "She didn't come? Then what is she doing at the hospital?" Then he glanced at Qin Baoxiang. "Little aunt, what are you doing here?
My dad has a son and a daughter-in-law.
Why are you here taking care of my dad? Does it make it easier for you to care for him?" Qin Baoxiang, hearing this, decided not to hide anymore. "Since everyone knows about me and your dad, I don't want to hide it. Since your dad was taken to the hospital, your mom hasn't come once. She doesn't care whether your dad lives or dies. If she doesn't want to care, I will." Qin Wentao looked at this foolish woman and then at Qin Gubao. He asked, with something like this happening, "Why are you still standing here? Why is my mom not here?" Qin Baoxiang kept a serious face. "Your mom already promised me she would divorce Guohua. I won't leave. I want to take care of Guohua." Qin Wentao's face turned cold. He looked at old Qin and Guohua, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Dad, are you now sure you want to divorce my mom and live with little aunt?" Since waking up, Qin Guohua hadn't spoken much. Qin Baoxiang came this morning. Old Qin and Qin Gubao told her to leave quickly and not make a scene. But she refused, insisting she would stay in the hospital to take care of him. Because of Baoxiang's fuss this morning, many people in the hospital knew why Qin Guohua was there. They all felt embarrassed, so they didn't argue with Baoxiang anymore. I didn't want to divorce your mom." Qin Guohua felt he had lost face in front of his children. Qin Wentao looked at Baoxiang and said, "Little aunt, go home first. As long as you leave, my mom will come to take care of my dad. You don't need to be here." Baoxiang refused to leave, her voice sharp. "Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk? It's none of your business about me and your dad." At this moment, Qin Qinghe asked, "Dad, so you really went to the hospital because you caught your little aunt and someone else in bed?" Qin Dahai also chimed in, "Dad, so the other day you and little aunt were fighting in bed? You two really know how to have fun." Qin Qinghe stared at Qin Guohua with a serious look. "Dad, have you been lying to Mom all these years? Lying to us?" Qin Guohua looked up and wanted to speak, but he heard old Qin say impatiently, "He is your father. Who told you to talk to your father like that? Your parents' private matters are none of your business." Qin Qinghe was amused and mocked, "Big brother, so you already knew everything. Only we didn't? You really are Dad's good eldest son." Qin Wentao looked upset and asked, "What do you mean by that? Dad and little aunt have a relationship. Should I stop them from seeing each other?" Qin Qinghe sneered again, "Fine. Since that's the case, I wish your family happiness." After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Dahai saw his second brother leave, hesitated for a moment, then also turned and walked away. Outside the hospital room, he grabbed Qin Qinghe and asked, "Second brother, what should we do? Are Mom and Dad really going to divorce?" He then became excited and said, "I knew it. That's why Mom has been treating us badly lately. She must have found out about Dad and little aunt. Are you on Dad's side or Mom's? Mom lost her job and has nowhere to stay. If we help her, will we have nothing left?" Qin Qinghe sneered. "They never wanted to spend a penny on us before. If dad really is with little aunt, then they would be willing to give everything? Chin Dahai was stunned. Dad only has us kids. How could he give us nothing? Chin Chingha sneered again. Is it possible that Chin Gabao is actually dad and little aunt's child? Hearing this, Chin Dahai was excited. No way. Chin Chingha sneered. A few days ago, I heard Chin Gabao call our dad dad too. I thought I was hearing things. Now that I know little aunt and dad's relationship, it's certain. Chin Dahai was stunned and grabbed his second brother's hand. Second brother, what do we do now? Won't they kick us out? Does mom not want us anymore? Chin Chingha looked at Chin Dahai. You're already 18. Are you worried mom will abandon you if you lose a hand or a foot? Chin Dahai quickly said, but I've been looking for a proper job for days, but I can't find one. I don't want to carry heavy loads anymore. In recent days, Chin Chingha had been helping Chin Dahai carry heavy loads. Though they didn't earn much, it was enough to support themselves. Chin Chingha did not speak much with his younger brother. He only coldly said, go ask Aunt Air about mom's situation. Find out what she thinks. Chin Dahai frowned. If mom really wants a divorce, do we agree? She has no job and no place to stay. What will she do if she divorces? Hearing this, Chin Chingha sneered. She can support all four of us alone. Do you think mom can't support herself? Chin Chingha didn't say anything more and left the hospital directly. After leaving, Chin Dahai hesitated for a moment and then went back to the hospital. He then went straight to find Zhang Hongmei. Seeing Chin Chingha, Zhang Hongmei sneered mockingly. What? Are you here to ask your mom to divorce too? Chin Chingha looked at his aunt and asked, Aunt Air, what's really going on? Is Chin Gabao my dad's son? Zhang Hongmei sneered. Go ask your dad yourself. Haven't you all thought Chin Guohua was a good dad since you were little? Now you're making such a disgraceful scene. Ask him yourself. Chin Chingha was silent for a moment and then asked, did mom know about this long ago? Did she realize what my dad did, so her attitude changed? Zhang Hongmei raised an eyebrow. Maybe. After all, you all are your dad's children. The problem is in your roots. You're just a bunch of ungrateful wolves who only know how to ask for things. Chin Chingha asked again, Aunt Air, has my mom decided to divorce? Zhang Hongmei didn't answer. I don't know. Hearing this, Chin Chingha understood that his mom probably had made up her mind long ago. He might not be the most filial, but he was the smartest among the children and more perceptive than the other three. In his previous life, he was the only one who relied on public work. Aunt Air, tell my mom that I plan to go south. When I come back, I will take her to live a good life. No matter what she chooses, I support her. Chin Chingha left this message and walked away directly. Zhang Hongmei watched his back, hesitated, and wondered whether to tell her eldest sister about Chin Chingha's plan to go south. After speaking with Aunt Air, Chin Chingha went straight back to Chin's house. At Chin's house, son Ermiai asked, has your dad woken up? Does he have a good appetite? I will kill a chicken for him. Chin Chingha didn't wait for son Ermiai to finish speaking and asked her, Grandma, since my younger aunt and my dad already have Chin Gabao, why did they still marry my mom? When my dad married my younger aunt, did they pay a bride price? Hearing this, son Ermiai's face changed. You know too? Chin Chingha waited for her to answer. Son Ermiai said, they are not biological siblings. Your younger aunt was a girl we found while fleeing from hardship. Our family was poor, and your grandpa thought that maybe he couldn't afford to marry a wife for your dad, so he decided to take in a girl to raise, to give us an extra mouth to feed, and someone to help around the house. She paused and continued, your younger aunt is not pretty, and your dad disliked her from a young age. Seeing that your dad really didn't like her, we kept her being a child bride a secret. We thought that once she grew up, if your dad didn't want her, we could sell her to an old bachelor. Later, your grandfather became paralyzed and, seeing he was about to die, he said he hadn't seen his grandson and died with regret. So we forced your dad to have a child with her, Chin Gubao. At this point, son Ermiai sneered coldly. Your mom is lowly. She seduced your dad herself. Otherwise, how could your dad meet your mom in the fields and insist on marrying her? Chin Chingha listened to her words and slowly said, Grandma, over the years, have you and everyone else felt guilty about how you watched my mom take care of my younger aunt? Son Ermiai, hearing this, patted her thigh and said, "What guilt? It's you who owe Guobao. If it weren't for you, Guobao would have married and had his own children long ago." She then said to Qin Xinghe, "You and Dahai now both work in the city. If your dad hadn't supported your studies all these years, could you have found jobs so quickly? Try asking around. Who can support 4 children through school? Your dad has worked hard all these years raising you, and Guobao only finished elementary school." Son Ermiai continued to praise Qin Guohua's efforts, but Qin Xinghe was already impatient. "Grandma, I'm planning to go south to do business. When I make money, I'll marry my younger uncle." After saying this, he went to pack his things in the small house. Son Ermiai, hearing this, rolled her eyes and said to Qin Xinghe, "With such things happening at home, your younger uncle can't hold his head up in Qin village anymore. You should take him with you." Qin Xinghe looked up at Son Ermiai and said, "Big brother didn't find a job for little uncle? He's a formal worker at the match factory now. Dahai and I couldn't find such good jobs, so we went south." Son Ermiai heard this and said to Qin Xinghe, "Then you should pay the money for the days you've stayed at home. You can't just eat and live for free." Qin Xinghe quietly looked at Son Ermiai, then suddenly asked her, "Grandma, do you think we are really part of the Qin family? Do you truly see us as grandchildren? Or in your eyes, is only Qin Guobao the grandson, and we are just outsiders?" Hearing this, Son Ermiai's face turned pale, and her voice trembled as she said, "You're talking nonsense." Qin Xinghe mocked, "Then why haven't you asked for money from little aunt and Qin Guobao all these years? When Dahai, Yuan, and I come back, we have to pay for our living expenses." Son Ermiai was speechless. Over the years, they never asked Qin Guobao and Qin Baoxiang for money, but they didn't want to take any advantage of Zhang Chunqin's children. "That's because you owe Guobao. Naturally, you have to suffer a bit," Son Ermiai said confidently. Qin Xinghe threw down what he was holding and sneered at Son Ermiai. "Oh? Is it because we let Dad marry my mom after little aunt and I were born? Or because we caused Qin Guobao to be unable to go to school? All these years, Dad's money has been given to you. Our mother is supporting us. What does that have to do with you? You have money, so why don't you let Qin Guobao continue studying? Is it because Dad's salary can't support us? How can 5 yuan a month support 4 children in school? You get 25 yuan a month from us, and you still can't afford to let Qin Guobao go to school?" Hearing this, Son Ermiai was excited and asked, "Then do we also have to give money for Guobao to get married? So we don't have to marry? Can 5 yuan a month let 4 of us get married and have children?" Qin Xinghe sarcastically retorted. Son Ermiai's face changed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "You have a mother. What does that have to do with us? Qin Guobao has no mother. His parents are dead." At this point, Son Ermiai raised her hand and slapped Qin Xinghe. "Qin Xinghe, dare you curse your dad? Your whole family is dead." Qin Xinghe sneered, "See, you have never considered us or my mom as part of your family. Mom, we are also your grandchildren. You shouldn't be so biased." After saying that, he handed $1 to second sister Sunday. "I haven't eaten at home, only stayed a few nights. This is the cost for my stay these days. As for the 3rd child, you should ask him yourself." Qin Xinghe gave $1 to second sister son, packed his things, and left. Second sister son looked at Qin Xinghe's back with disdain. "He didn't even get into college. What's there to be proud of? In the future, our family's treasure will definitely do better than you." She unkindly put the $1 into her pocket. Second sister son isn't very interested in Zhang Chunqin's children. In her mind, her son has been with her for so many years, and the Qin family doesn't owe her anything. Qin Wentao's marriage is so decent, and he found a good job, all thanks to the Qin family. That evening, Qin Yuan learned about her father's situation in Hongjia village and finally returned. After arguing with Zhang Chunqin that day, Qin Yuan went to the shabby hut in Hongjia. These days, she has been working hard for the Hong family, washing clothes and cooking every day. Hong Xin is just a lazy man who depends on women. Qin Yuan willingly helped him, working during the day and sleeping with him at night.
He was quite happy about it.
If the news about Qin Guohua hadn't spread in Hongjia village, Qin Yuan might have stayed in Hongjia until she had her baby. She found out her real father and sister were caught in bed after Hong Xian's mother scolded her nose to her face. Hong's mother usually just spent her days with some bachelors, and just the day before, she had tricked an old bachelor out of a few coins. When she heard him ask, "Amei, is your daughter-in-law the daughter of Qin Guohua from Qinjia village?" Hong's mother immediately became interested. What happened? The old bachelor chuckled. A few days ago, her biological father caught her in bed with her sister in broad daylight. The whole village saw it. Did you not hear about this? After hearing this, Hong's mother stormed back to question Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan felt dizzy and immediately ran back home. When she entered the house, she saw second sister's son alone. She hurriedly asked, "Mom, was my dad and sister caught doing something?" Sun Ermiai's face turned pale with anger. She clenched her teeth and scolded, "You little brat, you haven't come home for days. I don't know where you've been causing trouble. Now you come back and question me, just like your shameless mother." Qin Yuan was so furious, she couldn't think straight. She asked Sun Ermiai, "Where's my dad? Is he caught cheating with my aunt again? They're both old. Can't they just tolerate it? Why do they have to do things so openly during the day? Do you know their scandal has spread all over Hongjia village?" Hearing this, Sun Ermiai's face changed. She asked Qin Yuan, "What? How did it get to Hongjia village? How did things become so bad?" Qin Yuan's face turned even more serious.
So,
"It's true that my dad and my aunt were caught cheating?" Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and said, "You don't care about your dad's health, and now you're questioning whether it's true? Do you have any conscience?" Qin Yuan, being a very selfish person, didn't care about Qin Guohua's fate at all. She only felt like the sky was falling. She painfully covered her head and cried, "Do they even care if people live or die? They completely ignore their children's safety." Sun Ermiai, already irritated, raised her hand and slapped Qin Yuan. "You little brat, you're just a useless burden. What can you do? Where have you been these days?" Qin Yuan dared only to confront her mother, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. When Sun Ermiai slapped her, she didn't even try to dodge. She covered her face, tears in her eyes, and looked at Sun Ermiai. "If my dad and my aunt are so close, why did they look for my mom? Why did they have us?" After saying this, she ran away, covering her face. Sun Ermiai watched Qin Yuan run out, feeling even more annoyed. What a troublemaker. Things had become so complicated. How could she continue to behave properly in the future? She sat at home, feeling more and more upset. After thinking all night, she finally came up with a plan. She decided she had to find Zhang Chunqin first. This marriage couldn't end. Once everything was over, she would make Qin Guohua pretend to jump into the river. Then he would take the national treasure and go to live in another province. The more she thought about it, the more she liked this idea. So she got up and went straight to Zhangjia village. Everyone believed that since Zhang Chunqin had lost her job and her home, she had nowhere to go. She was probably still at her parents' house. So she went there overnight. When she arrived at the Zhang family, the family members frowned and asked, "What are you here for?" Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and said, "Where is Chunqin? My family's Guohua is still in the hospital. She hasn't even gone to see Guohua. Tell her to come out. I need to see her." Zhang's parents looked at Sun Ermiai and said, "She's not here. She left a long time ago." Sun Ermiai's face turned pale at these words.
Impossible.
She has nowhere to go. She's not at her mother's house, so where else could she be? Zhang's parents told Sun Ermiai, "Your family caused such a disgrace, and we haven't even gone to your door. Now you come here asking for her. Do you think our Zhang family is powerless?" Originally, Sun Ermiai came to bring Zhang Chunqin back. When she heard the Zhang family say Chunqin wasn't there, she started to doubt. She had lost her job, so where else could she go? She refused to leave and lingered at the Zhang house for a long time. After confirming Chun-Chin wasn't there, she finally left. On her way back, Sun Ermiai asked the villagers if Zhang Chun-Chin was at her family's home. She confirmed that Chun-Chin had left her family's house before she left. When she returned, Old Chin and Gubao had already come back. Old Chin saw Sun Ermiai and asked, "Where have you been? Go get us some food. We're starving." Sun Ermiai cooked noodles for her grandson and her father-in-law, then told them, "I went to Zhang's village. I've thought it over. First, I want to coax Chun-Chin back. After this is over, Guohua and Gubao can go to another province to live." Old Chin heard this and scolded her sharply. "Who told you to act on your own? Things have already gotten this bad. If you go to find Chun-Chin now, what will outsiders think of us?" Sun Ermiai's face turned pale at his words. "Then what should I do?" Old Chin looked at Guobao and said to Sun Ermiai, "I thought about it all night. Things have become so serious now. Guohua and Baoxiang's issues are settled. It's okay if Chun-Chin wants a divorce, but we can't let her leave so easily. And the fault isn't Guohua's. If Guohua was caught cheating, she can't be the only one at fault. Women cheating is more shameful than men cheating. If she's caught cheating, no one will blame Guohua anymore. What should we do then?" Recently, Chun-Chin has been taking care of Chu Wanyin. After these days of contact, Chu Wanyin has also learned about Chun-Chin's situation. The harsh in-laws, the shameless husband hiding away, the children who ignore her, and her hard-working self. Now, she has seen their true faces. She no longer wants to suffer like this. She just wants to live her own life well. Restoring antiques is a skillful job. "It may not make a lot of money, but it can support you," said Chu Wanyin to Zhang Chun-Chin. Zhang Chun-Chin nodded. "Yes, I understand." After a few words, Chu Wanyin mentioned her son. "Chun-Chin, did you notice anything unusual about my son last time you saw him?"
Que wanya sudenli asked.
Zhang Chun-Chin was surprised by her question. "Sister Chu, why are you asking me this all of a sudden?"
Que wanya posed fort a moment.
"My daughter-in-law said Zhang Feng seems different. He might have someone else outside." Zhang Chun-Chin was pouring water when she heard this. Her hand froze. "Sister Chu, that's a private matter between them. Outsiders shouldn't say anything." Chu Wanyin softly said, "My daughter-in-law is my former student. She wouldn't speak nonsense. I think she already knows something, which is why she told me." She then asked Zhang Chun-Chin, later, "Can you help me call Jianya? I want to find out more. Ask someone to get some information." Zhang Chun-Chin responded quietly. She ultimately didn't tell Chu Wanyin about Shui Fu. Such matters are for the people involved to speak about. That evening, as Zhang Chun-Chin was about to go home, Chu Wanyin suddenly stopped her. "Chun-Chin, go back later. Come with me to see my daughter-in-law." Zhang Chun-Chin nodded and agreed, and they went to the family courtyard of the Engineering Institute. When they arrived, Chu Wanyin suddenly pointed to a figure in the distance, hugging someone, and shouted, "A phone." The figure in the distance trembled slightly. Chu Wanyin recognized her son's back. She also recognized the other figure, and knew it wasn't her daughter-in-law. She trembled and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Feng was holding the woman tightly. He didn't turn around, with his back facing his mother. Zhang Chun-Chin watched the scene and sighed inwardly. This matter couldn't be hidden anymore. "Mom, you go first."
"Don't worry about me."
Chu Wanyin stepped closer, behind Zhang Feng, her voice trembling.
Shui Fu.
"You and Jianya are arranged by me. My son is 10 years younger than you. How could you do such a thing? He has a family, and his child is not even a year old." When Zhang Feng heard his mother's words, he realized she had recognized Shui Fu. He decided to let her go. Shui Fu also stepped out of Zhang Feng's arms. She felt no guilt and calmly looked at Chu Wanyin. "Sister Chu, I truly love Zhang Feng." Before Shui Fu finished speaking, Chu Wanyin slapped her son. "I don't care who you want to love, but you can't be together while you have a wife, and Shui Fu hasn't divorced yet. The Chu family and the Fu family are old friends. Now that they are involved, how will they meet and get along in the future?" Shui Fu remained calm and said, "Sister Chu, love isn't about right or wrong. Zhang Feng and I are truly in love. I am already going through the divorce process with Fu Jianyi. Once his divorce is finalized, we will be divorced. She added, Fu Jianyi has known about us for a long time. He's pretending not to know, probably, because he doesn't want to ruin our relationship. Xu Wanyin looked at Xue Fu and suddenly smiled. Everyone says you have incredible skills. I really underestimated you. How come you're not just talented but also capable of causing trouble with my son? She mumbled as she nearly lost her balance. After speaking, she told Zhang Feng, you and Xiao Duo must divorce. Go apologize to your father-in-law. I warn you, if you don't divorce, I will report you to the Engineering Institute. My son may not be perfect, but he shouldn't have such a terrible character. She finished speaking and had Zhang Chunqin help her leave. Behind her, Xue Fu said to Zhang Chunqin, Zhang Chunqin, it was you who told Sister Chu. Just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Xue Fu knew that when Fu Jianyi took the photo that day, Zhang Chunqin saw it. She and Zhang Feng have been together for over 2 years, but Xu Wanyi never knew. As soon as Zhang Chunqin appeared, she found out. Who told her? Isn't it obvious? Hearing Xue Fu's words, Zhang Chunqin stopped and turned to face her. Comrade Xue Fu, cheating in marriage is your fault. You don't think it's wrong to do such things, and now you blame others for exposing your shame? Also, your hugging and kissing in the Engineering Institute's family courtyard is obvious to anyone, even a blind person. You're doing disgusting things and expect everyone to hide it for you. She finished speaking and walked away without looking back. Xue Fu watched Zhang Chunqin's figure with a cold smile. Just you wait for me. Zhang Chunqin didn't say anything more. She helped Xu Wanyin leave. After leaving the family housing of the Engineering Institute, Xu Wanyin asked Zhang Chunqin, Chunqin, when did you find out about Zhang Feng and Xue Fu? Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment and then said, I don't know your son. That day, I saw some photos of Xue Fu at Comrade Fu's house. Later, I saw your son in the hospital, and that's when I recognized him. Coincidentally, Comrade Fu was there too. He said he didn't want you to know, so we didn't tell. Hearing this, Xu Wanyin trembled and whispered, in the end, I didn't teach my son well. I let my son do such shameful things. Zhang Chunqin didn't know how to comfort her. After sending Xu Wanyin home, she went back to her own house. When she arrived, she saw her sister was already there. Last time Zhang Hongmei came over, Zhang Chunqin gave her the key and told her to come by herself if she needed anything. Seeing her return, Zhang Hongmei pulled her aside and said, Big sister, Qing has said he's going south. He asked me to borrow money for the train ticket, and he's already gone. I'm a bit worried, so I came to tell you. Zhang Chunqin was a bit surprised. He went south. In her previous life, Qin Xinghe entered the Engineering Institute. She thought he would continue studying. Now going south was mainly for doing business. Going south is good. They need to have the ability to support themselves, Zhang Chunqin said coldly. Zhang Hongmei felt relieved seeing her so indifferent now. Sister, I'll go back first. Zhang Chunqin thought for a moment and then grabbed Zhang Hongmei. Take the pig slaughtering knife and come with me to the hospital to catch the cheating. We need to catch him several times, so the Qin family will be forced to ask me for a divorce. She didn't want the Qin family to lose face or leave Qin Guohua with no way out. The Qin family still wanted to take advantage of her. She could guess what the Qin family was thinking. Even now, with Qin Guohua's situation so messed up, they still wanted to find her fault to divorce her. The Qin family wouldn't suffer losses easily. Even if they agreed to divorce, they would make Zhang Chunqin suffer. So, the two of them headed angrily toward the hospital. Zhang Chunqin took Zhang Hongmei to the hospital. She didn't go inside right away, but stood at the door, watching the loving scene inside. There's no real secret in the hospital. Some women who are there to watch over loved ones like to chat and talk about family matters. One woman saw Zhang Chunqin and Zhang Hongmei standing at the door. She grabbed Zhang Chunqin and said, Big sister, you don't know. That man sneaked into the hospital for an affair. Doing such shameless things, and his wife is busy taking care of him. Zhang Chunqin heard what the woman behind her said. They say they are husband and wife. The woman looked down on them and said, if they weren't married, how could they be so close? You don't know, the doctor said this man took medicine meant for pigs to make himself fertile. Shameless. Because of this woman's gossip, others nearby also started to gather and talk. Is that man okay? Taking medicine and still cheating. Men are only honest when they're kept in line.
Bah.
If I were her wife, I'd cut off his manhood. He disgusts me. I'd make him wish he was never born. TSK, at his age, doing such shameful things, really embarrassing. Since this gossip spread in the hospital, many women and older women gathered around to discuss. Zhang Hongmei, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Yes, doing such shameless things, and still showing off here. Then she added, they're not even husband and wife. Just those two scoundrels sneaking into bed. My older sister is here. She's here to cut off his manhood. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed instantly. They were gossiping about the main characters. The woman who had just arrived earlier was excited. I can't believe it. They're so shameless. The real wife is right there in the room, acting all lovey-dovey. Her loud voice made Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang in the room lift their heads. Qin Guohua saw Zhang Chunqin standing at the door. His face changed. Then he quickly recovered and said hurriedly, Chunqin, you finally came to see me. I knew that as a married couple of 20 years, you wouldn't abandon me. He then scolded Qin Baoxiang, bring a chair for your sister-in-law. Qin Guohua used to think Zhang Chunqin was fierce and might want to divorce him. But after being given medicine a few times, he now felt afraid of Qin Baoxiang. She often gave herself medicine, but who knew that later she might argue with her and secretly poison herself with rat poison. Spring Qin has never done anything to hurt him all these years. Since he just came back a few days ago, he almost died in bed. After this embarrassing incident, he started to remember how good Zhang Chunqin was. Someone nearby overheard this and began gossiping. They say women who cheat are usually more attractive and charming. This woman is dark-skinned and not pretty. Does this man just go for her because of her smell? His wife is so beautiful, yet he ended up like this. Honestly, Qin Baoxiang and Zhang Chunqin are not comparable. Qin Baoxiang has been a bit less unattractive after a few years of grooming. She's not as pretty as Zhang Chunqin, but she's not very ugly either. But when you compare the two, the difference is clear. Men usually care about looks. If Qin Baoxiang weren't so plain, Qin Guohua wouldn't have wanted to die rather than be with her. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang's face turned pale with anger. She scolded the busybody ant at the door. Mind your own business. She shouted and looked around, found a broom by the wall, and yelled at the people in the ward. Get out. All of you, get out. A group of aunties cursed her for being shameless and parted to make way. Qin Guohua then scolded Qin Baoxiang. Ah Xiang, your sister-in-law is here. You should go back. You're no longer needed here. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang was unhappy. Guohua, I'm the one who cares about you the most. If she really cared, why didn't she come right after you went to the hospital? Qin Guohua was furious when he heard this. Qin Baoxiang, do you forget why I went to the hospital? If it weren't for you giving me medicine, could I have ended up like this? Qin Baoxiang stomped her foot angrily and shouted, You said you liked it. You said you were overwhelmed, and I was just helping you. Qin Guohua's face turned red. He pointed at Qin Baoxiang and yelled, Shut up. You're useless. You shameless woman. Which other woman constantly talks about this? Get out of here. Now, Qin Guohua just found Qin Baoxiang annoying. She kept accusing him of being useless just to get medicine. What's wrong with him? These days, she's dressed like a ghost. Why would he be interested? In the past, Qin Guohua was just not very capable, but Qin Baoxiang kept mentioning it constantly. The doctor clearly told him that his health is badly damaged and he may never recover. Still, she keeps humiliating him every day. Qin Baoxiang heard Qin Guohua say this and felt wronged, tears filling her face. Guohua, when we were in bed, you called me your sweetheart. Now you're telling me to leave. You promised to divorce Zhang Chunqin and now you say these things? If you keep this up, I will really get angry. Qin Guohua was taken aback by her acting cute. He had tried to comfort her earlier, but now she brought it up again. Especially seeing her acting cute like a big girl, he shivered all over. He hurriedly explained to Zhang Chunqin, Chunqin, don't listen to her. If I liked her, why would I marry you? Qin Baoxiang was now desperate and didn't care about her dignity. Zhang Chunqin, Guohua said, he finds you disgusting. When he was young, he thought you were pretty, but now you're thin and old. He's wanted a divorce for a long time. She decided to force Zhang Chunqin to leave. She believed that as long as she was in the house, Zhang Chunqin couldn't stay. She was afraid Zhang Chunqin might endure everything for the sake of the children, so she used every trick to provoke her. Qin Guohua looked at Qin Baoxiang, who was provoking like a madwoman. Qin Baoxiang, are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense. Leave now and don't make a scene.
Seeing you makes me sick.
Zhang Chunqin stood nearby watching their drama unfold. She was just waiting for everyone to see the show. Seeing enough people gathered at the door of the ward, she turned around and pulled out a large knife from behind Zhang Hongmei. You shameless, wicked couple. I've tolerated you for so long, but now you're standing on my head and defecating. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? She shouted and swung the knife toward Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua was lying on the bed, unable to move, watching the knife come toward his head in horror. He widened his eyes and begged, Chunqin, don't be so excited. We have 4 children. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin's eyes darted, and she aimed the knife away. Then she turned her head and pointed the knife at Qin Baoxiang. Qin Baoxiang, you shameless, low woman. When I entered this house, I treated you like my own sister, and now you treat me like this. Over the years, how many bad things have you done right under my nose? Today, I will die with you. She said this and rushed toward Qin Baoxiang with a knife. Qin Baoxiang's pupils shrank suddenly, and she turned around and ran away quickly. Zhang Chunqin, don't come near me. Killing people is illegal, don't come closer. She shouted as she ran. Everyone saw this scene and immediately made way for Qin Baoxiang. So, at the hospital, there was such a situation. A woman was holding a pig-killing knife, chasing after an older woman in a floral dress inside the hospital. One was shouting, the other crying. People were afraid of getting involved, so they all made way as the women passed. Qin Baoxiang, spoiled and pampered over the years, simply couldn't run anymore. She reached the stairs, sat down heavily on the ground, hugging her head and curling up. Sister-in-law, don't cut me. I won't dare again. Her desire to survive finally defeated her desire to fight. She begged for mercy, holding her head. Zhang Chunqin, for the sake of her 4 sons, had carried heavy loads at the dock for many years and was very strong. She held the knife in one hand and dragged Qin Baoxiang back to the ward with the other. Seeing that no one was hurt fatally, everyone sighed in relief, but also felt a bit unsatisfied. Such a shameless woman should be punished severely. When they reached the ward, Qin Guohua was trembling with fear, begging, Chunqin, say something nice. We are all family, no need for this. Qin Guohua was also terrified. Although Zhang Chunqin was capable before, she never cried or made a fuss. She always handled problems quietly, crying secretly in her bed. Now, she was causing a scene openly. He looked at Zhang Chunqin, feeling a lingering fear. Could it be that she was really upset by what he and Xiang did? Seeing Zhang Chunqin in a frantic state, Qin Guohua felt a wave of fear. After bringing her back, Zhang Chunqin pointed the knife at the 2 of them.
Speak.
What do you 2 plan to do now? Qin Guohua hesitated, looked at Qin Baoxiang and then at Zhang Chunqin, and immediately became excited. Chunqin, we've been married for over 20 years. I was just confused for a moment. We will live a good life from now on. I promise I won't mess around with Qin Baoxiang anymore. Qin Baoxiang, excited, shouted, Guohua, you said you were already tired of Zhang Chunqin long ago. If it weren't for her hard work, you would have left her. You also said that after all 4 children grew up and got married, you would live with me. I was your childhood bride. You can't treat me like this. People are still watching, some nosy folks are peeking around, worried they might miss a word. Zhang Chunqin heard their words and sneered softly. Qin Guohua, your plans are really clever. You caused trouble at my work because you didn't want to live with me anymore, right? Qin Guohua looked angry and shook his head. Chunqin, that's not true. I really didn't know that Qin Baoxiang took my dad to cause trouble at your place. At that time, my mom and I were at the police station. I truly didn't know. Zhang Chunqin stared at Qin Guohua for a moment. Qin Guohua, listen to me. If you want to divorce me just like that, you can't do that. After she finished speaking, she slapped Qin Baoxiang with her hand. I've taken care of my sister-in-law for over 10 years. You want to take my man away?
Dream on.
Zhang Chunqin said this, and then turned to leave. Qin Baoxiang covered her face, afraid to fight back. Zhang Chunqin was holding a knife, so she didn't dare to go forward. But just now, Zhang Chunqin said she wouldn't divorce, which made Qin Baoxiang even angrier. The more Zhang Chunqin said she wouldn't leave, the more Qin Baoxiang didn't want to hold back. Everyone has a desire to win, especially Qin Baoxiang, who felt she had suffered a lot over the years. Guohua, tell me, who will you choose? Qin Baoxiang grabbed Qin Guohua's hand tightly and asked anxiously. Qin Guohua suddenly pulled his hand back. You're my sister. You tell me, who will I choose? No, this has become such a mess. If you don't choose me, you're pushing me to the limit. This is all your fault. It has nothing to do with me. After the fuss, Zhang Chunqin took her sister and left. Outside the hospital, Zhang Hongmei frowned and asked, Big sister, weren't you going to talk to Qin Guohua about divorce? Why did you tell Qin Baoxiang you wouldn't leave? Zhang Chunqin smiled. Qin Baoxiang has been like a rat in the sewer all these years. Now that things are out in the open, she's not very smart. She'll definitely seize this chance to cause trouble for the Qin family. She didn't dare to do it before because she had no leverage. Now she has a son, Qin Baoxiang, and Qin Guobao, who the Qin family loves. She'll definitely drag her son into the mess. Qin Baoxiang had endured so much over the years, she couldn't take it anymore. The bigger the scandal, the better. Anyway, it all depends on who is more shameless. Big sister, can't we just secretly get a divorce? Won't that affect the kids' marriages? Zhang Hongmei was raised by her former forgiving mother, Zhang Chunqin. She was taught from a young age to focus on her children and family. But now, Zhang Chunqin is no longer the obedient person she used to be. How shameless can the Qin family be, expecting me to serve Qin Guohua as a child bride, raising Qin Guohua's illegitimate child? Do you think they would let Qin Guohua secretly divorce me? They just want to drain the last drop of blood from me. Zhang Chunqin took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. Lately, she kept thinking. In her past life, Qin Guohua died in a shipwreck. After the Qin family caused a fuss, they asked her to send money every month to support 2 elderly people. But later, the Qin family cut off all contact. Knowing how shameless the Qin family is, she wondered how they could have let her go so easily. Could it be that Qin Guohua's death in her past life was suspicious? Now, she couldn't be sure about what happened before, but in this life, she was determined to settle all her grudges. She took a deep breath and lowered her head to Zhang Hongmei, saying, Hongmei, I found a house for you, right next door to my place. Do you want to go see it? I don't have a job now, and I can't just sit around. I want to open a shop. Zhang Chunqin's plans were not up for discussion. Now, she could only talk with Zhang Hongmei. Hearing her sister's words, Zhang Hongmei immediately nodded. Then take me to see it. I've been visiting my family a lot lately. My in-laws are fighting all the time. I don't want to live like this anymore. Once I have a house here, I'll just leave them and start fresh. I'll take my things and leave. Zhang Chunqin nodded. All right, I'll take you to see it. She found a small courtyard with 2 rooms for Zhang Hongmei. She didn't dare buy a bigger house for her, as a small place was easier to hide from prying eyes. Like her, Zhang Hongmei had a jealous family and in-laws eager to drain her resources. Plus, her second sister had no children, which made her even more vulnerable. Big sister, isn't it a bit small? I have some money. I've saved a few thousand yuan and Zhang Hongmei clearly didn't like the small courtyard. Zhang Chunqin said seriously, it's better for you to live in a small place. Bigger ones attract attention. Remember how many people wanted the house I was assigned at work before? Once you save a bit more money, we can buy a few more houses not for living but to rent out for income. Zhang Hongmei nodded. Okay, big sister, I'll listen to you. At the hospital, Qin Guobao and Sun Ermiai came to visit Qin Guohua. Meanwhile, Qin Baoxiang and Qin Guohua were arguing. As soon as Sun Ermiai entered the ward, she slapped Qin Baoxiang. You shameless girl, you've caused Guohua to become like this. What are you still causing trouble for? Qin Baoxiang looked hurt and said, Mom, my reputation is already ruined. Guohua still refuses to divorce Zhang Chunqin. Even if you don't care about me, you should think about Guobao. She kept giving Qin Guobao meaningful looks. Qin Guobao's eyes darkened. He said to Qin Baoxiang, Big sister, stop messing around. I've talked to the grandparents, and in a few days, I'll find someone for you to marry. Once you're married, these rumors will stop. Also, Big Brother has a son and a wife. What kind of person are you to be here in the hospital? Qin Baoxiang stared at Qin Guobao in disbelief. Guobao, how can you say that? I carried you for 10 months. Before she finished, Qin Guobao cut her off coldly. Enough. The trouble between you and Big Brother has already gone too far. Do you want to ruin me too? I'm about to start a new job. Can I still go to the city? Do you want me to live my life carrying the shame of being born out of wedlock? Qin Guobao was a selfish person. He had never looked up to Qin Baoxiang as his mother. Over the years, he saw how Qin family scolded and mistreated Qin Baoxiang. His environment made him look down on his biological mother, so he naturally prioritized himself. He didn't care at all about her life as a mother or her future. Qin Baoxiang looked at her son with despair and resentment. She had endured for a lifetime. More than 20 years ago, Qin Guohua disliked her because she was ugly. Even after she had a child, he refused to marry her. Now, she thought her son had grown up and could support her. But he didn't care about all the suffering she had endured over the years. Since her son wouldn't help her, she had to fight for herself. Qin Baoxiang didn't say anything more. She only responded quietly, Big Brother can be discharged today too. Sun Ermiai, hearing this, handed Qin Guobao some money. Go settle the bill with your dad. She felt distressed as she handed over the money. After Qin Guobao left, she cursed Qin Baoxiang with resentment. You shameless girl, spending so much money. If I sold you, I wouldn't get this much back. Qin Baoxiang sat silently, her face expressionless. She was always scolded or beaten when she was at the Qin family. Things got better after Zhang Chunqin came to live with them. During the time Zhang Chunqin was with them, Qin Baoxiang was the happiest. However, Qin Baoxiang didn't see it that way. She only saw Zhang Chunqin as the enemy who took away her happiness. Sun Ermiai saw Qin Baoxiang standing there and impatiently scolded her. You little brat, what are you doing here? Go pack up for Guohua. I have something to talk to him. Qin Baoxiang looked at Sun Ermiai, then turned and left. After leaving the hospital room, she caught up with Qin Guobao. Guobao, wait a moment, she called to him. Qin Guobao looked at her with annoyance and asked coldly, I won't help you force Dad to divorce. Qin Baoxiang stared at her son. Angry and teeth clenched, Qin Guobao, I am your real mother. Why are you so unkind? Hearing this, Qin Guobao looked at her mockingly and asked back, unkind? Besides giving birth to me, did you take care of me when I was little? When I was born, Zhang Chunqin took care of me at night, and my grandparents took care of me during the day. Dad gave us the money. What have you done for me all these years? Qin Baoxiang's face turned pale, and she looked at him in disbelief. You. They didn't let me take care of you. I couldn't do anything about it. I always thought you would understand how hard it was for me. Turns out, you've been resenting me all along. Qin Guobao snorted mockingly. When Zhang Chunqin first came to the Qin family, if you wanted to take care of me, would she have fought with you? You just wanted to show off and tease her, didn't you? If you really loved me, how could you leave me to a woman who never had children? At this point, his gaze at Qin Baoxiang grew more contemptuous. Zhang Chunqin is also from the countryside. During those 10 years, she worked in the fields during the day, farmed, and at night, she took care of the children and washed clothes for the family. How could she learn to read and find such a good job? And you, what can you do? Hearing her son's words, Qin Baoxiang was stunned. I didn't just sit around. I worked too. Don't you know who my parents are? They let me stay at home and eat for free. As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and pointed at Qin Guobao. Do you think Zhang Chunqin being your mother is better? Qin Guobao cruelly laughed and said, Is that even a question? My dad's salary all goes to my grandparents. Zhang Chunqin is supporting so many children by herself. Look at how grand her wedding was for Qin Wentao.
Can you do that?
After speaking, he turned and left coldly. Qin Baoxiang looked at her son with anger and resentment. It's always Zhang Chunqin. Now, even her son thinks Zhang Chunqin is better. Her son, her own child, how can he help Zhang Chunqin? She watched her son's back, her eyes filled with coldness. This time, she can't lose to Zhang Chunqin again. No matter what, she must make Zhang Chunqin leave the Qin family. Qin Guobao finished paying the bill and returned the remaining money to Sun Ermiai. Sun Ermiai counted the leftover money, then suddenly slapped Qin Baoxiang with a wave of her hand. You useless thing. If you keep messing with my son, even if you're Guobao's real mother, get out of here. Qin Baoxiang covered her face and silently lowered her head. She was used to being bullied by the older generation of the Qin family and had become submissive. She couldn't take revenge on them, so she could only resent Zhang Chunqin. When she was discharged from the hospital, Sun Ermiai already knew Zhang Chunqin had been there. She cursed and scolded Zhang Chunqin angrily. Bad luck. If she hadn't gone back home, Guohua wouldn't have ended up like this with Qin Baoxiang. On the way home, Sun Ermiai was worried about money and kept scolding all the way. Before reaching home, she had already planned. Once she convinced Zhang Chunqin to come back, she would get all the money back from her. When they arrived home, Qin Dahai had just gotten there too. He saw Qin Guohua with a strange expression and asked after a long pause, Dad, you're getting old. Don't do this kind of thing anymore. It's too embarrassing. I haven't dared to go out recently. Qin Xinghe had left, and Qin Dahai, unlike his second brother, lacked backbone and could only stay in the Qin family. That day, after Qin Yuanyu and returned and questioned Sun Ermiai, she ran back to the Hong family. The house was in chaos, and she didn't want to come back. When Qin Guohua heard this, his face flushed. Dahai, do you know where your mom is now? Your mom loves you the most. You should know where she is. Qin Dahai shook his head. If I knew where my mom was, would I still be living here? I would definitely be living with her. Qin Guohua thought for a moment. Then go find your second aunt. No matter what method you use, find out where your mom is. Qin Dahai shook his head. Dad, you go yourself. My second aunt can use a pig slaughtering knife to threaten people. You caused such a fuss, I won't go. Qin Dahai said this and turned to go into the small house. At this moment, Qin Guobao said, I'll go with you to pick up the person. I have a way to bring sister-in-law back home. You have a way? The father and son discussed how to bring Zhang Chunqin back, while Qin Baoxiang watched them with a sinister look. They want to bring Zhang Chunqin back. She absolutely won't let Zhang Chunqin return to this home. Under Zhang Chunqin's persuasion, Zhang Hongmei directly bought the yard. This yard is right next to Zhang Chunqin's yard, so the sisters can look after each other in the future. After completing the paperwork, Zhang Hongmei laughed loudly. Sister, I will have my own home now. We are no longer homeless. Our lives can finally be controlled by ourselves. Zhang Hongmei was also sold to a pig butcher by her parents years ago. Her parents arranged for her to marry an old man with a bad illness, and her pig butcher was a castrated man. All these years, she fought with her in-laws because she had no home. Sister, I need to go back and deal with my in-laws. Zhang Hongmei pulled out a pig slaughtering knife from behind, smiling so widely her teeth showed. I want to vent all these years of anger. Seeing her sister's smiling face, Zhang Chunqin felt genuinely happy for her. In this life, they have their own homes, living for themselves, not for others. Second sister, I'll help you tidy up the house first and get everything you need. Don't tell anyone about buying the house for now, Zhang Chunqin reminded Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei nodded. Won't our other sisters say anything? Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment. Let's not mention it for now. They are living their own small lives now, and we shouldn't disturb them. We are doing well, so bring some things over to support them in their new lives. She hasn't had a good life herself, but her other sisters are living well. She can't just go around encouraging them to divorce or disturb their lives. That's true. They're living their own small lives now. If nothing is wrong, there's no need to talk to them, Zhang Hongmei nodded. Everyone has their own hardships, but if she and her older sister couldn't keep going like this, they wouldn't need to ask others to change. Zhang Chunqin, having lived again, already understands that she shouldn't interfere with others' lives, not even her own sisters. Let's go with the older sister to see the shop, Zhang Chunqin said, pulling Zhang Hongmei to Panjiayuan. Zhang Hongmei was visiting this kind of place for the first time. Everything looked new and interesting. Sister, are these all antiques? They look old and worn, but maybe they're worth a lot? Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, yes. Zhang Hongmei took her to find Lao Zhangtu. When she saw Lao Zhangtu, Zhang Hongmei handed him 3 big union notes. Old Zhang, this is your thank you gift for helping my sister find a house. Lao Zhangtu shook his head. No need. I didn't do it for the commission. Zhang Chunqin's face darkened. Old Zhangtu, if you consider me a friend, you should accept this money. They pushed and pulled for a while, and finally Lao Zhangtu took 2 big union notes. Is this okay now? Zhang Chunqin was satisfied and said, are you free now? Take me to see the shop.
Lao Zhangtu sợ mai.
Let's go. I was waiting for you to come today. He closed the door and led Zhang Chunqin down another alley. This shop.
You can rent or buy it.
The owner wants to sell. The price is over 6,000 yuan. It's a bit expensive, but after talking to a few people, they didn't agree. Actually, the price isn't too high. There's also a yard connected behind, Lao Zhangtu said as he took Zhang Chunqin to see the backyard. It was a traditional courtyard house, with a shop in front and a 3-entry, 3-out courtyard behind. As Lao Zhangtu said, such a large courtyard with a shop is a good deal at this price. Chunqin, I think this. If you don't have enough money, I can do business with you. The original owner, Xue Fu, wants to join in. I don't want to get involved anymore and want to withdraw my funds, Lao Zhangtu sighed helplessly. His eye for antiques wasn't very good. Half of the items he looked at were mistakes, which could lead to big losses in their line of work. He could lose everything just on one mistake. He saw that Zhang Chunqin not only had the skill to repair antiques, but also had much better taste in choosing items than himself. Zhang Chunqin was surprised. Xue Fu also wants to do business with you? Old Zhang sneered and said, I heard she was planning to go abroad, but her visa didn't come through. So she had to stay here. She used to have a job, but she resigned from her previous company because she wanted to open an antique shop with my old friend. Her family helped him, and he couldn't refuse. I don't like her character, so I decided not to get involved anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin was silent for a moment. Old Zhang, I don't have much money. If I buy this yard, I won't have much left. I do need a partner for this. I'll think about it carefully when I go back. Old Zhang nodded.
All right, take your time to think.
I also need to settle some things here. Zhang Chunqin and Old Zhang had known each other for 2 generations. She trusted his character and knew he was a kind person. But even between close brothers, disagreements can happen when each has their own plans. So, she needed to think carefully. On the way home, Zhang Hongmei asked Zhang Chunqin's sister, do you have that much money? If not, I can lend you 2,000 yuan. Zhang Chunqin smiled and said, I have enough to buy the shop. You can keep your money for now. When I need it, I'll ask you. Zhang Hongmei looked at her, hesitant to speak. Zhang Chunqin seemed to understand what she wanted to ask and said with a smile, the money I used to buy 2 antiques came from my honest earnings. Zhang Hongmei asked again, Big sister, since you have money, Why are you still letting old third and old fourth drop out of school? Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin slowly looked up. Do you think my children will have good conscience in the future? When she said this, Zhang Hongmei fell silent. She couldn't say outright that her sister's children were ungrateful, but these 4 kids definitely weren't very kind-hearted. So, why should I waste my money and effort on them? Zhang Chunqin sneered mockingly. Zhang Hongmei remained silent again. Although her sister's words were true, no one would really ignore their children's lives. Zhang Chunqin knew her sister wouldn't understand her actions now. After all, her good sister from the Gu family wouldn't understand her current choices. Go home first, Zhang Chunqin said, not bothering to explain further. Zhang Hongmei nodded, turned to leave, but a car stopped at the entrance of their courtyard alley. Shui Fu, dressed in a fashionable floral dress and wearing high heels, got out of the car. She arrogantly walked past Zhang Hongmei and headed straight to Zhang Chunqin. Zhang Chunqin, I need to talk to you about something. Before Zhang Chunqin could speak, Shui Fu continued. Zhang Chunqin, I can forgive you for telling Sister Chu about me and Zhang Feng, but you have to do something for me. Zhang Chunqin looked at the beautiful Shui Fu with a frown and said, Comrade Shui Fu, I don't know you well. As for your matters with others, they are none of my business. Hearing this, Shui Fu coldly said again, let's go inside and talk. Zhang Chunqin didn't move but said calmly, Comrade Shui Fu, let's talk outside. We're not close. Shui Fu arrogantly took out a stack of money from her bag. Zhang Chunqin, I heard that those antiques from Fu Jianya last time were looked at by you. What did you say then? If he asks you to look at them again, just say they are all real. Zhang Chunqin looked at Shui Fu with a faint expression. Comrade Shui Fu, I can't do this. After saying that, Zhang Chunqin turned to leave. Shui Fu stood behind her and sneered. Zhang Chunqin, you are nothing but an ant in my eyes. I can make your life difficult with a little effort. I heard you have 4 children. Your eldest son still works at the match factory. Believe it or not, if I say the word, I can get your son fired from the factory tomorrow. She spoke, then walked back in front of Zhang Chunqin, looking at her as if she were an ant. You better behave yourself. It's just a matter of saying 2 words. Zhang Chunqin scoffed coldly. Comrade Shui Fu, you made mistakes in your marriage and still want to take advantage. No one is stupid. If you're so powerful that a word from you can make us lose our jobs, why bother pretending? Those antiques, real or fake, are just about money. Why do you do these things? In the end, it's all about money. It seems you're not as omnipotent as you claim. Hearing this, Shui Fu's face turned pale. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Chunqin said nothing more, turned around, and left without looking back. Shui Fu looked at Zhang Chunqin's back with a fierce expression, then angrily got into her car. After getting in, someone asked her inside the car, Fu, how did it go? She refused to help. Water Fu gritted her teeth. Let's think of another way. The people in the car spoke in a deep voice. Water Fu said through clenched teeth, if it weren't for my son, I would definitely ruin Fu Jianya's reputation. There will always be a way. I don't want to wait anymore. He even had my father come to control me. Fu Jianya really forgot who helped him get to this position in the first place. Not far away, Zhang Chunqin watched the car drive away and felt a strange unease. She knew Fu Jianya was probably an officer, but she didn't know exactly who he was. She should go ask old Chu about him. After Water Fu left, Zhang Hongmei asked her, Sister, who is that person? Why does he seem so hard to deal with? Zhang Chunqin patted her and said, It's okay.
I can handle it.
He's just an unimportant person. Zhang Hongmei felt a bit worried, but since her older sister didn't want to say more, she didn't ask. After she left, Zhang Chunqin bought some groceries and went to see Chu Wanin. She wanted to find out about Fu Jianya's position and background. At first, she didn't ask much because she thought she wouldn't have much contact with Fu Jianya. When she arrived at Chu Wanyin's family compound, she saw many people watching nearby. Her heart sank, and she hurriedly quickened her steps. Inside, she heard angry arguing. Soon, Zhang Feng ran out and stood at the door, saying to Chu Wanin, How could I have a mother like you? After saying that, he left angrily. Zhang Chunqing waited until Zhang Feng left before entering the house. At the door, Chu Wanyin was crying. People like Chu Wanyin, who had always been dignified, rarely lost control and argued with others like this. Today, fighting with her son like this, completely losing face, shows there must be a serious conflict between mother and son. In her previous life, Zhang Chunqing never saw the son Chu Wanyin mentioned, but her son was described as obedient and thoughtful, not as shameless and lacking morals as she saw now. That day, after learning about her son and water Fu, Chu Wanyin said, "I won't interfere with who my son falls in love with, even if he loves an 80-year-old. But he must love someone without a family, without marriage, not someone who is already married or has a family." Chu Wanyin thought her son hadn't left, tears streaming down her face as she scolded. Zhang Chunqing entered the room softly and said, "Old Chu, it's me." Hearing her voice, Chu Wanyin asked, "Are there many people outside watching? I've maintained my dignity all my life, but in the end, I couldn't keep it." Zhang Chunqing stepped closer and said, "Every family has its own problems. There are small conflicts and disagreements that can't be easily resolved. That's just daily life, not a lack of dignity." Chu Wanyin was silent for a moment. "You've been at my house for so long, but you've never seen my husband. Isn't that strange?" Zhang Chunqing hesitated, then said, "Your husband is away on a business trip."
Wanyin smiled bitterly.
"There's no such thing as a business trip. He has another home outside and refuses to come back. I pretend everything is fine and tell others we are very loving, but he's always away for work." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing finally understood. In her previous life, Chu Wanyin, then nearly 60, always talked about her husband and son in front of her, but she never saw them herself. She eventually died from low blood sugar after fainting alone, and nobody noticing. It turned out she was hiding her own lack of something. Ah Feng said that because I, as a mother, failed him and left him with his grandparents, he grew to love Shu Fu. My husband said that because I only care about work and neglect my family, he has another home outside. In their eyes, I am neither a good mother nor a good wife. But I've always tried to be a good mother and wife." Chu Wanyin cried, covering her face. Zhang Chunqing gently embraced her and said softly, "Old Chu, if we can't be the mothers and wives they want, then we should live for ourselves. I've spent my life caring for my husband and children, but in their eyes, I still feel I've failed. I tried to give my eldest the most love, hoping he'd love his siblings in return. But he only loved himself. My daughter, I feel my family wasn't good when I was born. I've been through rain, and I want to hold an umbrella for her. When I raised her, I tried to make up for my own childhood and give her everything. But I ended up raising a daughter who only cares about men. This is our first time being mothers and wives, and it's not perfect, but it's not entirely our fault." Chu Wanyin looked at Zhang Chunqing, her voice trembling. "I used to hold on to my dignity, my reputation. I didn't want to let go. Right now, I no longer want to maintain these appearances. Keeping up the facade is really exhausting. Just live your own good life. Only by loving yourself enough and living well can more people come to love you." Zhang Chunqing had dinner with Chu Wanyin before leaving. When Zhang Chunqing was about to go, Chu Wanyin stopped her. "Come with me to Jianya for a walk." Zhang Chunqing didn't ask much, and went with Chu Wanyin to find Fu Jianya. Zhang Chunqing had visited Fu's courtyard before. This time, there were many guards standing around the courtyard. She quietly asked, "Comrade Fu has so many guards. Who is he?"
Wanyin smiled. "Fu."
Zhang Chunqing was stunned and didn't respond for a long time. She really didn't expect Fu Liya to have this status. She had thought he might be a military officer or hold some official position, but never imagined he was a high-ranking leader. Seeing Zhang Chunqing's shocked face, Chu Wanyin said, "Let's go inside." Now Zhang Chunqing finally understood why Shui Fu said what she did this afternoon. Fu Jianya is a leader, so anyone who marries him must also be someone special. She truly has the ability to handle her affairs. However, Do the lives of these big figures also resemble the tangled mess of ordinary citizens? After entering, Fu Jianya had apparently been informed and came down from upstairs. Sister Chu, why are you here? Chu Wanyin looked at Fu Liye, her eyes a bit moist. I already know about Zhang Feng. Fu Jianya frowned and softly said, Sister, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. This is my life. The way I live with her isn't just her problem. Chu Wanyin looked at Fu Jianya and softly said, I shouldn't have arranged for you to marry Xue Fu back then. You two are not really the same kind of people. Fu Jianya is a college graduate from a rural area. After entering college, he relied on his own abilities to join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, gradually becoming a diplomat, then a foreign minister, and eventually the chief's secretary. Compared to most people, Fu Jianya's family background isn't bad. But compared to Xue Fu, a girl born into a family with many official relatives, he was indeed climbing too high. When Chu Wanyin introduced the two to each other, she fell in love with Fu Jianya. Later, they fell in love, married, and had children. Because Xue Fu grew up in a happy life, she values love above everything else. Nothing is more important to her than love. After marriage, she wanted her husband's company, gentle care, and surprises. At this time, Fu Jianya was rising in his career. He was busy with work, social events, and diplomacy. As a result, their marriage gradually fell apart amid Xue Fu's self-pity. Actually, 10 years ago, Xue Fu already wanted a divorce. But as Fu Jianya's position grew higher, Xue family's approval for her divorce became unlikely. This situation lasted 10 years. Now, Xue Fu is over 40 years old, but still puts love first. She once said she could live without family and children, but not without love. So, in recent years, she became more and more rebellious, openly disrespecting Fu Jianya. Finally, Fu Jianya agreed to the divorce. Jianya, I shouldn't be advising you, Chu Wanyin whispered, bowing deeply to him. Zhang Chunqin stood far away at the door, unable to hear their conversation. She thought about her few encounters with Fu Jianya and felt scared. If she had known Fu Jianya's status earlier, she would have stayed away as a common person. Her mind was now echoing Xue Fu's words. She found it strange. Normally, someone like Xue Fu shouldn't lack money. Why would she fake things? While she was lost in thought about Xue Fu, Chu Wanyin suddenly came over and said, Let's go. Zhang Chunqin silently followed Chu Wanyin as they left. As she was leaving, Fu Jianya approached Zhang Chunqin. Comrade Zhang Chunqin, Xue Fu's matter caused you trouble.
Sorry about that.
Rest assured, she won't be a problem for you or affect your life. Zhang Chunqin was surprised but then realized Fu Jianya probably knew Xue Fu came to see her today. Just agree to her conditions, Fu Jianya continued. Zhang Chunqin was stunned but then nodded. Okay. If she comes to see me again, I will agree to Xue Fu's request. Fu Jianya didn't explain further, just nodded.
Thank you.
Chu Wanyin didn't ask what they were talking about and waited until they finished. Then she took Zhang Chunqin away. After sending Zhang Chunqin back to the residential area, Chu Wanyin said to her, Chunqin, I have made up my mind. I need to give myself an explanation. My marriage has long been broken and falling apart. I no longer want to stay in this marriage just to save face. I will divorce him. Zhang Chunqin nodded. Yes. Your own happiness is more important than anything else. Chu Wanyin smiled and nodded. Yes. I used to not understand this. On the way back, Zhang Chunqin finally felt her long-held frustration loosen. Since her rebirth, although she has been cold and indifferent to her children, she feels sad inside. It's because she didn't know how to raise her children properly, and her children turned out like this. She keeps blaming herself for her inability. Seeing Chu Wanyin's broken marriage and Fu Jianya's complicated life, she finally felt at peace. Life is not always perfect. She works hard to raise her children, pouring her heart out and using all her strength. But no matter how she tries, her children grow up with their own personalities and become different from what she hoped. On the way home, someone suddenly called out to her, Mother-in-law? Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing paused but didn't turn around. Instead, she quickened her steps. After she sped up and left, she didn't go straight home to her courtyard. Instead, she took a detour around her residence, walking in circles with the person until she shook them off before heading home. The person calling her was Zhang Zhaodi's mother. Today, she happened to be out playing with her grandson. The child refused to go home, and she was delayed, so she met Zhang Chunqing. She was carrying her grandson and couldn't keep up, so she gave up. After losing her, she turned to her grandson and asked, "Nyo, does that person look like your aunt's mother?" The child hadn't seen clearly but nodded. Maybe. Wei Afen, hearing her grandson's words, looked around again but didn't see Zhang Chunqing. She then carried her grandson and went back home. As soon as she arrived, before Zhang Zhaodi could speak, she told her daughter, "Zhaodi, I saw your mother-in-law on Xiangyang Road today." When Tao said she couldn't find anyone, I think she must live nearby, or she wouldn't appear there again. Zhang Zhaodi gritted her teeth. That old woman prepaid when Tao's salary for a year. She's been taking our money to eat and drink.
What does she really want?
Wei Afen told her daughter, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to find her. We'll ask for our money directly. This is our money. It must be returned." Zhang Chunqing didn't pay attention to this interruption. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, so she didn't want to hide from them. She didn't want them to know that her residence was just to avoid trouble. She thought all night and finally decided to talk to old Zhang. Dealing in antiques requires not only knowing the items, but also having a way to sell them. If they can't sell, the business won't succeed. Zhang Chunqing, recalling her past life, could still find some good deals and buy things ahead of others. But she lacked a way to sell. Nowadays, many antique dealers take their items to auctions in Hong Kong. Although there's a black market in the country, without backing, it's easy to be cheated or cheated others. When she arrived at Panjiayuan, she saw a car parked at the alley entrance from afar. She remembered seeing Shui Fu get out of that car yesterday, so she recognized it. She hesitated, didn't go in immediately, but waited until Shui Fu left before entering the antique shop. Just as she reached the door, old Zhang came out. "Chunqing, are you looking for me?" Old Zhang pointed to the box he was packing. "I was also kicked out." Zhang Chunqing glanced at the box he was holding and smiled. "Then let's go. Let's check out that courtyard again." Old Zhang said to Zhang Chunqing, "Once our shop opens, you can handle the items there, and I'll go to Hong Kong to find buyers." Over the years, I haven't become very skilled at recognizing antiques, but I know many underground auction houses in Hong Kong. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing smiled. "I don't have connections, but you do." "That's perfect." After Zhang Chunqing bought the shop, she asked with some doubt, "Old Zhang, you should have quite a bit of money. Why don't you buy it yourself? With your financial ability, you could buy it too." Old Zhang shook his head. "My family has a lot of troublemakers. I don't want to end up being taken apart by them." Although Zhang Chunqing knew old Zhang from 2 lives, she didn't understand him well. He didn't explain much but told her, "This business is still according to what my older brother and I agreed on. We split it 60 to 40. I get 40, you get 60. If anyone asks, just say I'm managing the shop for you." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing didn't ask more and nodded, "All right." She heard old Zhang's words and knew he definitely had his own people. In the 1970s, divorce didn't involve shared property, so Zhang Chunqing didn't have to worry about Qin Guohua taking her assets. As long as Qin's family didn't find out, she could keep it a secret. Old Zhang turned to Zhang Chunqing and asked, "Have you sorted out your marriage problem?" Zhang Chunqing was silent for a moment and gently shook her head. "My husband's family is difficult. I have to wait for them to come to me to get a divorce. Otherwise, they'll keep bothering me. Even if I force a divorce, if they keep causing trouble, I'll be exhausted. I don't want to focus only on divorce and end up with endless problems." Hearing this, old Zhang smiled and said, "I used to be in the business for a few years. If you need help, just tell me." Zhang Chunqing nodded. "Okay. If I can't handle it, I'll ask you for help." They looked at each other and smiled. "Now that the shop is ready, we need to start preparing things. We each pick some items to put in the store. Then, based on our skills, whoever sells more wins," old Zhang said. Splitting the income evenly from the shop didn't seem fair to Zhang Chunqin. She agreed with old Zhang's idea. At this time, Zhang Chunqin still thought old Zhang was just a middleman. After knowing him for so many years and meeting him many times, he always said he was helping his old brother run the shop. Old Zhang, we each keep a key. Whoever has time can come and tidy up. Once we choose some items and pick an auspicious day, we can open, Zhang Chunqin said with a simple division of tasks. Old Zhang nodded.
All right.
I probably won't be free these next couple of days. I need to go back to Hong Kong. Zhang Chunqin nodded. I also want to redecorate. When you return, I think I'll be done with everything. Old Zhang frowned. Wait until I come back to do the renovations. You, as a woman, shouldn't have to suffer like that. After making plans, they went to Zhengwo restaurant for a meal. After they parted ways, Zhang Chunqin met Zhang Zhaodi and Wei Afen at the alley entrance, who had been waiting there. Wei Afen had seen her at this corner yesterday. The mother and daughter decided to wait here, hoping for a lucky chance. Fortunately, today Zhang Chunqin just happened to pass by. Zhang Zhaodi saw Zhang Chunqin and quickly went over, saying, Mom, I finally found you. Do you know how worried Wen Tao and I have been these past few days because you were missing? As soon as she approached, Zhang Zhaodi used emotional pressure. Xiaobao hasn't seen Grandma in a long time. Let me take you to see Xiaobao. She then reached out and took Zhang Chunqin's hand. Zhang Chunqin frowned and looked at the mother and daughter, saying calmly, Your dad is in the hospital, do you know? Why don't you take Xiaobao to see him? He would be happier to see his grandson. The family already knew about Qin Guohua and Qin Baoxiang's situation. Zhang Zhaodi already looked down on the Qin family, and after learning about this, she looked even more disdainful of them. Your dad is a man. When something like this happens, he probably didn't want me to know, Zhang Zhaodi said, giving her mother a subtle signal. While waiting for someone, they had already agreed that today, Zhang Chunqin must not escape. Wei Afen saw her daughter giving her a look and quickly pulled her aside. Mother-in-law, so many things have happened at home. Wen Tao and Zhaodi are very worried about you. You have nowhere to stay now. It's unsafe for you to be alone outside. Come back with us. Seeing this, Zhang Chunqin found a way to respond. She didn't resist and told Zhang Zhaodi, all right, since things have become like this, I want to talk to Wen Tao. Then she followed the two of them. On the way back, Zhang Zhaodi subtly tested. Mom, where have you been staying recently? All these courtyards here are local people from Beijing. Do you have friends nearby? Zhang Chunqin replied simply. Zhang Zhaodi noticed that Zhang Chunqin wasn't willing to talk much and exchanged a look with her own mother. Wei Afen held Zhang Chunqin's hand again. Big sister, last time you caused trouble at Wen Tao's factory. That was really unfair. Do you realize how much impact that had on Wen Tao? Zhang Zhaodi immediately responded, Mom, you even advanced Wen Tao a year's salary. Our family depends on his wages. If you took the money, we can't get by. When Zhang Chunqin heard this, she stopped and looked up at Zhang Zhaodi. Wen Tao told me his grandparents gave him money. Why didn't he tell you? When Zhang Chunqin heard this, she raised an eyebrow and asked, so they really paid money? Zhang Zhaodi's face changed. Mom, are you lying to me? Zhang Chunqin didn't reply. She quickened her pace and walked ahead. When they arrived at Qin Wen Tao's house, Zhang Yaozu saw Zhang Chunqin's cold tone and said, Have you ever seen such a shameless mother? Going to her son's factory to ask for a year's wages in advance. Are you trying to force your son and his family to the limit? He was full of resentment from being detained at the police station, especially towards Zhang Chunqin and the elders of the Qin family. Wei Afen glared at her son, signaling him not to speak. She held her son's arm and said, Let's go. We're going out to eat today. The house is reserved for your sister, brother-in-law, and her mother-in-law to talk. Zhang Yaozu was pulled away. After the Zhang family left, Qin Wen Tao was almost done with work and came home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhang Chunqin sitting on the sofa. His face changed, and he instinctively asked, Mom, why are you here? If you're not going home, why did you come to my place? Zhang Chunqin looked calmly at her son and said slowly, Your wife brought me here. I no longer dare to hope to live in your house. My husband belongs to someone else, so how could I dare to dream of living here? Her words made Qin Wentao's expression flicker several times. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've caused trouble before. My dad almost had an accident. You're this old, do you really want a divorce?" Zhang Chunqin didn't interrupt. She just looked quietly at her son, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin was silent, Qin Wentao thought she must regret coming here, so he spoke again. "Mom, you really shouldn't cause trouble like this. It was supposed to be kept secret and everyone thought everything was fine. Now you've made a scene. How can we get along? You almost caused Dad to get hurt." Then he said to Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, give me the wages I prepaid from my factory. I'll take you back to the countryside. After this, learn your lesson. Let's pretend this never happened.
We are still a family.
You have no job and nowhere to stay now. You've run out of options." Finally, he turned to Zhang Zhaodi and said, "Zhaodi, stop cooking. I'll take my mom back. We can leave now. If we wait too long, I might lose my way home." After explaining things to Zhang Zhaodi, he got up and went to pull Zhang Chunqin.
"Mom,
I am your son. Everything I do is for your good. You must understand my sincere heart." Zhang Chunqin quietly looked at Qin Wentao, then suddenly slapped him across the face. "Qin Wentao, how long have you known about your dad and Qin Baoxiang?" Qin Wentao covered his face. "Mom, you're hitting me again. What do you think of me? When you're upset, you hit me." He looked serious and pressed her. "Mom, you took my year's salary. If you want me to be your son, give the money back. Our family depends on that salary. If you don't return it, what will we eat this year?" Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. "Didn't you threaten your grandparents with your dad and Qin Baoxiang's matters? Did you get money from them?
Huh.
You used my shameful secrets to get money, and now want to squeeze me dry." Qin Wentao's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? I just found out recently." Zhang Chunqin laughed mockingly. "Then let's go. Let's confront your grandparents. And tell me, where's the job you promised Qin Gubao? If the two old folks in the Qin family find out you didn't find a job for Qin Gubao, do you think they won't be furious?" Hearing this, Qin Wentao suddenly got angry and shouted at Zhang Chunqin, "Mom, I am your son. How much more are you going to push me? Look at how many people are living in my house now. I found a way to change the house. What's wrong with that? You're unemployed and broke. You can't help me, so I'll figure out how to earn money myself. It's none of your business." Zhang Chunqin sneered. "If you want to extort money from your grandparents, that's not my concern. But if you use my pain to blackmail me, that's my business." Then she snorted softly. "Qin Wentao, tell me, how much money did you cheat out of them?" Qin Wentao pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. Zhang Chunqin smiled and got up. "Then I'll go ask your grandparents." Qin Wentao gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, I just found out not long ago. I didn't extort money from my grandparents. They gave me 1,000 yuan to help Qin Baoxiang find a job. That money has nothing to do with you." Fearing she would ask for more money, he added, "Last time, you took 300 yuan to pay debts. You also advanced me a year's salary. You can't ask me for money again." Zhang Chunqin suddenly chuckled. "Qin Wentao, you really are my good son. Knowing your father's scandals, my first reaction wasn't anger or feeling sorry for myself, but rather thinking you were being extorted for money." Qin Wentao felt guilty. I was afraid you'd be too sad, so I kept it from you. You've been deceived for over 20 years. If they can fool you for a lifetime, that's quite something." He muttered, "It's also your own fault. Even with your mother looking like that, my dad is willing to give them his salary. You only get 5 yuan a month. And all these years, you haven't caused trouble or asked for anything." The unspoken meaning of Qin Wentao's words was that Zhang Chunqin deserved it and brought it on herself. Zhang Chunqin stood up and slapped Qin Wentao again. "Qin Wentao, give me that money. Otherwise, I will go to your factory and tell everyone what you and your dad have done." Before Qin Wentao could speak, Zhang Zhaodi couldn't hold back and shouted at Zhang Chunqin, "If you have the guts, go ahead. Have you ever thought about why your own man over the years prefers to find a girl from the family rather than look at you? Women like you, not only your man, but even your children won't care about you. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin chuckled. All right. Tomorrow I'll go to your factory and ask the manager if Qin Wentao did the right thing. Qin Wentao's face turned pale. Mom, stop causing trouble. I was about to get a promotion, but because of your fuss, the boss didn't approve my report. If you cause trouble again, I really can't stay at the match factory. Don't forget, this job was bought for me with your money. Zhang Chunqin burst into laughter. So you still remember I bought this job for you? I thought you forgot. Since I paid for your job, even if they fire you, I won't owe you anything. Zhang Chunqin stood up to leave. Qin Wentao was truly scared by her fussing and shouted, Mom, I can give you half the money, but you have to ask my grandparents to take back my father's wages from all these years. Use this chance to pressure them to give the money back. For Qin Guobao and their pride, they will agree. Hearing this, Zhang Chunqin mocked Qin Wentao. You're really my good son. Not only did you scheme against me, but you also tricked everyone in the Qin family clearly. Qin Wentao frowned and said, Mom, this money was originally ours. Because of your unwillingness to compete or fight and your incompetence, we have suffered so much. Now that you know everything, shouldn't you try to get it back for us? Zhang Chunqin heard this and laughed. After you get the money, do you want your 4 siblings to share it? Qin Wentao's face changed slightly, and he said in a serious tone, Mom, the 2nd and 3rd siblings are not married yet. When they get married, they will need money. We can save some for them first. As for the 4th, she loves that man so much, we definitely can't give her the money. We'll save some for her too, and give it to her when she needs it. He looked down slightly and said, Since you live with Dad, I worry you'll be soft-hearted and give the money away. Put the money with me, and I'll keep it. He spoke as if his idea was very thoughtful, as if he had put a lot of effort into it. Zhang Chunqin listened and said with a smile, All right, then give me the money first. I won't go back without seeing the money. Qin Wentao's eyes flicked, and he turned to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhaodi, go and get another 300 yuan. Zhang Zhaodi's face changed. I've already saved the money. Qin Wentao pulled her. You're being unreasonable. Go get the money. Zhang Zhaodi didn't want to go, but seeing that Qin Wentao wouldn't listen, he turned and pulled her into the room. As soon as they entered, Zhang Zhaodi started crying. Qin Wentao, we finally got some money, and you want me to give it to your mom? Do you really care about our family? Didn't you say before that this money was saved for a big house? Qin Wentao lowered his voice to comfort her. Fool. Don't you understand? Small money for big money. She's my mom, and I know her personality after all these years. Recently, a lot has happened, and Dad's situation really hurt her. That's why her attitude toward us has changed. You don't know her personality. She prefers to be soft rather than tough. Zhang Zhaodi, hearing this, still rubbed her eyes, but her eyes were already moving around. Qin Wentao affectionately hugged Zhang Zhaodi. When we got married, I caused some trouble, but in the end, my mom agreed. Recently, she feels ignored, and because of Dad's situation, we need to make her feel that we are on her side. If she starts to think carefully, then everything she has is really mine. Zhang Zhaodi listened to Qin Wentao's words and seemed to be convinced. Although she has been married to Qin Wentao for only 3 years, she has known him for many years. She understands his status at home. Zhang Chunqin is very fond of her eldest son, and she is clear about that. She thought for a moment, then turned and took out 300 yuan from the cabinet. Once your parents' issues are settled, let your mother take care of the children. Also, you should quickly find a job for my younger brother. My parents are always causing trouble, constantly mentioning putting them in jail. I feel like I might die from their constant nagging. Qin Wentao nodded. Don't worry, I've already arranged a job for Yaozu. In a few days, once a temporary worker in our workshop leaves, Yaozu will take over. He said proudly, I've gone to great lengths for you. Look at my 2 brothers who dropped out of school. I don't care about them. I only think about Yaozu. Zhang Zhaodi was pleased. I know you treat me well. You have to understand, I am your family too. The only one who will stay with you till the end is me. After they finished talking, the couple held hands and left. Qin Wentao handed 300 yuan to Zhang Chunqin. Mom, you've already advanced my salary and you took another 300 earlier. I can only give you 300 now. Otherwise, we won't be able to make ends meet. Zhang Chunqin was not polite. She took the money, counted it, and put it into her pocket. Seeing that Zhang Chunqin was mollified, Qin Wentao said again, Mom, all right, now I'll take you back. Do you know what to say when we get there? Zhang Chunqin, having achieved her goal, nodded after accepting the money. Mom knows. She followed Zhang Zhaodi back, partly to take the money Qin Wentao had tricked from the old couple in the Qin family. Secondly, she was counting the days. It was about time for her to appear. She wanted a divorce, and she couldn't keep hiding forever. She needed to let them find her. Seeing that Qin Wentao had successfully calmed Zhang Chunqin, he took her away. Zhang Zhaodi watched her mother's figure disappear, feeling a vague sense of unease. For some reason, she felt that her mother-in-law was no longer as easy to fool as before. But then she thought the person who could best handle Zhang Chunqin at home was Qin Wentao. He had no other skills, but he was good at comforting his own mother. Zhang Zhaodi suppressed her worries and doubts. When Zhang Zhaodi's family returned, Wei Afen anxiously asked her daughter, Zhaodi, how is Zhang Chunqin? Will there be any problem with the house? Zhang Zhaodi confidently assured her parents, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I can't control others, but I can definitely handle Qin Wentao. If I tell him to go east, he won't dare go west. Zhang Yazu gritted his teeth and asked, What about my job? Zhang Zhaodi smiled and said, Your brother-in-law said the job is already arranged. Once that temporary worker leaves, you'll be able to start working. The Zhang family members smiled happily upon hearing this. Once everything is settled, the house will go to your younger brother, and our family will finally be city people. We've been too ashamed to lift our heads in the village for so many years. After your younger brother's job is settled, we'll go back to the village to show off. We want everyone in the village to know your brother has a job in the city. The family was clearly planning and scheming, already imagining a good life in the city. On the way, Qin Wentao kept asking Zhang Chunqin, Mom, where have you been staying these days? And who is the person that kept my dad and grandma in the detention center for so many days? How do you know them? Qin Wentao was subtly questioning. Zhang Chunqin sat in Qin Wentao's car and either asked him, Are your second and third brothers used to living in the countryside? And what about your sister? She refused to answer Qin Wentao's questions. Qin Wentao still didn't know that Qin Qing had gone south, so he replied to Zhang Chunqin, Grandma and Grandpa said they found jobs for both of them. In his heart, Qin Wentao was suspicious, but since his grandparents said so, he didn't bother to worry. Everyone wanted him to find a job, but there weren't that many jobs available. He didn't want to get involved with his two younger brothers, so he just said they already had jobs. Zhang Chunqin sneered coldly. Qin Wentao was a really responsible older brother. His younger siblings' matters had nothing to do with him. Mom, we're home. When they reached the Qin family's door, Qin Wentao told Zhang Chunqin and called out to the house, Grandma and Grandpa, I brought Mom back. Recently, the atmosphere at the Qin family was very tense. Although Qin Guohua had been discharged from the hospital because of issues with Qin Baoxiang, not only was he being pointed at and talked about when he went out, but even when he stayed home, many people came to gawk. The elderly couple couldn't go out either. They had never been talked about and stared at like this in their lives. Qin Guobao also no longer wanted to work in the fields. Because whenever they step outside, villagers come to ask about his father or Qin Baoxiang, either subtly inquiring or directly questioning. The whole family is having a hard time, and Qin Baoxiang is having an even harder time. When the Qin family heard Qin Wentao outside, everyone's mood was different. Qin Guohua, after this incident, has become less interested in divorcing Zhang Chunqin. The elderly Qin couple haven't gone out these days. They are busy thinking about how to restore their reputation and minimize the losses if they divorce. As for Qin Guobao, he is hoping that Qin Wentao will quickly find him a job. He believes that once he works in the city, the villagers will look up to him more. Qin Baoxiang has been beaten or scolded by her family these days. But she is very obedient by nature, and the more they do this, the more determined she is to drive Zhang Chunqing away. In the past, she hid and avoided, but now that things have become so bad, she wants to fight for herself. Wen Tao, your mother is back. Sun Ermiai immediately smiled and came out after being prompted by old Qin. She went to Zhang Chunqing and held her hand. Chunqing, you have given birth to 4 children for our Qin family. It was our fault before. I discussed with your dad, and I will find someone for Qin Baoxiang to marry. From now on, if you want to visit, you can. If not, we will just go our separate ways. Hiding in the room, Qin Baoxiang listened to Sun Ermiai's words, feeling resentful and unwilling. She has waited over 20 years. She deserves her turn now. This time, the person who should leave is Zhang Chunqing. At the door, Zhang Chunqing glanced at Qin Wentao and said slowly, "You lied to me all these years, and I accepted it. But you also made me serve Qin Baoxiang for 10 years. If she really is my sister-in-law, I am willing to serve her. But she is Qin Guohua's mistress. What do you think of me?" When Sun Ermiai heard this, she wanted to speak up. In the eyes of the Qin family, Zhang Chunqing hasn't suffered much hardship. Lying to her isn't a big deal. She was just deceived, but their Gabao has lost his father. Now, they need to stabilize Zhang Chunqing, so hearing her words, Sun Ermiai forced a smile. "Chunqing, this is indeed our fault. For the sake of the children, you and Guohua should live happily together." Zhang Chunqing looked at Sun Ermiai and said calmly, "Mom, did you always want Guohua and me to get a divorce? Otherwise, why have you taken all of Guohua's salary over the years? Are you ready to let Guohua divorce me at any time?" Sun Ermiai immediately shook her head and denied. "Chunqing, you are officially married into our Qin family. Guohua was set on being with you. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have even married the girl we prepared for him since childhood." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing started to sniffle and said, "If it weren't for Qin Baoxiang, you could keep the salary. You raised Guohua and suffered so much over the years. This money should be for your retirement. But Qin Baoxiang lives with you, and she hasn't worked the fields these past few years. Isn't all that money given to her?" Sun Ermiai frowned and said, "Qin Baoxiang is just a girl we picked up outside. Why would she get that money?" Zhang Chunqing refused to give in and softly said, "Mom and Dad, the trouble between Guohua and Qin Baoxiang is serious. You don't think a few words can make everything go away, do you?"
She then walked inside.
She went straight to Guohua's room and asked loudly, "Guohua, how many times have you come back over the years? Is it true what Qin Baoxiang says, that you come back many times a year, except during New Year, when you have no choice but to stay with us? The rest of the time, are you with Qin Baoxiang?" Guohua's face changed when he heard this. He quickly tried to defend himself. "Of course not. Chunqing, if I really liked Qin Baoxiang, I wouldn't have married you. She's dark and ugly, and she never went to school. I can't live with her." Hearing this, Zhang Chunqing immediately asked, "Then why haven't you given me your salary all these years? You only give me 5 yuan a month." At this point, Sun Ermiai finally understood. Zhang Chunqing kept talking about Guohua's salary in almost every sentence. It was clear she wanted to take her money back. She turned to look at her husband. Then she saw Mr. Qin nod and make a gesture with his mouth. "Give it to her." The 2 elders had already planned this. After convincing Zhang Chunqing, they would let Guohua and Gubao go to the city or another town. They would never return to the countryside. As for themselves, they would let Zhang Chunqing and her 4 children take care of them in old age. They both decided that asking Zhang Chunqing and her children for just a few coins each month was not a big expense for them. Old Qin was clever. He wanted to use some money to keep Zhang Chunqing happy, and after Qin Guohua's fake death, he planned to pressure her to pay more. Whatever money she took now, he would make her give back double later. "Chunqing, we've spent a lot on food and drinks over the years. We don't have much left. Your father is paralyzed and can't work, so I have to support the family. I also need to take care of the national treasure." Before Sun Ermiai could finish, Zhang Chunqing nodded and said, "If you can give me another 1,800 yuan, I won't ask about this anymore. The children are grown, and I just want to live a good life." She looked down and said, I only have these few children. I'm not the kind to spend money carelessly. I just want to see your attitude with this money. The old couple from the Qin family struggled for a long time, then finally clenched their teeth and went to get the money. Sun Ermiai told Zhang Chunqin, there's only 600 yuan left. Qin Guohua spent a lot on his hospital stay this time. This money is for our retirement. Zhang Chunqin looked at the money and nodded, I'll keep it for you. In the future, if you need money, just ask me. I won't spend it recklessly. She then put the money from Sun Ermiai back into her pocket. Qin Wentao saw that Zhang Chunqin was about to get the money, and he felt happy too. He always thought that Zhang Chunqin's money was his money. Now only he was working at home, and his two brothers had dropped out of school. His mother could only rely on her. Once his mother had children, he planned to trick some money out of her little by little. Seeing Zhang Chunqin put the money away, Sun Ermiai felt distressed and said, you should move back today. When the villagers see the excitement, you can explain things to them. Zhang Chunqin smiled and nodded, then told Qin Wentao, hurry up and take me back on your bike. I'll pack my things and come to stay. Qin Wentao nodded, okay. I'll take you to pack. The old couple from the Sun family also nodded. Yes, yes. Pack your things and come back. Let's live a good life from now on. Zhang Chunqin agreed. All right, I'll go now. If I stay out late, it won't be safe walking home. After receiving the money, Zhang Chunqin got on Qin Wentao's bike and left. After returning to the county town, Zhang Chunqin told Qin Wentao, wait here for me. I need to go to my friend's house to pack some things. It's not good for both of us to go together. We're already causing enough trouble. After saying this, Zhang Chunqin seemed to remember something and added, Wentao, you haven't had dinner yet. Mom has packed her things and will go back on her own. You don't need to see me off. Qin Wentao hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. To Qin Wentao, the money was already in his mother's hands. He thought he could find a chance to get the money back later, so he didn't need to persuade her today. He didn't feel much affection for his mother, Zhang Chunqin, before, and now he felt she caused him too many problems. Their life was already messy, and she kept adding more trouble. Zhang Chunqin knew her son was selfish and greedy, which was why she said these things. After watching Qin Wentao leave, she returned to her courtyard. She had come along to this performance mainly to get some money back. Over the years, she felt she deserved to get something in return for all her sacrifices for her children. Once home, she stopped worrying about the Qin family. She took the money from them, and soon the Qin family would try to find her to ask for it back. When the Qin family hated her enough, it would be a good time for her to divorce. Now, the Qin family still wanted to flatter her, but that wasn't a good sign. She carefully kept the money she had received and went to sleep peacefully. It seemed they all knew how to trick money out of others. The elderly couple from the Qin family waited all night, but didn't see Zhang Chunqin return. The most anxious was Qin Guohua. Mom, why hasn't Chunqin come back? It's getting late. You should go and wait for her on the road. Sun Ermiai looked at her son anxiously. Guohua, she's not a new bride. You're worried she'll run away? She's already had 4 children. Do you still think she's 20 years old? Nearby, Qin Baoxiang coldly added, she has no job now and no place to stay. Where else can she go if she doesn't come back? In the future, you won't even be able to chase her away. Sun Ermiai didn't hear this and slapped her again. Qin Baoxiang, if you hadn't been so wild, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Be good, and if you dare to cause trouble again, I will get rid of you. Qin Baoxiang still bore the marks of the slaps she received from Sun Ermiai in the past few days. Qin Guohua also looked impatiently at Qin Baoxiang and said, Mom, didn't you say you found a matchmaker for her? Hurry up and send her away. Now Qin Guohua was very worried about Qin Baoxiang. He was afraid she might drug him again. Sun Ermiai nodded and said, Our family has such a bad reputation lately. How can we send her away? She doesn't look good, and single men will hear about it. Once things settle down a bit, if Zhang Chunqin can't stand her anymore, this kind of woman should divorce early. Qin Guohua pressed his lips together and said nothing. He irritably told Qin Baoxiang, I'm going to sleep now. Go out quickly. Don't come to my room again unless it's necessary. Hearing this, Qin Baoxiang felt even more wronged. Guohua, what are you saying? Do you think I would harm you? Qin Guohua gritted his teeth and said, Qin Baoxiang, think about your son. Be careful. Someone has already arranged for Gubao to find a wife. No one dares to come to our house now. Qin Baoxiang's face stiffened, and she stubbornly said, Gubao is so good, but he just doesn't like anyone else. He will go to the city to work later. They have nothing to look down on. Sun Ermiai, thinking of Qin Gubao, wanted to slap Qin Baoxiang. Vile woman, get out quickly. I saw that you want to cause trouble again, didn't I? Sun Ermiai clearly saw Qin Baoxiang's intentions. Qin Baoxiang was driven out with a broom by Sun Ermiai. After Sun Ermiai returned to her room, Qin Laotu was smoking dried tobacco, looking worried. Old man, we gave that money to Zhang Chunqin. That's the money for Gubao to get married. With our current reputation, Gubao will have a hard time finding a wife, Sun Ermiai said, feeling pained when thinking about the money given to Zhang Chunqin. Qin Laotu was silent for a moment and said, later, we can find an excuse to get Zhang Chunqin to take out the money. As long as she is still part of our Qin family, she will give us the money. Right now, I am worried about Qin Baoxiang. Sun Ermiai was stunned and asked, what's wrong with her? Qin Laotu gritted his teeth and said, that simple-minded Qin Baoxiang must not follow Guohua and Guobao. She will only hold them back. Sun Ermiai looked at her husband hesitantly and asked, old man, we only have Guohua as our son. Are you really going to let them leave? Will they come back later? Qin Laotu heard Sun Ermiai's words and looked up at her. Things have gotten to this point. Who else would want to marry into our family? Don't say that Guobao isn't our child. Even if he really is, look at how many women are willing to marry into such a messy family. Everyone's bad behavior, unless it's a family that sells daughters. No one wants to marry into such a dirty household. At most, we can give more bride price. We already planned to pay for Guobao's marriage after all. When I think about my son going to another province and Guobao going with him, I can't bear it. Old Qin thought for a moment and said to Sun Ermiai, we should try to persuade Zhang Chunqin gently. If that doesn't work, we can go with them. First, make sure Guobao's job is settled. Once he has a job, we can sell it later. That will be some money. If we can't take Qin Wentao's house, let him give us the money. Old man, that's a good idea, but is it easy to do? Old Qin sneered. Look at yourself. Do you know what kind of person your old man is? When we fled from famine back then, how did we survive? Without some brains, we wouldn't have made it. Sun Ermiai knew her husband well and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Then she looked at the time and said impatiently, why hasn't Zhang Chunqin come back yet? It's about time. Old Qin also checked the time. It's too late now. Wentao probably told her to stay at home. She has nowhere else to go, so she'll come back sooner or later. Zhang Chunqin has been married here for 20 years. She's only been bold this once. As they discussed, Old Qin suddenly remembered Zhang Chunqin's children and asked Sun Ermiai, where are Error and Sanner? I haven't seen Error for a few days. And Qin Yuan, that troublemaker. Sun Ermiai sneered. Error moved out. Who knows where he went? He's already 18, not 8. He can't starve himself to death. Sanner found a job and only comes home around midnight. Qin Yuan, that troublemaker, can't fetch a good price anyway. She goes wherever she wants, as long as she doesn't eat the family's food. It's best if she dies outside. Sun Ermiai despised Qin Yuan to the bone. This little troublemaker was completely spoiled by Zhang Chunqin. She doesn't know how to earn bride money from her brothers and even wants to be supported by men. When Zhang Chunqin comes back, these children are her gold nuggets. When asked, you better have a plan for what to say. I understand. The Qin family discussed all night how to deal with Zhang Chunqin, but by the next morning, she still hadn't returned. Qin Wentao thought his biological mother would come back on her own. The Qin family assumed they had waited too long and decided to stay at Qin Wentao's place for the night before returning home. So, the next day, the Qin family waited for a long time again. By evening, No one had shown up, and Sun Ermiai finally went to the county town. She went straight to Qin Wentao's matchstick factory to find him. The gatekeeper, Grandpa Hu, saw someone looking for Qin Wentao again and asked, "Who are you to Qin Wentao?" Sun Ermiai heard the gatekeeper and replied, "Qin Wentao is my grandson." The gatekeeper looked her over and scoffed, "Your family really has a lot of people. Lately, many have been looking for him." His words sounded sarcastic, but Sun Ermiai didn't catch the tone and smiled, saying, "My grandson is the most promising in our family. When we have issues, we go to him." Grandpa, who was even more disdainful upon hearing this. He thought, someone so unkind and selfish is supposed to be the most successful in the family? This family must be really poor. "Wait a moment, I'll go call someone," the gatekeeper said to Sun Ermiai, then went inside to call Qin Wentao. When Qin Wentao heard that his grandmother was looking for him, he immediately felt nervous. His mother had moved back last night, and now his grandmother was coming to find him again. Would they start fighting again? Since Zhang Chunqin had come twice, every time a relative came to see him, his heart would race. He knew it wouldn't be good news. "Grandpa Hu, did my grandmother say what she wanted to see me about?" Qin Wentao was very anxious. At the door, Sun Ermiai saw Qin Wentao and asked, "Wentao, where is your mother?" Qin Wentao heard her and frowned, asking, "What's wrong? Did you argue again?" "My mom just came back yesterday." "Did she cause trouble again?" Hearing this, Sun Ermiai's brow furrowed even more. "She didn't come back yesterday? Weren't you the one who took her away? Don't you know if she's back or not? Where is she? Is she still at your house?" Qin Wentao was stunned by her words. "My mom didn't come back? She went to stay at a friend's house yesterday to pack her things and then returned." Sun Ermiai stomped her foot. "She didn't come back at all last night. She came to the county town with you. Why didn't you help her pack her things? You have a bicycle, so why didn't you take her there together?" Qin Wentao felt guilty and said, "I have my own family matters. I can't just stay around my parents all the time doing nothing. My mom said she was coming back, and I think she didn't have anywhere else to go, so there shouldn't be any problem." Sun Ermiai looked angry and said through clenched teeth, "Maybe she ran off with the money?" Qin Wentao's face turned pale when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "I know my mom very well. Over the years, she worked multiple jobs to raise us 4 kids. She has no family to go back to, so where else could she go?" Sun Ermiai gritted her teeth and asked, "If she didn't run off with the money, then where did she go?"
"She took my 600 yuan.
Most people would save that for 10 years. Hearing this, Qin Wentao also felt uneasy. She took 600 yuan from Sun Ermiai and over 1,000 yuan from him. He had borrowed wages from his factory, paid 300 yuan back to his mom, and yesterday, he also took 300 yuan from Zhang Jiaodi. If he didn't know that his mother couldn't bear to be apart from her children, he might think she ran off with the money too. "Mom, you go back first. I'll ask for leave at the factory and go look for her," Qin Wentao comforted Sun Ermiai, then turned to ask for leave. Old Who watched Qin Wentao hurriedly leave from a distance and clicked his tongue. What's going on with Qin Wentao's family now? He peeked around the gate and soon saw Qin Wentao pushing his bicycle out. At the factory gate, Sun Ermiai got on Qin Wentao's bike, and they headed back to her home first. "Jiaodi, did Mom come here before?" Qin Wentao asked his wife anxiously once they arrived home. Jiaodi was stunned and said, "Mom's not here again? Did she argue with Dad again?" Qin Wentao shook his head. "Mom said she didn't go back last night. She has nowhere else to go. If she didn't come home, where could she be?" Thinking of this, Jiaodi held Qin Wentao's arm. "Last time, I found Mom near Xiangyang Road. Did you take her there yesterday? Go check, she probably lives nearby." Qin Wentao felt very uneasy inside. When he was leaving, Sun Ermiai held him back. "Wentao, your mom wouldn't really run off with the money. That's all Guohua's hard-earned money." Qin Wentao frowned and said, "Grandma, we're all here. Even if my mom is angry with Dad, she wouldn't just ignore us." These words reassured Sun Ermiai. These children are Zhang Chunqin's life. Over the years, she protected them fiercely. Even if she had a lover, she wouldn't just abandon her children. Sun Ermiai and Qin Wentao didn't know that Zhang Chunqin only passed by Yangyang Road last time. That road is very far from the courtyard where Zhang Chunqin lives. Since she tricked money from Qin's family and Qin Wentao yesterday, she naturally avoided this area. Qin Wentao rode his bike to the big courtyard. At the gate, he asked an old neighbor, "Uncle Yen, has my mom come back?" Uncle Yen looked at him suspiciously. "Your mom has moved away. Why would she come back? Did you have a fight? Why are you all looking for her here?" Qin Wentao was surprised and asked, "Who else is looking for her?" Uncle Yen frowned. "Your older brother, younger brother, and your sister have all been here. But a few days ago, your mom did come to the courtyard and gave candy to the children. Maybe you should ask Fat Mama. She's close to her." After thanking him, Qin Wentao went to find Fat Mama. At Fat Mama's house, she was arguing with her eldest daughter-in-law. Seeing this, Qin Wentao felt a bit awkward and stepped forward. "Fat Mama." Fat Mama turned to look at him with the two children in her arms and frowned. "Wentao, what's the matter?" Her eldest daughter-in-law was still pointing at her and scolding, "He Xiaomei, if you weren't so biased, our lives wouldn't be like this. I really regret marrying into your family. Just look at yourself." Fat Mama was holding one child and carrying another. She quickly put down the child and threw him to the daughter-in-law. "Since I'm so biased, you take care of the children yourself." After handing over the children, she turned to Qin Wentao. "Wentao, what's the matter?" "Fat Mama, have you seen my mom?" Fat Mama's eyes flickered as she coldly said, "Did you have a fight?" Qin Wentao shook his head.
No.
"My mom had a little argument with my dad, and she didn't come home. We're worried about her, so we came out to look for her." Fat Mama frowned and glanced at Qin Wentao. "You've been moved out for so long, and now you're just starting to look for her?" Qin Wentao looked even more upset and quickly shook his head. "Fat Mama, you don't know our family's situation. My mom is just being difficult. She's had a good life, but she insists on causing trouble." When Fat Mama heard this, her expression also turned sour. If Qin Wentao had spoken nicely, she might have told him where Zhang Chunqin was. But hearing his words, she suddenly understood why Zhang Chunqin didn't want to care for her children anymore. That day, Zhang Chunqin told her to live her own life, and these past few days, she kept thinking about it. Her life has been chaotic. She feels she's done her best for her children, but no one appreciates her sacrifices for the family. "I don't know. Ask your own mother." Fat Mama spat at Qin Wentao and turned to leave. Qin Wentao couldn't find anything useful in the big courtyard, so he had to leave first. At the courtyard gate, he unexpectedly met Qin Yuanyuan, who was also looking for someone. Because of Qin Guohua's situation, Qin Yuanyuan had been having a hard time these days at Hong Xian's house. Hong Xian kept asking her for her dowry, telling her to come back and get the money. Hong's mother kept insulting her, calling her shameless for giving so much. Hong family already knew that Zhang Chunqin had lost her job, and their house had been taken back by the company. Qin Yuanyuan promised Hong Xian that even though her mother lost her job, her older brother was still an employee. She would find her brother a job at the match factory. She couldn't stay at Hong's house anymore, so she came back to find Zhang Chunqin. She had already gone back to her country and knew Zhang Chunqin wasn't home, so she came back to the courtyard to look for her. Seeing Qin Wentao rushing by, Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly ran up and grabbed her older brother. "Big brother, have you seen Mom? Where does she live? She doesn't come home. Where does she stay? We're all her children, and even we don't know where she lives. What does she want to do? Does she really not want to care for us? I am going to pick up milk now. You should ask Aunt Second and Aunt Third, and also check with Grandma." Qin Yuanyuan frowned and said, "We really can't find the person." Qin Wentao was silent for a moment and said in a serious tone, "Not only is the person missing, but she also asked Grandpa and Grandma for 600 yuan. I took 300 yuan from her, and with the money she took from me before, and the advance on my salary, she now has almost 2,000 yuan. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. She didn't hear anything else, only that her mother had money. She had been thinking about how to get money, and now her mother's money was enough for her wedding. If she took 2,000 yuan to her new husband's family, they would treat her like a treasure and support her as if she were a queen. After that, Hong Xian wouldn't look for other women anymore. She immediately said to Qin Wentao, "Brother, I will go to Aunt Second's place to look for her." She hurriedly left, excited beyond words. Her mother had money, and a lot of it. She had to find her mother before she moved back home and persuade her to give her the money. Zhang Chunqin slept well after her son, and the Qin family tricked her out of money. The next day, she went to see Chu Wanin. She knew Zhang Zhaodi and others would definitely be looking for them on Xiangyang Road, so she took a different route. When she arrived at Chu Wanin's house, she saw a middle-aged man there. She nodded at him, handed him some vegetables for Chu Wanin, and was about to leave. Chu Wanin reached out and stopped Zhang Chunqin. "Chunqin, I don't cook very well. Please go buy some more vegetables. I want to have one last meal with my husband. Make it a good one." She also handed Zhang Chunqin a few ration coupons. Zhang Chunqin didn't ask any questions and left. After she left, Chu Wanin took a deep breath and said to the man in front of her, "Zhang Sanqing, I called you here today to talk about divorce. I used to refuse because of my pride, but now I've thought it through. Let's get a divorce." Zhang Sanqing looked at her with confusion. "What are you trying to do? You refused to divorce for so many years. Why do you want to do it now?" Zhang Sanqing already had a family outside. He was now in a relatively good position, but the woman outside was their former nanny. According to Zhang Sanqing's style and literary character, he shouldn't have looked up to the young housekeeper. But he said to Chu Wanin, "These years, living with you has been too tiring. You don't know anything, and I have to do everything. I am a man, and a man is a woman's guy. I come home from work wanting a hot meal, but when I get home, you're never there. You're busier than I am. You, as a woman, can't fulfill your duties as a wife or a mother. So what am I supposed to do with you?" How did Chu Wanin answer at that time? She said, "There is a housekeeper at home. Having her cook for you isn't enough? I am a woman, but I also have a career and need to work. You earn less than me, so why should I serve you?" Zhang Sanqing said, "Then I can just live with a housekeeper. What do I need you for?" Later, after this argument, Zhang Sanqing moved in with the housekeeper. If Zhang Sanqing had chosen a very good woman, he wouldn't have been so angry. But he chose a housekeeper who was not as good as her. She felt that Zhang Sanqing was insulting her. She took a deep breath and said to Zhang Sanqing, "I used to refuse to admit I lost to a housekeeper. Now I see clearly. Your leaving isn't because I lack charm or because of the housekeeper. It's because I can't meet your needs. I am very capable, but my abilities aren't what you want. You want a woman who stays at home and teaches children, but I am free. I am as capable as a man. Why should I give up my career for you?" After she finished, she told Zhang Sanqing, "We will finish eating and then get a divorce. I already have the divorce papers signed by my company." Chu Wanin took out the divorce report. "Don't worry, I really have made up my mind this time." Seeing Chu Wanin so calm, Zhang Sanqing was startled and felt uneasy. "Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Afraid that our son will be pointed at and talked about?" "Afraid." Before he finished, Chu Wanin slowly said, "I forgot to tell you something. Your son learned from you and got married himself. He also found a woman outside. Do you know who that woman is?" Seeing Chu Wanin's mocking face, Zhang Sanqing's unease grew stronger. When Zhang Sanqing heard the name, he jumped up in shock. What did you say?"